Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
We don't like cricket. Oh no, we love it. Especially when New Zealand and England are in opposition. We've had some wonderful, memorable moments in recent years between these two teams, and it's looking like we could have another one here over the next 2 or 3 days. England resume on 319 for 5, 29 runs adrift of New Zealand's first innings score. A new ball coming, cloudy conditions. It's all set up to be a cracker. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and alongside me I have Guerrilla stalwarts. On my left, it's none other than the Bear.
Good morning, Hendo.
Good morning to you.
Good evening, actually, isn't it? Fuck me.
Good evening, or
Jesus.
good twilight, good whatever you want it to be. And on my right, it's Jason G. Hiscox.
Hello, Hendo.
He's your man on the socials today. A reminder, of course, that we're on YouTube. You can contribute to discussion on YouTube, also on Blue Sky, and we occasionally switch back to Elon Muscovite's platform to have a look and see if anyone's actually
still there.
bothered. Still there, even, apart from Alison Pearson and Isabel Oakeshott. But let's not get political,
No.
because goodness me, that would be a terrible thing to do, wouldn't it? Well, here we are. It's well set up. I fell asleep last night when England were in a fair deal of trouble, really, at I think 50 odd for 3, and then got up this morning to find that they'd scored 319 for 5, and that Harry Brook, who I love, had got another 100. But then I was quite shocked to see they'd been dropped 4 times.
Yes.
So, you know, really, have New Zealand let this get away from them?
Well, a little bit. The same in the opposite direction. England sort of dragged it back, didn't they? I mean, it ended up, I think they thought they probably let New Zealand get too many.
Yeah, I thought that was at least 50 too many.
Yeah, I thought they were
possibly about 275 to 300.
At one point they had them, what was it, 220 odd for 7, didn't they? And you were thinking, well, I could get them out for 250, 260 here. It could have still all work out, but it didn't. And then I got to say, I fell asleep shortly after Bethel came out. I don't think I'd seen him score and run, and the next thing I knew it was 2 in the morning. The telly had turned itself off and I went to bed. I woke up this morning just as I was walking out the room, the news was going on, and England, and I was like, oh god, what happened?
Yeah.
And then it was like, and England recovered, and it's like, oh okay, Brooke got 100 and I was like, oh wicked. So I was quite excited to come in tonight. Actually, I'm looking forward to today.
Well, it's nicely set up, and
It
well,
is.
I mean, touch wood. I mean, we have to touch wood because you never know with England. You would hope that this match is going to go at least 4 days, maybe even the full 5 days. And of course, remember that last test that we had in New Zealand, was it only a year or 2 years ago?
18 months ago.
18 months ago when Wagner won it for New Zealand. There was controversy over the leg
Should have
side
been a
wide.
wide, yes.
But, you know, it's a payback for the World Cup final, isn't it?
According to my friend, if Wagner didn't win it, Ben Folkes lost it.
Yes, possibly. There's somebody at the door, I should tell you. Hopefully it's someone sending us refreshments, but you never know.
I think
it's
it's Mr.
Ditch.
Ditch.
It could be Ditch as well. Maybe he's bought refreshments. We shall see. Now, as we see New Zealand going through a huddle just beyond the boundary edge, the two umpires come out to go to the middle. Tom Latham, of course, leading out the New Zealanders, and he's dropped as many catches in this match as games he won in India charge.
Yes.
Three
in a day is quite spectacular.
3 in a day. I mean,
Were they hard, easy? I didn't see it. I haven't seen any highlights of yesterday, to be honest.
they weren't.
One was quite hard. 2 of them were reasonably. You'd expect him to take.
Yeah, he would take probably
The one
9
at
times
sort
out
of
of 10.
the soul slip where he had to dive. That was hard.
And even Glenn Phillips put one down and then took an absolute screamer, didn't he? And it's good to see that Ollie Pope got some runs down at number 6, which is where he should be batting.
Yes, but
Yeah. Irrespective of whether he's keeping wicket, in my opinion, that's where he should be batting.
I mean, the problem is if he doesn't get a place on the side if Jamie Smith comes back then, does he? And you have to find another number 3, unless you bung everyone up just to fill in Ollie Pope there.
Well, unless, of course, Jamie Smith hits a bad patch as well. You know,
Well,
so
yeah, that's
you know,
true, that's
you know,
fair
there's
enough.
plenty of time to go before we get to the Ashes. There's a whole series to be had against India, of course, and a game against Zimbabwe. Anyway, the teams are going out to the middle. I'll tell you about the GPL in a minute. That is open. Get on that. That helps us to keep going and make money. It looks like Will O'Rourke, a little bit unlucky from what I saw in the highlights yesterday. I rate this guy highly. He's only recently come into the team. Very well built, very
He's
strong.
the one that got away.
Oh yes, he was. He was born in Surrey, wasn't he? That's right. Yeah. He's going to open the bowling. Shall we jingle him up?
Yep, here he comes.
He'll never make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
Oh, quite like that. I know that before.
Yeah, it's definitely not the 155 it says on the
Oh no, it's
the jingle.
Some of the jingles
Yeah,
do say that. I don't know why that happened.
It's a batch that Mog sent in. He keeps saying plays too fast, but but he made them, so it does sound normal pace to me. But
I'll jingle up the batsman facing after his first ball.
Well, he's the man with 132 to his name, who had quite a bit of luck yesterday. What's going to happen today? He's going to get a run, first ball, as he tickles the ball angled into his leg stump down to Nathan Smith at long leg. And so Brooke is underway, brings Stokes down a face. He's on 37. Well, I don't know who you want to jingle up. The jingle up.
Going to jingle up the man that's facing.
Okay.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
30.
I love that jingle.
I do too. I
It
love
reminds me of SAS Rogue Heroes, which is just about to start again on the BBC in short order, which is actually fantastic. Series.
Is it good? I mean, I kind of wanted to watch the first series and didn't
got
get around to it.
It's a bit tongue-in-cheek about the start of the SAS, the inception of it, but it is quite funny and quite dark.
O'Rourke round the wicket to the left-hander, and an amount of bounce there with a very old ball, but Stokes leaves it wide of the off-stump, lets it go through to Blundell. And
That's
there is
pretty
no run.
nippy.
Yeah, it was. And we were talking in the green room, weren't we, about the fact that cricket is such a great leveller, in the sense that you can have all the luck in the world one day, as Harry Brook did. I mean, you've still got to get 130, and that's no mean feat. But he had a lot of let-offs. You can come back the next day, and it can all be over
In a second.
in a second. In again and bowls. Oh, and that's a horrible shot from Stokes so early in the piece, I would say. Aims a massive drive at that one that perhaps nibbles a little bit away.
It was a big wahoo.
It was a really I suppose
It did nibble a bit.
it did nibble, and he just didn't really move his feet, did he?
No.
But I don't know whether...
Bit legend
Isn't-
footage.
I mean, have a look at it this morning, maybe. Just a couple of balls.
Well, I don't know. This is Stokes' highest score, isn't it, for a while? Did he get 39, 40 something in one
He did in
innings
Pakistan, yeah. But I think, again, another thing we were saying in the green room, as O'Rourke is in once more, and he leaves this one. That's much better played by the England captain. We were saying that this possibly is the crucial partnership of the match. And I think you said they've already added, what,
97.
97? So, if these two can stick around to half an hour before lunch, then England should have a lead at that point of about 60, you would think.
And we got a pretty good lower order, actually. When you think about it, you got Wokes, then probably Cast, then
Oh, well, Atkinson
Atkinson.
probably.
Atkinson.
Atkinson before Cast, I would
You
think.
think?
And then Bashir.
Bashir's a genuine rabbit. But I mean, the other three can bat.
O'Rourke in again. He's gone for the pull shot, and he's middled it. And he has picked up 4 runs to mid-wicket. Ravindra was running round, won't get there. And so, well, that was a much better shot.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
I suppose, actually, I'm just something that comes to mind is that perhaps with the new ball due after 6 overs this morning,
Get him while you can.
get them while you can, maybe. And they think that with the cloud cover, it's going to do a bit. And that's why I would sort of put a rider on the talk about the good lower order. O'Rourke in again, wide of the off stump, and then suddenly it swings at the last minute as Blundell's about to take it, and he has to leap to his right to pull that one in. It's the end of the over, 4 runs from it. And we shall say hello to you, people out there, listening to us. I sound like Alan Partridge, don't I? Anyway.
Doreen Gray reposts our post about joining us. What else is there? Dave Emrys says, good morning from a chilly boho. He sends us maybe chilly, but the view looks absolutely gorgeous.
Where's Boho? What's Boho?
Uh-huh.
It looks nice. I don't know where it is.
Farong says, Thursday morning greetings.
I think we figured out it was in the Philippines on day
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought it was going to be... I was thinking...
He's complaining of the overrate by England, but also we should complain about the overrate from New Zealand as well, which was only 82 overs in the day.
Did they use any... Oh, yeah, Phillips bowled, didn't he? I don't know how many overs Phillips bowled. So they did have a spin option. It's going to be Smith, Nathan Smith, to open... from the other end this morning. He's going to be coming into Brook. We'll jingle him Brook up in a minute. Just the one wideish slip. He brings this one back into Brook, who props onto the front foot, waits for the ball to come, and then plays it out in time-honoured fashion into the covers. And there is no run.
Here's the jingles.
Batsman quaking Abercrombie.
Nice bit of Black Sabbath.
I love it. I mean, I don't generally love Black Sabbath.
Nathan Smith has got the power. He makes the sweat drip like a shower.
Driven this time by Brook, a fluent shot. I think it's just about going to have enough. There's a late sprint from Phillips. God knows where he's come from, but he's not going to get there, and it's 4 runs. Elegant stuff, that from Brook. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Brook will go on and get a
Looks
bigger...
a lot better than how Ben Stokes started.
Yes. I mean, similar lack of foot movement, but his hands are so good. He's got such good hands.
And Smith isn't as tall and doesn't get quite the lift that O'Rourke did.
True. Maybe the fact that Smith, they're getting Smith in early with the old ball so that they can get Southey and who's their other seamer? I've forgotten.
Henry
With the new ball. In he comes again. Bowls, straighter ball, fuller ball, defended. Back to the bowler.
He got Rooty, didn't he?
He got Rooty.
I didn't see that.
Well, he got Bethel and Rooty in the same over, the last over before lunch.
Just a bit too tight for Root, and he played with a slightly angled bat and
chopped on
off his back pad.
Oh, that's annoying.
It is annoying. Now the GPL is open, the Gorilla Prediction League. You can estimate how many runs you think there will be in the day. You pay us £1 for the privilege. Smith in again, defended once more, just outside the off stump on the front foot. You pay us £1 for the privilege. You estimate how many runs in total you think will be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you get every single pound that is in the pot. And in the pot, starting today, is £113. So, effectively, that's you could win at odds of 113 to 1. Is that right? Have I got that right? That would be right,
Yes.
wouldn't it? Yeah. So, I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? So why wouldn't you play the Gorilla Prediction League? Go to gorillacricket.com. As Smith comes in again, bowls. He's onto the back foot this time. Just jabs it into the offside and is happy to saunter through for a single. Got the call away early and Stokes responded. And Brooke moves on to 138. England to 329 for 5. Yes, so you go to gorillacricket.com, go to competitions. You'll see it along the top of the home page. And then follow the instructions on how to do that. You can have more than one go if you really want to, and I would encourage that as long as you're reasonably solvent. And it'd be quite fun later in the day when you know when it does get really tight and we've got a few people spread over a number of different totals. He comes down the wicket, does Stokes, and forces rather than going full with a full-blooded drive and straight up to Southey at mid-off. And of course, if you do that, it becomes fun because and there's the excitement and the frustrations usually of Messi Jez because he misses out by one run on almost every occasion. Any tweets?
No, but on YouTube, Mr. Bear is getting some love from
Is he?
Ashley Partridge and Kieran Roseblade.
Thank you very much.
Saying they're glad you're back. They like the other people, but we're glad you're back.
Well, technical issues last night, weren't there?
Yeah.
Could have been.
Naman says, hello, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Also
Good evening.
from Ashley Partridge. Welcome, everybody. Ashley's really excited today, and England are fancy this today.
I have so far. O'Rourke to Brooke, and Brooke guides this down, plays that almost Joe Root-like shot where he brushes the ball in the direction of third man, but he picks out the gully on this occasion. There is no run.
Do you think they just cranked the speed gun up? You know, we were talking about on day one that it's all rigged. Do you think they just turned it up so that O'Rourke looks really quick?
Well, unless it's sort of, I don't know what the purpose of that would be. It's not really going to scare a batsman who's out there in the middle who's not actually watching the TV.
No, but it makes us think he's really quick.
Yeah, well,
someone's waiting to get in the waiting room over there.
They are.
who could that be?
It is.
2 slips for O'Rourke, and he bowls on leg stump. That's not really very
nicely
conducive, but it is nicely timed off his legs by Brooke, and he's herring back for a second. In fact, it's Stokes, I think, who had to be quick to the non-strikers end. The throw came in from the boundary edge from Devon Conway. Another of the guilty parties to put down Brooke.
2 catches, I think, as well.
Well, he dropped one in the outfield, didn't he? He raced around.
Goober in the outfield.
Yeah, he went
I
a
thought
long
he
way
dropped
round,
another
and then
one as well.
Oh, did he? Well, Latham dropped Stokes at extra cover, didn't he?
Yeah.
Quite late on. As I said, he was trying to. He came out of the slips after dropping 2. Went to mid wicket and the ball followed him. O'Rourke in again, once more on the legs, and they're going to get an easy leg by. Plenty of room there. It's Blundell who jogs from behind the stumps to do the fielding towards square leg. 3:32 for 5. So England just carrying on where they finished yesterday at the moment, but let's not speak too soon.
I mean, they're going along they're going along at 4 and over, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Hagley Oval is actually quite a quick scoring ground. It does
The
travel
outfield-
The
Well,
outfield's not that.
really
It's
slow,
not been
man.
that quick, to be honest. I mean,
There were a lot of shots that were not making it to the boundary. That have been
certainly
timed
early
very
on.
well.
Yeah. O'Rourke again into Stokes. Stokes lines that up, thinks about aiming a cut shot, decides to leave his bat in the air and let it go through. And
I'd love to
Blundell
see
takes.
Stokesy get a ton. Christ, that'd be a thing of wonder, wouldn't it?
Of course, absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's the fact that he hasn't scored any real big runs for a very
Yeah.
long time.
That's what Naman wants. Always says, all I want now is a Stokes brilliance.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he hasn't played that much, has he? I mean, he keeps getting injured. He's on 41
Well,
at
he
the
played as
moment.
a batsman the entire summer.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Again, I struggle to remember anything. Brilliant piece of fielding, and he has to dive back to Stokes. He'd set off for the run. He thought that had got past Kane Williamson, and Kane Williamson at the advanced age of whatever it is, 33, 34,
We think that's old, but it's not really.
put in a magnificent dive, and then through back towards the striker's end. Brilliant fielding,
Brilliant bit of fielding.
and up so quickly, and that
Would have been out.
that probably would have been out. Yeah, it's just gone above the bails, hasn't it? Pretty good effort that from Williamson.
Nearly a catch as
Pretty
well.
good cricket all round there.
Good cricket all round, although maybe not so in setting off for the run. But I suppose he was entitled to think that might have got past
No,
a man
I'm going to
of,
ask a really stupid question here because I
Williamson's
think
age.
obviously I should know the answer. But if you're going back and you smash into your stumps, are you out? You're not, are you?
Hang on, if you do what?
When you're going back like that, like if you're diving in like Stokes there, and then you basically go too straight and knock your bails off, are you out?
No.
No.
This is a bouncer from O'Rourke, a big loopy one. That
Maybe they
might
should
have been
change the
but
laws.
why there. That's the end of the over. Let's have some more socials. Oh, we got a super chat.
We do. It's from Brian in Brisbane. It's good news for us in particular because it says Hendo refreshments are on the way.
Oh, you!
You're
Bear has the code, so I'm sure that
Oh, okay. I'll have a look. Make sure I do.
we might need to disseminate that information to people in the green rooms if it comes whilst we're on air.
Indeed. Okay, I have the code.
They're
They're going to ask our date of birth again, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you've sent it. Thank you very much, Brian. These fucking idiots. They might ask my date of birth, as we've had this discussion before. We never quite know what goes on, but
Yeah.
What was it? Ashley Pub says they go after
Oh,
them.
now that has moved, but Brooke has played it very well. He's adjusted and managed to control his shot down through the slips, and they're going to get back for two.
took his bottom hand off, and that took all the pace off the ball, didn't he? And it just
That was
went down into the ground. And
very
that's-
skillful.
Oh,
that
it came
was
off
mid
his glove,
glove,
actually. It
yeah.
came off his top glove.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that, I hope that hasn't smashed into his
Oh, yes.
in his thumb whilst it's doing that.
I,
No, we
I
don't.
think it was pretty much full punch.
We don't want him. Oh, hello. He's having a look. He's not. Well, no. I think he
He's
was
just-
thinking about getting some physio, but he's
I
decided
think he's
against it.
thinking if I take this off, I might not get my glove back on again.
Did he get hit yesterday?
Swelling.
Oh, when did he get hit?
I don't think he did get hit.
In the summer, I'm sure he got hit.
Oh, right.
I can't remember. Well, of course, we know Duckett got hit. We know Crawley had a broken finger. I can't remember Brooke getting hit, but as I say, I can't remember what happened yesterday, let alone back in the
Yeah,
summer.
it's tricky, isn't it?
Smith in again to Brooke, and Brooke defends. Ball probing around his off stump of good length, and Smith follows up to field off his own bowling.
It's
334 for 5.
When people ask me about, cricket, and I think actually I'm an authority. You know what? I've probably seen every England Test match, bar a couple, since 2009.
Yeah.
Can't remember a fucking single one. And
Well, do you
there's
know
little flashes in there.
the one that I really can't remember is KP's brilliant 180 apparently in India. Was that 2012?
2012, I think.
2012.
I
yeah.
just I have no memory of it. It must have been a great innings, but I just can't remember it. Anyway,
Well,
that's
I
what
tend to
happens
tune
with
out a
age.
little bit when KP's batting.
Oh, well, to a certain extent. Lovely drive, lovely
Oh,
drive. Oh
beautiful
dear,
drive.
who was that at mid-off? He was rather groping for that. Went down
In instalments.
in instalments, and that has got away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Was that Will O'Rourke? He looked tall.
He'd just been taken down by the tree surgeon. No, I don't think that is Will O'Rourke. I'm not sure who that is.
Southey?
Could be Southey.
Yeah,
Well, of course, he's retiring, isn't he, at the end of this series?
Oh, unless they get to the final.
Unless they get to the final of the World Test Championship.
But don't they have to win 3-0 to get to the final?
Well, I did see that India want England to win this series.
yes,
so,
it helps India to
yeah.
maintain their position.
Mind you, Australia in what, early June in England, not doing very well at the moment in the World Test Championship. Onto the back foot goes Brook, just drops it down square, a couple of yards away from him. There is no run.
Well, yeah, but
I mean, Australia going to come back in that series, do we think?
I'm sure there's going to be a backlash.
Well, they need their batting to do any better. I mean, the problem is, against Bumrah, I mean, they're very helpful wickets for pace bowlers, especially with a new ball, and he is head and shoulders above everyone else, I reckon, if you give him the tools. And
Well, yeah, I suppose what they've got to avoid is losing wickets to the other pace bowlers. Smith in bowls, drop down again. This time a little bit straighter.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, Siraj loves playing in
clearly. I mean,
Australia.
I put that on a WhatsApp group after the first test. I mean, it's like when you saw him in the test match series against England, he looked pretty innocuous, like he'd lost his mojo. Send him out to Australia and suddenly
Hard deck.
Yeah.
No ball is signalled by, is it Arsan, I think, the umpire?
Well, it's not Paul Rifle.
No, that's definitely not Paul Rifle. Here is Smith again. Just the one slip for Brook, and Brook leans forward and then tucks it away with sumptuous timing yet again. There was nothing more than a turn of the bat in the hand, and he picks up a single to deep mid-wicket. 340 for 5. Still just over 2 overs to go before the new ball becomes due, and England are now only 8 runs behind.
I just want to say something to Abby, if you're listening. I can't believe you can't have Brook in your Fab Four and think he's not very good, mate.
What?
Yeah, exactly. You've been outed, Abby. You've been outed.
What? Harry Brook, I mean, look at those figures. 700s and 950s in 22 matches. That is 16 innings of more than 50 in 22 matches, which is well above almost anyone. Smith bowls. Oh, now what's happened there? He's tried to pull it, has Stokes, and I think he's hit over the top of it, actually. It's Blundell. It's the end of the over. 340 for 5. Brook 147, Stokes 41. Jason.
Ashley Partridge is betting over 400 and needs to qualify that as whether it's a 400 lead or 400 runs in a day.
Oh, yeah. What did we get in that first test in Pakistan? It was over 700, wasn't it?
It was 800, wasn't it?
850, I think.
Was it?
It was a stupid amount of runs.
It was over 800.
It was definitely over 800.
Because a 300 and a 200, but in that massive partnership of 460 something.
Yep, absolutely right.
And then we got battered in the 2 tests afterwards.
Yeah. Hector is on YouTube. Oh, man on the ground.
Man.
All right, Hector.
This is down the leg side from Rourke. Poor delivery, poorly directed, too short, and actually he gets away with it because Brook decides to just let it go.
Hector, I'm not sure I should tell you this to you, your boss.
And bosses.
Just made it into the ground after sleeping through my alarm.
Yes, I know. He did tell. I saw that earlier. It's fine. But when you get into the comments box, I want you to say hello from Gorilla Cricket to all your new mates in the comments box.
Have you got a Gorilla T-shirt? We should have given you a
sent you out one. Yeah. I'm trying to get him to do a little get Athers on a little piece to camera by the end of the series.
Apparently he's been sitting next to Athers.
Yes, exactly. I said to him, your new mate Athers, we need an interview with him.
Onto the front foot comes Brook, but just got a little bit cramped by that one.
Not really much of a step forward.
No, it wasn't entirely comfortable. Well, of course, if you're sitting next to Athers, you can say hello to him from me because I used to sub a lot of his copy at the Times.
I interviewed him for some.
And you interviewed him, yeah. We were both supposed to go, and I wasn't well that morning, and you ended up doing the honours.
He's a very nice man.
Everyone says he is. I've never actually met him. I have spoken to him on the phone a couple of times. O'Rourke in again, 2 slips, and he bowls to Brook, and he hits him on the pad. There's an appeal from behind the wicket, but I think that was rather hopeful.
Hurts a bit.
I think that was the fleshy bit just over the top of the flap of the pad and underneath the thigh pad.
Well, it might have hurt Brook, but it didn't damage him in terms of threatening to be a wicket. It was going well down the leg side and probably too high as well.
Yeah, that's the bit above the pad and below the thigh guard.
Now we also there is a young girls game going on in the park adjacent to the Hagley Oval, which looks quite nice, although it is an artificial wicket. I've never been keen on the artificial.
Well, that's just for safety reasons more than anything else for young players.
And we're looking at the bowling action of a girl I estimate to be about 13, maybe?
Nah, I think
Younger?
11 or 12.
11 or 12.
Oh, really? There's not much difference, is there? O'Rourke short, well over Brooks' head as he ducks beneath that one. 340 for 5, Brook 147, Stokes 41. O'Rourke 1 for 89. I guess that Southey and Henry are itching to get hold of that new cherry.
It's odd that you would choose not to put your top
that doing?
seamers on first thing and to hold them back for 6 overs.
Well,
overs.
I think it's because of the new ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it
is. You might have been inclined to give them 1 over each with the old ball before getting them on. 2 slips in the gully. In comes O'Rourke. Bowls driven, but not beating. I think Williamson again there at extra cover, who's belying his injured state for the last few weeks, and does good piece of fielding. Another good crowd, it looks like, at Hagley Oval.
Yes, grassy knolls are filling up.
The grassy knoll.
Look, the kids in there today. Good.
There often is I noticed in New Zealand grounds. I think it's just because
Family day out. Is it reasonably cheap as well?
Oh goodness!
It was
I don't know.
£18 equivalent, I think.
No, that's not so bad.
That's brilliant. O'Rourke in onto the back foot he goes. Oh, has that gone down again?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's gone down. I think Phillips has put that down in the gully, and O'Rourke just cannot believe his luck, or his bad luck, I should say. And Brook is dropped for the 5th time, and twice by Glenn Phillips? Who would credit it?
After that blinder, as you say.
I think it's one of these.
The pimps in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
I mean, do you think there's, the fact that New Zealand are selling out these grounds, and after their result in India, do you think they're just suffering under a little bit of pressure for once, really? Because they're always the team that's able to punch above their weight.
I'm wondering whether this is a quite hard sighting ground or not.
Well, that's what Duckett was saying, wasn't it?
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially when the crowds came in.
Yeah, and it's got a fairly full crowd in yesterday, and
oh, that was a simple catch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's gone right into the bread basket, and unfortunately it's been spilled from a said bread basket. Oh, Harry Brook can just laugh.
he's got a fifer now.
Start of a new over. It's Smith coming round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, and again he's cramped for room a little bit as that one arrows in towards his legs, and he just about gets his bat down on it and diverts it into the onside.
I mean, if that we'd be all out now if they'd caught the catches, wouldn't we? A long time ago, they'd have probably had a 100-run lead.
I mean, this is most unlike New Zealand in the field. Really is. I mean, they were fielding, as I said earlier, they were fielding so well yesterday morning, and they fielded brilliantly in India. Anyway, Smith's about to bring up his 100, 2 for 99. He's in, bowls to Stokes. Stokes has gone after that. He's pulled it. He's got a fair amount on it, but he's only going to get 2 runs. There is Devon Conway out there running around from deep backward square to deep mid wicket. Stokes moves to 43. This is the last over before the new ball becomes due. 342 for 5. Don't forget the GPL, the Gorilla Prediction League. Go to gorillacricket.com and go to competitions. Estimate how many runs you think in total there will be in the day. Pay us £1, and if you get it on the nose, you get
At
the moment
a share of
at least £113, unless someone else also gets it on the nose, and in which case you share it. Now Stokes has run down the wicket to that one. It's been pitched in short, and he's trying to pull it. He's got a horrible under edge. Fortunately for him, it's just gone to ground and then through to the keeper.
That could have gone on the stumps quite easily.
Quite easily, yeah. That wasn't a great shot.
Yesterday the amount of runs in the day was 348, which is exactly the same score as the Kiwis scored in their entire innings, which is just an odd fact. Bit of a Zaltzman there in terms of the GPL.
Bit of a Zaltzman, as it will now become known. So Smith's 100 is up. He's in again. Bowls to Stokes. He's pulled it again, and I think he's got that straighter. No, it's not going to go. He got too much height and not enough length on that, but he did did clear the infield quite easily, and he's got back for 2. We're going to look at the Brook drops, and oh my goodness, oh, that's Latham at first slip. This is Conway out at deep backward square. I mean, he made good ground to that and then just spilled it. And this one was actually a drop, but nobody appealed, or no one knew that it had been edged. So, well, you know what worries me about this is that, as I said, cricket is a stern task mistress, and Mother Cricket doesn't forget. And I can see Mother Cricket totting this up for the Ashes. He's saying to Brook, you know, you want this sort of luck? I'm going to make you pay. This is short. And, oh, hello. It's been spilled by Blundell. He couldn't get to it, so they've got through for a bye. 3:46 for 5. 1 ball to go of the
79th over, 80th over.
80th over. Lots of people joining us on YouTube. Yeah. Great to have you along. And we shall have some more. We shall have some more of your contributions at the end of this over. Smith is just calling for an alteration to his field.
There's no amount of planning can plan for the drop catches, I don't think.
Absolutely
so they're
not.
All typing in furiously into their laptops.
He's into Stokes. He's got no slips now, and Stokes has pulled away and then bunted it. That's all you can really say. Into the offside. He's got through for a single, as Phillips does the fielding. And at the end of the 80th over, England trail by 1, 3:47 for 5. Jason.
Naman gives us his Fab 4 of the modern generation are Tristan Stubbs, Harry Brook, Rashin Ravindra, who's in this match, and Yahash Jaiswal.
Tristan Stubbs. How does
I think Tristan Stubbs has got a way to go. Didn't he get 100? Did he get 100 yesterday?
He
I know Bavuma did.
Yes, probably.
Sure, I think
he's an all-format player nowadays. Now that he's been introduced into Test cricket,
he's a kind of Bethel, isn't he? In that respect, yeah, he's made his name in the shorter game first.
I certainly think Rashin Ravindra is a real talent.
I think so. Yeah, I mean he'll be spitting at the way he got out on the first day. Leg side full toss from Shoaib, hit straight to mid wicket.
Yeah.
The new ball is being taken, not surprisingly, and it's going to be taken by New Zealand's most experienced seam bowler, swing bowler. It's Tim Southey. Shall we
checking him up?
Shall we jingle up this legend of the game?
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey to tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. Then again, I'm just mine.
And also,
he's over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, and he's in. And Stokes comes down the wicket, swings into him. He aims a big mighty drive somewhere over mid-on, misses it completely, hits his pads. I guess that's a signal that he's not going to let Southey settle and find a length. I mean, because he's such a skilled swing bowler that if he can get that going, I mean, possibly not so dangerous to the left-hander, more dangerous to the right-hander with the way he takes the ball away from the batsman. But of course, he does also jag one back off the pitch. Here he is again, 2 slips, and now that comes into Stokes, and Stokes is watching that with much more care. I think that was a slower ball, wasn't it? 121 Ks, yeah. And I think.
Well, that's about his pace now, isn't it?
No, he's quicker than that.
I think 120s. I think.
I think that was just a kind of a bluff, wasn't it? Because he'd seen Stokes come down the wicket with the first ball, and he thought, if I throw in a slower one, maybe he'll, completely mistime it. Anyway, here he is again, and he bowls to Stokes, and Stokes wants a single. Oh no, that could have been dangerous because it only went a few yards into the onside and in the direction of Southey, who had to sort of stumble over to it, and stumble was probably the right description because he sort of fell arse over tit as he was trying to pick it up.
I do think that he did feel a bit like me, sort of going down in instalments
again,
as an old man.
Well, actually, we've seen him go down in instalments already once today, and he's done it again. I suppose his age, you need need to loosen up a little bit. Now he's got a right-hander in front of him now. Let's see whether he's going to produce one of those magic away swingers. Here he is into Brook, and Brook pushes out square on the offside. There's enough of a gap there for him to get a single.
Easy single there.
Yep. Brook moves to 148. England lead now by 1. 349 for 5. How are we doing with time, chaps? How much longer have I got on my purse?
This is
Probably the last one?
probably the last one.
I can't see a time on the computer. Where's the time on the
We
computer?
are just gone past 10:30
okay.
UK time.
Is Andy here yet?
Let me just put in bring in Andy
Oh yes, admit him,
McLean,
because he's coming on to do a bit of ball by ball.
with Will, and you are staying on.
Indeed I am. Southey in, bowls to Stokes. That's a nice, firm, focused shot, but straight up to mid-off. Matt Henry, who will presumably take the new ball with Southey, is getting prepared, I think. Don't forget the GPL. Don't forget to super chat us. That means that your tweet, your contribution on the YouTube goes to the top of the pile. We will also grant you the title of your choice if you want to be Lord this or Lady something. The only thing is that you just have to make a donation, and that's quite good fun. We can raise quite a bit of money. I think we've got £1.03 so far today. Flicked away by Stokes out to deep backward square. Smith fields. They take one. He keeps the strike. England's 350 is up. Brook has 148. Stokes has 48. And England lead by 2. Can't see Andy yet. Does anyone know whether Andy has a...
He's joined. I think he's turned his video off.
There he is.
Yep.
Is that him? I think so. Great.
And Will is joining as well.
Okay, well, if you take over and I will shift seats with Jason and...
I'll just talk. All right, Will. All right, Andy.
Hello.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. How are we?
Well, we're fine. Good morning. What time is it in Bali?
I'm actually in Thailand. at the
Oh,
moment,
you're in
so it's
Thailand.
1 hour earlier, so it's 5:30 in the morning here.
Oh, okay. Sun is up. Or is it not up yet?
Not yet.
No,
But give it half an hour or so.
how is your feed there? Is it in sync with us? Do you know? Hoping so.
Yep.
Jolly good.
Yep. It's all good.
I think that's the first time I've been on with you, Andy.
Yes. Wow.
There we go. It's first for everything. Right. So it's going to be
to face the first delivery of the over from Matt Henry, and he drives that one into the covers, and it's misfielded, but deflects away straight to Williamson at mid-off, and there won't be a run there. To Stokes, of course, born in Christchurch.
Oh, that was a bit uppish, wasn't it? Or was that a bump ball? Oh, it's just short of it, isn't it? Just short of Williamson there, wasn't it? He was diving forward. Frustration in the crowd.
Here's Henry round the wicket to Stokes, and driving that one up to mid-on this time, forcefully, but doesn't beat the third of Southey at mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's how do you feel about this from a New Zealand perspective, Andy?
Well, as I sort of said yesterday in the last session, I think England was in a position of dominance, really, after his next one to Stokes. He looks to guide that one away between Gully and slip Gordon, but it's actually straight to Gully, so there's no run. I think England's in a real position of strength. Well, it's kind of obvious now as see David Gower and Shane Bond come on the TV screen. But yeah, New Zealand let themselves down so badly yesterday. Here's Henry once again, and Stokes this time's working it towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Do you think there's an argument that, with the almost it seems like to me a kind of renewed interest in New Zealand after that brilliant win in India. Do you think, maybe just a little bit of extra pressure on them?
That's a stretch.
No?
I mean, here's Matt Henry once again, and Stokes is just defending a ball on the line of off stump. No, I don't think so. I don't think there's any additional pressure as such. I think they just had a real, they had a stinker yesterday. It's no other way of putting it, really.
Well, it's kind of carried on today, hasn't it, with Glenn Phillips putting down that one off Brook as well this morning.
That must be, what, 5 they've put down off him?
Yep, it is.
One from Henry is just defended by Stokes once again, and that is the end of the over.
Right, I'll do some tweets. George McPherson, the most negative man about England, says Brook needs to be careful because he's almost been out 5 times. He's plenty of time to get more runs. Even Stokes need to be careful with his shots. No need to rush. Just a note to you, Andy, is that it's quite difficult to hear you. I don't know if you can get a bit nearer to your mic. Got a couple of things on YouTube that you're quite quiet. Dan Reynolds says, a big up. I can't see the guy Andy on screen. That's because we haven't changed the to the 2-person zoom. So I'll just do that, and hopefully he will appear. Let's see what's happening. Well, that didn't work. Let me try again.
So it's set next over, and it's Southey, and it's beautifully played away by Harry Brook, out through the covers, and it races away to bring up his 150.
Brilliant.
So, excellent innings by Harry Brook.
I think we've got 150 jingle. I think it goes a bit like this. Oh, hang on, there it is.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Yeah, that was a great shot, wasn't it?
So good.
Yeah, just came down the wicket slightly.
Ooh.
There's Southey this time, and Brooks looking to whip that one away behind square leg, came inside the line of it to play the scoop, as people love to call it these days, but he didn't make contact, through to Blundell, and there's no run.
We've got some tweets. We've got some blue skies. Let's say Mad Old Bat says, Hattie says, here we are again. I've just had a lovely Chinese and my friend's birthday chocolate cake, well stuffed and ready to put feet up and chill with Gorilla Cricket. Absolutely right. Good to have you all along.
Facing Southey once again. This one, he just works it away off his hip, out into the deep, to Manfield coming in from deep square. He'll restrict the scoring to 1.
Go on, Will. Sorry, you were about to say?
Oh no, I was just going to say, I think Brook has a sort of a really remarkable ability to just let each ball go and then start again. For someone so young, I think it's amazing that he's able to kind of just go, right, that's done, next one, and not let sort of previous ones get at him.
Yep.
Southey this time, round the wicket to Stokes, and just playing that one into the gap on the offside, and they'll take a single, so Stokes moves on to 49, score on to 356 for 5.
I did think that maybe England would come out this morning and having enjoyed generous portions of luck yesterday, it might be a different day today. But so far they've just kept the foot on the pedal, really.
They certainly have.
Yeah.
Southey into the last series against England, and this one's worked down to finally a good bit of fielding down there on the boundary. I think that was a walk down there. Cut that one off, but 2 more runs to Harry Brook. Moves on to 155. Stokes is with him on 49. The score is 358 for 5.
Yeah, 10. The lead 10. I mean, they need a breakthrough, really. New Zealand. I mean, that sounds like an obvious thing to say, but they need it quickly.
Southey once more, and Brooke this time heaves that one away. He stepped away, slapped it over mid-on, and out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, pretty agricultural that, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, this could get away from New Zealand if they're not careful.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the end of the over. Let's do some socials. Chris the Choir says, just got in from watching Pirates from Penzance, a bit of Gilbert and Sutherland, so seems appropriate to listen to Gorillas from Sydenham and all points north, east, south and west, like old radio shows with a disembodied voice. What have we got here? Naman says, Brooke reminded me of Marnus from the second test of the Ashes 2021. Well, Marnus has fallen away a little bit, as kind of the Bear predicted. He's never been a big fan. He may still come again, of course. And Dazrael says, who would you throw the ball to when we bowl again, meaning England, I guess, Wokes or Carse? I don't think Carse likes to open the bowling. I get that impression. So I suspect it will go to Wokes again. But, from an England perspective, they'll be hoping that's a few hours down the line, I think.
Yeah.
Here's Henry handing you over to Stokes, who drives that one away out to the cover sweeper. That will bring up Stokes' 50. So it's been a good knock from the English captain, Ben Stokes, after a bit of a lean trot in recent times. With the back, that is. Well, actually, just generally. But as I heard someone say yesterday, I think it was on New Zealand radio actually, that this actually might be quite a good. Steve Harmison actually, that's who it was.
Oh yeah.
Saying actually this might be quite a good thing for Stokes to be just down the order a bit further and to be able to play with a little bit more freedom as he defends this one to Gully.
I agree with that. I'm not saying that 7 is necessarily his best position, but. The talk about who was going to bat at number 3. I don't really want to see Stokes going in at 3. I don't think he is a number 3.
He's really not.
And if the argument is you don't want to lose Root early and you don't put him in at 3, then you don't want to lose Stokes, do you?
Here's Stokes defending this next one from Henry on a line of leg stump this time, and he's going to run. Yeah, Steve Harmison was basically saying that there's a pretty good chance when Jamie Smith comes back that he'll bat higher up in the order, and it might just suit Stokes to bat a bit, bat at 7, and it's just sort of the way that the cookies crumbled, as they say. Of course, England's got a bit of a dilemma when they bring. Here comes Henry, and this time Stokes crashes that one wide of mid-off and out to the boundary for 4. He gave himself room and just whacked that one off the back foot all the way along the ground and out to the boundary. Lovely shot. When Ollie Robinson joins the side for the second test, it's going to give them a bit of a selection headache now. That's what happens when you mess with the order.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, actually, having sort of hauled him out to New Zealand, whether they're actually going to give him a game or not. I think Ollie Pope did a pretty good job as keeper.
Stokes this time pulls this one away through this leg side out to deep square leg. They'll take a single. Yeah, that's a fair point. It'd be kind of hard to drop him now, wouldn't it? Well, not drop him, but you could take the gloves off him.
Naman says, I compared Marnus with Brooke because of his luck. I reckon Marnus could have got out 4 times in that match. I'm not sure I can see Brooke hanging around 55 balls for 3, even up against as good a bowler as Bumrah. I think he might be out before that. I can't see that, but I know what you're saying. I rate Marnus, to be honest.
It's Henry once again, and Brooke this time is playing it wide of to the right of Gully. Phillips comes around, but he can't prevent a single. So one more to Brooke, he moves on to 160. Stokes on 56, and the score has moved on to 375. So the lead of 22 valuable runs. And as you guys mentioned earlier, New Zealand desperately seeking a breakthrough here. And it doesn't look like it's coming anytime soon. It's with the feeling it's just sort of England to set the tone of this match on this third morning, and so far they're doing a great job of it.
Okay, let me catch up with some tweets. Jamie Wilson says none of these chaps on here can actually play cricket at a decent level. Well, that's probably true because we're mostly around 55 to 60. But actually, some of us have played at a reasonable level back in the day. Kieran Roseblade says Will plays. Oh yes, Will does play disability cricket for England. That's right, isn't it, Will?
For England, did Somerset currently, and Somerset since I was about 15, and then Warwickshire while I was at uni.
Okay, MKD says Woke's bowling average in New Zealand is 68. So are we just about due a wicket after his 70 in the first innings? Well, probably. We've also got another super chat. Angrish has sent us £5 and says Stokes is a far better batsman when he plays himself in. No need to throw his wicket away. I think, yeah, we kind of worked that out. I think during the Ashes, wasn't it, to some extent. Back to you, Andy.
Okay, it's this next delivery to Brooke. It's finds its way through to the keeper. No danger there to the outside edge of Brooke's bat. And sorry, there was just a very small delay there, so twice.
And we'll play a little super chat jingle.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. Yep.
Ooh. Andy. Oh!
Absolutely.
Have we lost Andy? I think we've lost Andy. I'll have to sort of bring you up to date with what happened there. Is that Brooke went well outside his leg stump and he heaved that into the onside. It's an absolutely humongous shot. He's actually connected with it outside leg stump. And if you've been watching this on telly at all, he's hit that onto the top of the sort of marquee stand at Hagley Oval, and that has gone for 6. It's absolutely huge. Yeah, Andy has disappeared for the time being, so I'll keep going.
Oh,
he's back. Is he back?
Yeah,
Yep.
guide this one down to third man, but it's only able to find the gully fielder. Yes, that was a pretty remarkable shot there from Brooke.
That was incredible.
Also, it's a very, very clear demonstration of what England's intentions are here now. Is they've got a decent lead, or they've got a lead, and now that really came back into Brooke. He was backing away outside leg stump to that previous delivery, and it came in quite sharply against his waist area. Here's Salvey this time, and Brooke this time beats the dive of Glenn Phillips at the gully, and that's going to race away for another boundary. So England forcing the score along here. Brooks moved on to 170, so not too far off a potential double 100 here.
Yeah, someone was asking earlier how many.
Sorry, Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think I was speaking over my own jingle there. But yeah, someone was asking how many scores of over 150 he's got. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head. I can't remember. Ooh.
Yeah, this time Brooke gets a ball on the line of the stumps, and then once again he goes outside leg stump and just drags this one behind square, and pick up just a single this time. So that'll bring Stokes back on strike.
I'm just looking it up for you, Hendo.
Good man, good man. It's got to be a few, hasn't it? I mean,
I think this is his
Full score of over 150.
Yeah.
And
That's off the top of my head. I haven't looked it up yet.
well, if that's right, I mean, that in 22 tests, that's pretty astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he's going to hit a pack.
His away average must be climbing up towards 100 now.
Oh yes, he's been brilliant on the road, hasn't he?
Yeah, here is Stokes facing Southey, and played to Phillips and Gully in his no run. Yeah, it was 91, I think it was yesterday. Was his current away average. So it's pushing on a little bit from there.
Well, I mean, I read it completely wrong this morning. I said Brook, after the luck that he had yesterday, something could really, he could get out early today, but he's actually just kept on going. That said, he's had another chance today as well, hasn't he? He's another drop, but he's the kind of player that if you drop, he will make you pay.
Which he certainly has done to the New Zealand side in this innings. Of course, New Zealand. England 4 down for, what was it? It was 4 for 90 or 4 for 70? 70 for 4 at one point.
Yes, I think 71 for 4, yeah, when Pope and Brook came together, yeah. That's right. So what? I mean, they've added 310 for the loss of 1 wicket, and that was Pope out to that brilliant catch. But as we say, New Zealand have been architects of their own downfall in that respect. Let's do some more tweets. Steve Bruce says, is the fabulous Messi Jez going to be on tonight? Yes, he will be on after lunch. I can tell you that. In fact, Kieran Roseblade has said that. It's a bit early for him in Perth at the moment. Who's in Bear Towers today? Well, me, the Bear, Jason and Ditch. And of course, a reminder, if you can't stay with our commentary for any reason, you can look at our new blog. We're blogging this match, and we're going to be blogging Australia-India, the second test. That's a new offering from Guerrilla Cricket. So, we are doing just about everything we can to keep you informed and staying with us.
So, yeah, this is his 4th over 150.
Here's Henry beginning a new over, and that one beats.
That's it.
In fact, that's an edge. It's an edge. I thought it would beaten the outside edge of Brooks' bat, but in fact it was a thin edge through to Tom Blundell, and not much of a celebration there for New Zealand.
No.
But we finally held on to one. It was the simplest of catches to Tom Blundell, and Brook is on his way after a fantastic innings, albeit one which he should have been out at least 5 times. He's on his way to 171.
Absolutely, he's gone.
This is a great example, though, isn't it? I mean, the scorecard, if you look at it in a year's time, he's been in good form lately. He's scored 170 against New Zealand. It's like, well, yeah. But he should have been out when he was on 18, 40.
Yeah. I know. Actually, I did mean to look up and see what scores he was on when he was out. But you're saying that he was the first one was when he was on 18, which is yeah. I mean, that's a bit of a sickener, isn't it? I can't think of many. I'm sure someone out there will know. Maybe Zaltzman will be able to tell us. But I can't think of many batsmen who've been dropped 5 times in an innings, in a test innings.
I think Zoltz does on his personal sort of scorecard kind of thing. He does mark when they get dropped. So, but obviously that doesn't go onto the official scorecard. I think that's just for his own sort of statistical pleasure.
Yes, yeah, and I think I mean, obviously, going back, we didn't have anything like the level of detail that we have now in terms of stats, and that's still one that we don't really have, isn't it? It's, as you say, it doesn't go on an official scorecard. It's only relatively recently that we've had the run-outs have been sort of attributed to a particular fielder on the scorecard. So these things sometimes take time. Wokes is the new batsman. I shall jingle him up, although I'm getting a bit bored with the Wokes jingle. Anyway, I'll hold off until after this ball. Back to Andy.
bowling to the right-handed Wokes, and the first ball is played away past the square leg fielder. They'll take one as Ravindra does the fielding there.
Somewhere in Australia, Mog's just taken that as a challenge.
Brian.
Bored, are you?
Naman says it's his fourth. He confirms 2 against Pakistan, 2 against New Zealand of over 150. Shalimar 7100 says got to be the worst catching performance by us Kiwis in a bit. Yes, unquestionably, and there aren't too many teams that drop that many in a test innings, especially of one player. That's the remarkable thing.
Yeah, well, we had a rule in the team I used to play, and if you drop 3 catches, it's bad number 11 the next week. There's the ball from Henry to Stokes, he sways out of the way of a short pitch delivery.
God, I'd love to play in that team.
I'd love to be batting against that team.
Well, it happened to me actually. I dropped 2 off a off-spin bowler standing up to the stumps, and then I dropped another one, so I actually got to bat 11 the next week, but I actually second top scored. Here's Henry to Stokes, and defending a short of the length delivery into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I remember I think I may have told this story on Gorilla before. I remember playing in a Sunday game where 2 of us dropped 3 catches apiece, and we were fielding mainly at long off and long on, so we were shelling big catches, and we were kind of hysterical with laughter by the end of it.
Henry, and Stokes looks to pull this one away, and it just deflects away into the offside. I don't know what that came off, whether it came off his body possibly. He's certainly trying to play a full shot all the way into the gully region. Just watch the replay here. Yeah, just came off his just below his shoulder. Trying to pull that one away.
I think the fact that I've got more memorable catches than memorable drops shows you how few catches I've actually taken. Caught one off my nose, which was fun.
That is quite clever.
Yeah.
Was that deliberately taking it down on the nose, and there so you could gather it the second attempt?
Oh yeah, control on the nose, and then
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All part of the plan. Took 3 for actually.
Henry this time bowling a bouncer, which Stokes ducked under. No run.
That's the end of the over. 382 for 6. We'll do one more and then we'll have a change. George McPherson says 4 scores of 150 or more in 22 tests isn't bad. Well, it's not just not bad. It's brilliant. New ball, England still ahead. Just another wicket, please, says Shalimar 7100. Stokes and Wokes, says Angrish. The commentator's nightmare. At least we haven't got folks as well. Shows he's progressing as a player. That's in response about Harry Brook. Angrish asks, do you think the drops are a result of the man himself? They know how destructive Brook can be and the pressure gets amplified. I don't think so. I think you have players that when they get dropped, I mean, I guess KP's another of those, Coley, Ponting, people like that who will go on and make you pay. There are other players who will get dropped who can't score at that rate and may not make you pay quite as much. I don't think it's pressure because as a ball comes to you, you're not thinking of who the batsman is, unless of course it is perhaps that one in the deep in the outfield. You've got time to think about it a little bit.
Yeah,
but if you're at slip,
you're swirling under it kind of thing, I think then it gets in your head.
Yeah. Can't wait to watch this Brook guy in India, says Naman, but sadly it will take 4 long years now. Anyway, see him next summer, absolutely. Is that right? We don't play in India again for another 4 years?
Crazy.
Frank Rockefeller is with us. He says, finally Stokes on a mission. And Steve Bruce says, do you guys take power naps at any point during the evening?
Yes.
Well, the Bear did the other night when he was in. Well, it looks like
we're booting you out.
We're booting.
It is drinks.
Oh, it is drinks. So we're going to
top of the hour.
Yeah, we're going to have a break. Well, not a break. We're going to have a change of commentary. Nick is going to take over on Bull by Bull. The Bear is back. He's summarising, and Jason is going to come back and do socials. Over to you, Nick.
Evening all, evening Bear, and I've got to say that was more than a power nap the other night. You're selling it short.
Yeah, well it was about an hour and a half, wasn't it? Well, you know,
when there's snores, it's not a power nap.
No, it's true. I didn't even think I'd fallen asleep, but the next thing I knew, it was an hour and a half later. But it did allow me to go through with energy to the end of the day, and I struggle with these late nights. I didn't used to, but I now do.
Well, they're not easy. I've been feeling like a zombie in the daytime myself, but we are getting through it with the help of you all out there listening, and England have gotten through that first half of the session for the loss of 1 wicket. Harry Brook for 171, caught behind by Tom Blundell off the bowling of Matt Henry, but they were having a crack at that new ball, weren't they, Brook and Stokes?
Yeah, I don't think it's not a bad idea, get the score moving, keep it. You don't want to let them bowl to you. I mean, that's the whole thing about baseball, isn't it? You take it to the opposition when the time is right, and the time is right. You're ahead of the game now, slightly, only just, but if they can get 100 ahead, whilst it won't win them the game by an innings, but certainly if they can get 4 wickets by the time that.
Well, we're talking in the green room between ourselves and Ditch about why they are attacking the new ball quite so much. One is that it stops the swing.
Yeah.
They're going down the wicket. Gives it less opportunity to swing, because the bowlers don't get to set a rhythm and get a consistent line and length, and a fuller length in particular, where it will swing more and be more effective.
And certainly, actually, I mean, considering that we all thought it was going to nibble off the seam and do lots of shit on day one, it did bugger all on day one, didn't it? It was a sunny day. Every other day there's been a bit cloud in the morning.
Yeah, and there was a lot of seam movement yesterday as Southey's in for his 4th of the morning. He bowls, it's all draws Wokes' edge. Has it dropped just short of Tom Latham? He's celebrating. It looks like there's hand clapping. That's going to be England's 7th wicket down. Chris Wokes gone for 1.
That's annoying.
I thought that had fallen just short.
I thought so too.
I think we're going to have another look at it. The umpires are coming together and they're having a little chat. So we are going to go upstairs to review this, and we'll see.
It looked like he sort of picked it the way he did that and pulled away from it.
Yeah, I thought it was turf before
it looked like it was
fingers.
going to drop short to me.
They seem relatively confident. I think he might just have got his fingers underneath it, pushing his hands forward.
Yeah, there's a broad smile on Tim Southey's face, and we're having a look now. There was no pace off the bat from Wokes, and it was just dying, but Latham looks like he might have fingers underneath that. We're going to need a closer look to tell anything.
That's a much better catch attempt than all the ones he's shelled so far.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm on the fence here.
Oh, I'm on the fence as well. I think it's difficult, isn't it? I'd be tempted to say that may have hit the deck. You can see that not being given.
Yeah, you've got arguments for that either way.
And we're beyond the age of soft signal now, aren't we? They didn't. So it has to be really conclusive, doesn't it, for them to give this out? Oh, that's a better looking angle for New Zealand.
Yeah,
and it is. But then, is his hand open and is the ball on the ground?
I mean, for me, that's impossible to tell. You need better eyes than I to judge that.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing. I mean, with a zoomed-in picture from 100 yards away, there's no way you can tell that for sure.
It's not exactly pin sharp, that one, is it?
No, there's a little bit of fuzz creeping in there.
They'll probably go with the umpire's decision on the field.
Well, the umpire. I don't know if he gave it out.
No, I didn't see the umpire raise his finger.
See, from there, his fingers are open and they open up, and it looks like the ball goes onto the ground.
Yeah, the side-on view looks much more damning than the front-on, and I mean,
the fact it's sharper.
Yeah, and the fact that we've seen so many replays.
He definitely gets his fingers under the ball. The question is, do they burst into the ground at any one point?
Well, we're about to find out.
And it is out.
It is out.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep. Okay, it's one of these.
On your bike,
Well, I did say that I think New Zealand will be happy if they can get England out within 50 runs.
Drinks break does its business yet again.
Yeah.
First ball.
New ball. The ball's still pretty new. You know, it's only about 7 or 8 overs old.
And we always say a couple of quick wickets really changes the look of things. But England still with Atkinson and Cast to come, so there's a bit of batting there.
Yeah.
And I think they'll still
if they can get 20 each, if they can get 17 to 20, 15 to 20 each, and Stokes can kind of get half of that, again, that's another 70 runs, isn't it? And that's,
it is this man who's coming out to the crease. I'll jig him up.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Looking at it again, that's quite a hard push at the ball first up.
At pace, it looks like he caught it. When they slowed it down,
Yeah.
it looked a bit more.
And the replays always can look a little worse, can't they?
Yeah, they can. That's why they often get given none out.
As Southey's in again, second ball of his over to Gus Atkinson, who defends for no run. And I mean, whether you agree with the decision or not, it was a sharp catch from Latham, who's been the culprit of spilling three.
Well, he's spilled loads now.
3 yesterday.
Well, that's just him. I mean, this is what I mean.
7 in all, which is...
it must be they spilled 2 this morning? Or 1 this morning?
1 this morning. But I mean, it's an absolute bagful for Brooke to have been dropped 5 times alone. Is saying something.
Well, five drops and 171 runs is painful.
Yeah, it's 153 from the first time he was dropped.
As Southey's in again, wide on the crease, he gets a little bit of shape away. Atkinson leaves it well alone as it goes through to Blundell.
I think England will bowl better in the second dig. He looked a bit rusty in the first one as well.
I thought they were just a bit all over the place, and we saw New Zealand come out yesterday and really hammer away at a length consistently. They went scrambled seam a bit more, I thought, and got the ball to jag off the pitch as well as move through the air. So I think England will learn from that first innings, and I don't think the bouncer's particularly effective weapon on this pitch. I know we saw Cast get Mitchell with it, but I think they'd be better hammering away on that good sort of just short of good length.
Yeah.
As Southey's in again, it's shaped, but this time Atkinson plays just slightly away from his body. It's fended to cover for no run. Or is there an overthrow there? I saw Blundell leaping in the background. Kane puts up a hand of apology, but I think all's well that ends well.
Well, I think England will want to bowl in these conditions. Is it a question that the sort of clouds burn away in the afternoon in New Zealand? Because it looks sunny at the end of the day.
It has been a bit easier in the second and third sessions, hasn't it?
Yeah, every second session there have been lots of runs and no wickets. And the cloud definitely burned off yesterday, so the morning was the best time to bowl.
We only bowled for a little bit yesterday morning, didn't we, really?
As Southey bowls again, it's on Atkinson's pads this time, and he flicks it away through mid-wicket. It's uppish, but it's in the gap, and he's going to get back for a comfortable 2, or they have pushed on for a 3rd, and they get that easily, just jogging home for 3. So Gus Atkinson's up and running. And
nice little controlled clip that. They just
another century from Atkinson here.
Yeah,
nice.
I was at Lord's when he scored his century against Sri Lanka, and it was... the headlines were en route because he went level with Cook, but Atkinson's was chanceless and he looked like a top order player. I mean, the bowling was tired, but it was really impressive knock.
He seemed to pull it quite well, I seem to remember. He's good on the
hook.
He
does like to smash it over the boundary.
And he stepped down and slapped the spinner Prabhachaya Surya right back over his head for 6 a couple of times. I mean, he looked a proper player.
Good, because he's never really done it for Surrey. He's had a couple of... we can see the potential. He's a very clean hitter of the ball, but he didn't often stay around long enough to build a major innings.
As Southey's into Stokes, wide of the crease round the wicket, it's on his pads and Stokes flicks away through square leg. That might just get to the boundary. No, the fielder gets round, but Stokes is back for 2. It's 387 for 7 after 87.
Well, Stokes has got to go now, hasn't he, as well?
I think.
Or do you think he waits another wicket before he really goes ballistic?
No, I think it's time to tee off.
Yes, well, here we go. Ben McCormack, harbinger of doom, says England definitely going to throw this away after those 2 quick wickets. Frank Rockefeller says England back deep, forget the spinner.
Well, they do that. They do bat deep. I mean, you've got
Cast at 10. He's
who's got 2 first-class tons.
Yeah.
Kieran Roseblade brings the news that Graham Gooch, England's batting coach, has accepted a contract to become head coach of Uganda, presumably part-time.
Well,
Well, good for Uganda, I would say.
yeah.
And
Probably some, nicked money off the. off the
You said it, not me,
Yeah,
Ben.
I mean-
But it's great to see cricket growing
a bit
across
of graft
Africa.
going on there to pay him a fat salary.
As Henry's in, it's outside the off stump. Atkinson defends resolutely under his eyes. It's straight to cover for no run. So it'll be interesting how long they hold off before they introduce Nathan Smith, who I thought with a newish ball yesterday was really impressive. Grabbed those 2 big wickets right before the lunch break.
well, they had 7 overs a new ball, so possibly 9 overs as spells so far for these two.
And he's-
Maybe get 1 more over each out of them.
Yeah, you would have thought so. As Henry's in again, it's on the same sort of spot outside off stump. Atkinson defends, same result, no run to cover. And Smith and especially O'Rourke just have that extra yard of pace as opposed to Southey and Henry, and it seemed to trouble the batters yesterday, certainly before the ball got old and the sun came out.
That said, Bear,
What?
Henry did bowl a very long spell in his first.
Yeah, I think he was 7 overs,
7
wasn't he?
overs in a row for virtually nothing.
As he's in again, Matt Henry pushed into the offside, again no run.
Although I think most of that was, to be fair, against Bethel, and he was covering up and making sure they weren't in even more trouble.
I think Duckett got 40 odd again, didn't he?
He got 40 in about 40 balls, mainly through third slip.
Yeah. Well, they all count.
All count the same.
That's how he plays, man.
Southey's into Atkinson again. This time he almost gets it through gully, but Glenn Phillips, who pulled off a spectacular catch yesterday, is down low fast and prevents a run. I mean, he spilled an absolute dolly and then caught a blinder, didn't
Yeah,
He
I know.
spilled 2 dollies.
Yeah, he spilled another one today.
Yeah.
Well, no, he spilled 1 dolly yesterday and caught an absolute rocket, and he spilled another dolly today.
I don't think it's very easy seeing ground.
he? No, it doesn't look like it. I guess with the grassy banks
I
full
guess
of
if it
people.
goes up in the sky, it's easier, but if it comes out
the
the crowd.
flat ones, yeah.
Yeah, as Atkinson just pushes right to cover again for no run, so Henry's on the brink of a maiden here, which is a rare thing bowling at these England batters, especially when they're looking to really push the score on quickly.
No, I think you should consolidate a little bit for another 20 runs. Try and get another 20 runs without anything, and 60 ahead, 3 wickets left.
I agree, Bear, actually, and then you've got a free hit, don't you?
Yeah.
And if you can get it to 100, 120, you feel like you're really in the driver's seat.
Absolutely.
And this time it's off the outside half of the bat, but it skews away in front of point, and it's just slowing up in the outfield. It's not going to reach the boundary, but they might push back for a third. They do.
He's got 3 off the last ball of each last 2 overs.
And he'll keep hold of the strike. It's 390
Counts
for
to
7.
6.
Gus Atkinson moves to 6.
Ashley Partridge says, I think England should be trying to get 150 lead. Well, any lead up and over 100 will be very handy on this if we bowl, if England bowl well.
Well, you'd hope they bowl better in the first innings. I mean, first test for 4 or 5 weeks, not a lot of practice, no in-ground practice. They had 2-day President's game.
Yeah,
wasn't
sort of joke game, wasn't it,
Yeah,
really?
exactly.
Bat 12, bowl 12 type game. I think not official. Certainly, England made the most of the batting that they could do. Several people got a decent game. I can't remember what the day
Hector,
2 was.
If you're listening, I want an interview with the chicken.
And here he is, Nathan Smith, after 8 overs of the new ball. He's going to have a bowl.
Let's jingle him up.
Batsman quaking at the crease. They fear the moment of
As he's in to start his spell over the wicket to Atkinson, he gets a little bit of movement and Atkinson pushes into the offside. They're going to sneak through for a single, giving Ben Stokes the strike at long last. It seems like he's been down the other end for a good while now.
It does indeed. He's very, very Antipodean, isn't he?
Yeah,
Nathan
the
Smith.
tash and the mullet.
Tash and a mullet. I mean, you can't get more.
And the sunblock in sort of Ultimate Warrior style.
Yes, absolutely.
And quite stocky and
Yeah.
thick set.
And I thought he bowled really well. He swung the ball around yesterday at good pace, and so it'll be interesting to see if he can cause Stokes and Atkinson a few problems here.
He'd be an archetypal villain in some sort of movie, wouldn't he?
Yeah, sort of Mad Max villain.
Yeah.
Now he's got a bit of snarl about him as he's in again round the wicket to Stokes. It pushes back. Stokes doesn't look in full control of it. Gets turned around slightly and it squirts away towards point for no run.
This must be Stokes' best innings for about 18 months or something.
Yes, since that first test in India, did he get a 50 in that? And there's been nothing since.
I think, wasn't it the game where he went and opened because Crawley got injured and he got smacked to the fastest or second fastest 50?
Yeah, that's right, Jason.
Right,
one of the
but that was in
last
the summer.
test against West Indies, I believe.
Yeah.
So
that was the only innings of note all summer, I think.
Smithson again wide of the crease. He gets it to shape back towards Stokes, who pushes it to mid-off for no run.
Didn't he do that so we could finish that game on the night or something rather than go?
Yeah, and then have a game of golf the next day.
Well, they love a bit of golf, this lot. They've had some already on this tour. I don't think they'll have time to get in any between these two tests because they're fairly quick back-to-back, aren't they?
Yeah, 4 days between each one and that's it. Done.
Well, they might sneak in a round or two.
I'm sure they'll manage.
As Smith's in wide of the crease, it's full and Stokes drives it. The man at mid-on is back on the sort of edge of the ring, so they're going to get through for a comfortable single.
It's odd position that for Ken Williamson. It's neither fish nor foul. It's not all the way back. It's not sort of defending a single. It's just, here's a single, have that.
It's strange. I don't know whether they're anticipating that Stokes is going to charge down and try and smash it over there.
He's there for the attempt that he smashes over the top and mishits it, doesn't he? But he gets it too long for a traditional mid-on and goes over him. And it's the mishit.
As Smith comes over the wicket to Atkinson, who turns it into the onside. They're thinking about a second and it's going to be there easily for them. So Gus Atkinson's made a start, 9 from his first 12 deliveries.
That really is money for old rope bowling.
Yeah.
It's poor, isn't it, on the pads.
Even the number 11 is going to get 2 off that one. No, all he has to do is get bat on it, and there's wide vacant area on the leg side where you can place it with relative ease. And
while he caused a lot of problems yesterday, Smith, he was also leaky, 108 in his 22nd over. As this time Atkinson pushes nicely into the offside, into the gap for a comfortable single. That'll be the end of the 89th. England are 395 for 7.
He can count to 6 again. Okay. Let's see. Ashley Partridge and Kieran Roseblade are trying to work out what Jay's saying. Jay Grover, I think. Not that Jeff Tom says, when War Pig is your jingle, you're probably doing something well.
Yeah. Well, I don't. It doesn't look that good to me, I have to say. He looks a bit fourth seamer.
Yeah, that wasn't his best over, and he did spray it about at times yesterday. I think O'Rourke was guilty of that too, and you can see they were more expensive certainly than Henry and slightly more expensive than Southey. As Henry continues, that's a jaffer of a ball. It's beaten Atkinson all ends up, but he's got an inside edge onto his pads, I think, and it squirts away safely in front of the slip cordon.
Yeah, he's got quite a braced front leg when he plays that shot.
And it's just nibbled back off the seam, hasn't it? And you're right, it's not really getting forward to that. It's
it's gone off high in the air off his pads. You thought someone might have...
You might end up with a suicide point to catch that thing shortly. No, an Ollie Pope special.
It's dangled temptingly and then dropped right into no man's land, hasn't it?
As you say, because he's not getting the full stride in, therefore he's not getting over the ball.
As Henry continues over the wicket to Atkinson, who looks more compact this time, defending it for no run.
Ashley Partridge says Stokes is playing a safe innings. Yes, but he's not really gone on after he's got to 50. He's not had much of a strike either.
No, he's been starved of it, hasn't he? Every last ball of the over, Atkinson's getting himself down the other end. He clearly fancies facing a few balls, and I think it's a matter of time before Ben Stokes tees off, but he's going to pick his moment. As Henry's in again, it's short, and Atkinson pulls confidently in front of square, and that's going to race away to the boundary for 4 runs.
He likes that.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it?
He's onto it quick.
And in total control of it.
Yes, very nice wacka wacka there from Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. So front foot pull, and it's in the air, but it's placed into a gap, and it's gone the whole way. Well, I thought that had bounced well in front of the boundary, but it's stayed flat, hasn't it? And
Smaximum.
Real Smaximum, and this time he shows a bit of guile, just opening the face of the bat and trying to run it past Gully. He can't beat Glenn Phillips, so it'll be no run.
Glenn Phillips is a bit of a live wire in that position.
He is. They showed on
for
highlights
a short man,
yesterday.
He covers a lot of area.
He really does, and he was formerly a keeper, and he caught one off Marnus not long ago that was very similar to that catch off Pope yesterday. He's good on the boundary too. He's a real all-action cricketer, isn't he?
Glenn Phillips.
Yeah,
he is.
Does a bit of everything. As Henry's in again, this time it's on off stump, and Atkinson pushes it towards mid-on for no run.
He's just waiting for the last ball so he can nick another single.
Yep. Will the trend continue and Ben Stokes carry on languishing at the non-striker's end?
Oh, he's the highest overseas batsman, isn't he now? Harry Brook at this ground.
Wow, well, there's some stats coming out of this ground. I saw that Bashir was the second spinner to take 4 wickets in an innings, and now Brook has the highest score by a visiting batsman.
Well, they've not played that many tests at Hagley since
it's short again, and Atkinson pulls out the same pull shot, but this time he has found the fielder, has he? Just dropped short of Rachin Ravindra out there.
Must have done.
I thought that was right into him, but
no, it must have bounced.
Bounced just short, because that'll be over. 402 for 7. A bit of panic over nothing.
I thought he hit straight down his throat.
As did I.
But no one celebrated. It's
Ashley
difficult to see the
Partridge
ball.
says, "Let's try spin." Think that's an idea. Well, yes, I think if Ben Stokes or Gus Atkinson see spin on this wicket, they'll probably have a couple of balls to look at it and then try to launch it.
Definitely have a go at it. A bit over of Glenn Phillips before lunch might not be the worst idea.
Well, possibly.
And Ashley Partridge says, Gus doesn't like spin.
I'm sure I'll have a go. Rachin bowls a bit of left hand as well, doesn't he?
He does.
Spin.
As Nathan Smith's to continue, it's wide, and Atkinson plays a glorious cover drive. That has raced away to the fence for 4 runs.
Well, there's a 20 off of him.
Like a trace of bullet.
Come in no time, hasn't it? Off
Yeah.
20 balls, and I think that was slightly aerial. I think Tim Southey was interested in the covers, but it's absolutely flown past him. And it's by no means a half volley. The ball's on a good length, and he's just stood and delivered and cracked that through cover.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah,
It's gone through him almost.
yeah, it's gone through.
Burst through Southey's hands.
Yeah, basically. But he isn't very far from the bat, and he did time that particularly well.
It was sweetly struck.
And that's it. If he gets 20 and Carter gets 20 and Stokes gets another 30, and then we're at 120, 115 lead.
As Smith continues, it's short, and Atkinson pulls that pull out again. This time it's going to go straight to the man just in front of square for an easy single, as we finally see Ben Stokes on strike.
And Atkinson consciously playing that one down after the last one, went quite close to the man, sort of lurking on the boundary.
Yeah, he would have had his heart in mouth moment, and now he's decided to just roll the wrists and keep it down. It's sensible, because, I mean, if he can bat through till lunch and support Ben Stokes, then England will be in a really commanding position.
Well, at the moment, Ben Stokes is supporting Atkinson, I'd
yeah,
say.
I don't think he's contributed, more than a couple to this partnership?
I don't think so. He hasn't faced many balls, to be fair.
Smith's round the wicket to Stokes, who pushes into the offside. There won't be a run there. It's straight to the man at point.
It's that man, Phillips.
Yep, ball's following him around, and I think he probably quite likes that.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Stokes, on the other hand, I don't imagine likes being stranded at non-striker's end for too long, and you always wonder if there's a big shot coming with him.
Well, the lead's nearly 60 now.
Yeah, it's that mark you said, Bear, where they start to feel like they're in front of the game and they can maybe look to expand and explode a bit.
Yeah.
Chris Taquire is making a jingle request after this ball.
Smith's into Stokes' pad, and he just pushes in into the leg side. There's an easy single to the man at mid-wicket.
He says, as Hendo's getting bored with the Wokes jingle, why? It's a great jingle. I'm sure our supreme jingler can do something with Taylor Swift's Hoax, maybe.
Who? What? Huh?
Apparently Taylor Swift has a song called Hoax, which they might repurpose for Chris Wokes' jingle, or Ben Folks' jingle, or Ben Stokes' jingle.
I don't know if we want Taylor Swift on here.
I don't think we've got any Swifties in the tower tonight.
I think they might get pinged a few times.
Yeah, you can alter it enough, it won't. But
as Smith comes back over the wicket to Atkinson, it's short, and he pulls again. This time he's found the gap, and it's raced
shot.
away between the two men deep for 4 runs.
Quality stuff here from Gus.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It really is. He's not afraid to play his shot. Smith clearly thinks that he can get him caught on the boundary with that short ball, but he's controlling it really nicely. That one isn't in the air for long at all, and he's bisected the two fielders. It's raced away between them.
You know who Nathan Smith reminds me of? Have you ever seen The Kingsman?
Yeah, I have.
Yes. It's the American...
The dad. No, the dad. Suggsy's dad, or whatever his name is. Spud's
Eggsy's dad.
Yeah.
Eggsy's dad.
Eggsy's dad. The one in the pub. He's the gangster who's married to his mum, or his mum's boyfriend or something.
I can remember him, but I can't recall his face, Bear.
I can, and you're spot on.
Yes.
As
I'm going to get him up on Google and I'll show him to you.
Atkinson pushes Smith away to deep backward point for a single, so he will retain the strike again. He's hogging it all from Ben Stokes. And what do we got on the socials, Jace?
Chris Quire says, if you want to know how many tests have been played at Hagley, the Bishop and Jeremy Coney have the answer. Somewhere in the stream of consciousness that went on for hours and hours and hours that Bear missed because he was otherwise engaged in the latest Bishop and Bear.
Yeah, it was
multi-hour production.
And if anyone at home has missed it, we might have it in the lunch break again tonight.
Well, part 1 or part 2 or part end of it. So it's too big for one podcast, I think. I think it's been split over 2.
Right,
thought we might see this.
Yep, it's the big man. Will O'Rourke is going to be into the attack. He's bowled 19 overs for 89 runs, and here's his jingle.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Absolute spit.
Probably never 50 because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that.
As O'Rourke starts over the wicket to Atkinson, who pushes that beautifully. It's sort of a back foot punch to the man at deep point for a nice easy single. Played some really confident shots, hasn't he, Gus Atkinson?
Yeah. He's always a confident batsman. Just gets him out sometimes.
Yeah.
But he can score quick runs, and this is perfect. This is what England need. He's a number what, 9? He's batting here at number 9.
Batting at 9 and making it look easy.
Yeah.
Having Cast at 10 is somewhat ridiculous.
Yeah, it's great.
Both these guys will be batting at 8 in almost any other side.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a big drop off from Cast to Bashir, isn't it?
It is, but it doesn't really matter when you get down to Bashir by then, does it?
As O'Rourke comes round the wicket to Stokes, he's wide on the crease. Stokes pushes it into the offside, and it's a sharply run single. So they're keeping the scoreboard ticking, these two. England's lead is now at 67, and New Zealand will just probably start to be feeling a bit tetchy about this.
Bit panicky.
They certainly won't want to be in the field for another hour or so, because then...
Fat girl's been caught eating. Sorry.
Oh, that's cruel.
It is cruel, but she looked embarrassed.
It happens to all of us.
Or maybe she's supposed to be at work.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, the sheepish, skiving look. As O'Rourke comes back over the wicket to Atkinson, it's wide and it's flushed out through the covers. That is going to race away for another boundary for Gus Atkinson, who races to 32.
It's me, and she. It's me, and she.
Well, life's easy for Gus Atkinson at the moment.
Yeah, and that was a full-blooded swing of the bat, and it's pinging off it right now.
I mean, that's not...
Certainly is.
That's a lovely shot, sort of on the up.
Yeah, I mean, these are not half volleys. There wasn't a great deal of foot movement there, but he watched it onto the bat, and he swung right through it. And he's getting a pat on the back or a bump of the fist from his captain as O'Rourke continues. This time it's a little bit straighter. Atkinson pushes away from his body and gets it through the infield to the man at deep point for a single.
I don't think Stokes will mind not having much strike here. I think he's happy that Atkinson's just scoring runs.
I think he thinks he's got the best seat in the house watching this.
Yeah, he's got a broad smile on his face.
And Atkinson's loving it.
Well, they might, because this has been a really useful little partnership for England.
Yeah, it's raced along, isn't it? I mean, what, they came together at about 40? That's now...
Yeah, suddenly the lead's up at 72.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Atkinson's on 33 and probably of a 40 partnership, if that. 33 of a 35 partnership, more likely.
As O'Rourke switches round to Stokes, it's short, but it's far too short. It's over the batter's head, and Blundell takes a leaping take, a good take to save the byes, but it's given as a wide, and I don't think that's too unfair.
No, there's been quite a few short wides.
Yeah, they've been tight on them, and I think it's a good thing that it stops bowlers just banging it in ridiculously short.
Carr's had a few, didn't he?
He did. And we've seen leg side wides given as well, which you sort of rarely see in tests.
Oh, I hadn't seen any of those, but yeah, good.
As O'Rourke continues round the wicket to Stokes, he's wide on the crease, it's in at his pad. Stokes has turned around slightly, it bounces up to the man at gully, but it's off the pad, so nothing to be too concerned about there.
Oh, no, O'Rourke looked like he wanted to appeal. I thought he got inside edge on that, but clearly not.
Yeah, well, no one looked very excited out in the middle, did they? We're going to have a look at it now. It was swinging back in.
Oh, no,
and then it's straight onto the thigh pad, or just possibly that awkward spot between the top of the pad and the bottom of the thigh pad where it really hurts.
It's travelled some distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with no pace, which is always an indicator that it's hit that soft pad.
And we are going to have a change at the end of this over. People are coming in.
As O'Rourke comes in for the last ball of the 92nd. Stokes advances down the pitch, but he gets inside of it and it's through to Blundell for no run. So England are 4-2-1 for 7. Their lead is 73, and that's all for me.
Yeah, and it's all for me as well. The bear is probably going to have to change position.
Yeah, I'll go over there. Do you want to go and sit in the middle here, Ditch? Anyway, well, Adjit's not here yet, is he?
No, he's not.
Funnily enough.
So, what do you want to do about that?
Well, I'll come over there. Do you want a break? Or you're all right?
I don't mind. I can have a break. You can get one of the other two
well,
to continue.
if Nick wants to come back in because he's going at lunch, you have a little chat. Well, okay, I can't do anything until you've got headphones on and mics going. Do you want to send Nick back in? But can you send him in with another IPA, Hazy Jane for me, please?
Yeah, Bear needs another beer. And Nick's going to come in. Bear's changing seats. I'm just waiting for the next ball to happen.
Can you bring me in a beer?
Which will be happening right now. I'll do one ball of commentary here.
That's all right.
Bear's here.
Driven by... Oh, lovely, thank you very much. Driven up to mid-off. No great timing by Atkinson. And there is no run. So who's doing what then? So Ditch, you're doing the socials?
Am I?
Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
Phone. There you go. Adjit may turn up. He often gets his rotors wrong, does Adjit? Poor lad. Gets a bit confused over there in the Netherlands.
Where am I getting socials from there?
That's blue sky and shit, and that's off the pads and just balloons out into the offside, and there's no run. That's YouTube.
Oh, like I'm going to get
Careful with that.
I'll get them.
Yeah, it can be a bit finicky and lose picture over there and stuff. 4-2-1 for 7, England are. As we've got half an hour till lunch, England, I think, will be pretty happy with this morning, won't they?
Really happy. They've raced along 100 odd in the first 18 overs of this session, and if they can crack a few more in, the last half hour, they'll be in a great position.
I think they just bat till they're all out, don't they? That's into the pads of Atkinson. His back foot slipped a little bit, and he works into the leg side, and they get an easy enough single.
Yeah, I don't see any sense in a declaration at this time of the day, Bear. I think they'll, bat through.
Nah, you just bat until everyone's out. And hope you can get some early wicket. I mean, the thing is, I do think the Kiwi lineup is, again, they bat very deep as well. And they've got a lot of potential guys who seem to like batting against England.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Daryl Mitchell he's averaging, 70 odd against England still. He hasn't been in the best recent form.
Well, long may that... Oh, what the hell is Stokesy playing at? It's a big wahoo! Fortunately, he gets an edge that goes flying over the only solitary slip, but far enough over his head that it's made itself down to the boundary for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, he's really swung through that, hasn't he?
He's just had a big swing. He's got a bit of a ding on it, but no control whatsoever. But the lead moves on to 78, and England will be loving it. Can we have some super chats, please? And don't forget GPL. Got that till lunch as well. He's had a little fish at that one of Stokes, and it's gone through to Blundell, and there's no run. Been chancing his arm this morning as Stokes. He's not actually given a chance, but could have given many.
My phone has been completely useless at getting the live chat up.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
there you go.
There it comes. That's come up now. That's good.
Indeed.
Yeah, he's had a few pass by the bat by not a million miles, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. He's fished it a lot. And not a lot has happened. Fortunately, he's not connected with him. Smith around the wicket. That's time. He just works into the leg. So I think it's about a single. But there is a mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's the end of the 93rd, 4:26 for 7. Give us some social stitch. Oh, look, we've had a super chat. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Easy Ollie.
Easy Ollie.
$2, €2.
Fine. Excellent.
Fine, he
Good
said.
man.
Thank you.
Good man.
Marvellous.
Top man.
Have we had the one about the Ugandan Cricket Association?
What, getting gooch?
Yeah, get it. We've obviously had that then.
We're probably at... Oh no, well, Kieran, however, the head of the Ugandan Cricket Association.
Chris the Choir says, long time no see, Ditch. How's Hugh? Hugh is my brother. So I think Chris was at school with him, something like that. Anyway, I can't quite remember. He's all right, Chris, is the answer. Doing pretty well, ensconced in his...
You were at school with Chris?
No. He knows my brother Hugh, and the only reason I can think he knows him is because he was at school with him.
Oh, okay. That's defended into the ground, and there is no run.
But I can't be absolutely sure about that. Chris will let us know, I'm sure. He lives in his little hermitage on the Isle of Sheppey with about 35 cars. And we see him occasionally. He comes up and does my mum's garden and stuff for her once a month. So that's the Pulpy family news for this evening.
Yes, lovely. As I found out earlier, time moves on a lot. Your daughter used to come to the cricket, and I said to you, she must be in her late 20s. I found she's 40. I was like, fuck me, time moves on. Big swing from Gus Atkinson, gets it square out to the man in the deep. It's Devon Conway. He'll get another single.
Yep.
The lead creeps on. Is that now to 80 or is that 79? 79.
And it's absolutely flying off Gus Atkinson's bat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every time he makes contact.
He's loving it.
Do we have this one from Angrish? What would you say to a nice cup of tea?
No, we didn't.
Feck off cup.
Okay. Oh, God, it was the Irish general election today.
Yep, Sinn Féin won the exit poll, apparently.
Wow. They're winning everywhere.
Some weird election results this year.
Well, indeed. Well, really, they're weird now. That is a nicely timed shot by Stokes. O'Rourke is back in and he's around the wicket, and that tons up for him. And Stokes times it beautifully. Not a massive follow through, just punches it up through mid-off. He's a little bit wide and beats him on the inside. And it makes its way down to the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'd love to see Stokesy get a ton.
As would I, Bear. It's been a while.
It's been a long, long while.
And that was a good sign. Lent on it, and
yeah.
It beat mid on comfortably.
Well, when he's batting well, his timing is exquisite. This one he goes back away to the leg side.
Yeah, and he's been the
followed, and there's no run.
He's been the quiet partner, hasn't he, in 2 partnerships this morning. First to Brooke and then to Atkinson, and so I want to get in on the act, and I could see him knocking a few around at some point if he can stay there.
Well, yeah, you think so. He still looks a little bit skittish, but you know.
I've got to go back to the Ugandan cricket stuff.
Okay.
I've had instructions from one of our listeners.
Okay.
And I will do shortly when my phone stops showing me adverts. So, yes.
You have to actually speak into the mic.
Yeah,
These
sorry,
things, you
sorry.
know, you have to put it up to your lip. That's why it's called a lip mic. Backs away to Stokes. It goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
You always tell me that and I always forget. But
Yes.
I've remembered now and it's up right against my lips now. So, Kieran Roseblade says, breaking news. England batting coach Graham Gooch has reportedly accepted a role to become the head coach for the Ugandan Cricket Association. The contract is reported to be outrageously lucrative. However, the head of the Ugandan Cricket Association has defended the amount of money involved in this deal, citing, "What is good for the Gooch is also good for Uganda." I missed that
Did
before.
someone say, and someone after that said 500 Kareka. Is that the local currency or something? Is it like crore or something? I don't know.
That I don't know, but it could well be.
Or is that just nonsense? Down the leg side, rising, but well ridden by Stokes. Lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. He's on 69 of 130. Atkinson is 35 of 31. England are 431 for 7 after 94 overs, and that's a lead of 83, and it's all looking quite good for England.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Kieran, for that amusing joke. They used to do those sort of jokes on one of those news shows on Radio 4. So maybe you can get yourself a job writing for Radio 4.
They still do that sort of thing on Have I Got News for You?
Yeah. They're probably looking for some good script writers and some decent jokes.
How long's that show been going? Christ.
A very long time. And
they've got an American version now that was on. You see it on the TV during American election time.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the American version, but they had the host of the American version on the English version just after Trump won. He was quite funny.
Yeah, Trump.
I know. I haven't been on since that dark day.
Yeah,
but
he's going to fuck it up though, so it's all right.
Yeah, he will definitely. Well, he's already fucking it up,
of
isn't
course
he?
He is, yeah.
He's made 4 picks that have already been banned, I think. So something
well,
like
at least one. The other, there's at least 3 or 4 that probably will. Well, will they? I thought they might well just get shoved through, but they'll fuck it up if they're in power.
Yeah.
And it'll just make them look like a bunch of fucking idiots. Which, you know. Anyway, enough of that. Atkinson is going to face up as Smith is going to continue. 2 for 125 off 24 overs, so he's going over 5 and over.
Yeah, he's gone about, apart from those 2 wickets in and over yesterday. It's been a toil for him.
Eggsy's dad. It's played up through a vacant mid-off, and there's no one there, and no one down the ground, so they're probably going to get back for 2 as it's chased down.
Sneakily run couple.
Yeah. Ratchin chases it down. Now the question will be, if England keep them out long enough, will they A, be dispirited, and B, be quite tired, and will that allow England to nip out a couple of early ones?
Well, yeah, we're coming on 100 overs now, aren't we? And these are those really long overs when you've got looking for those last 3 wickets and you think you can go bang bang, and then you're suddenly on the end of a partnership, and it feels all very hard work.
It's not just England who struggle to take tails, you know.
Everyone has their days.
Everyone has their days, indeed. Smith pulled. Is that going to be out? No. Not sure if it bounced before it got to Willow Walk, but he looks a bit disgusted with himself.
Awkward one for the big man.
It was an awkward one for the big man, and it bounced off him.
Yeah, Smith doesn't look very happy about it.
There's no run. I'm not sure it did actually get there in the end.
No.
I'm not sure he judged it. I'm not sure he even saw it. Let's have a look. Down, 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 down. No, it bounced before him, and it bounced up into him.
Yeah, it was miles short.
But Will O'Rourke quite rightly just dropped someone for the amount of drops he's had off him. Well, certainly one this morning with Glenn Phillips.
So I think we'll have to start our election results service tonight, won't we? Because we are a semi-Irish station, of course, being renowned for covering Irish cricket. And apparently, according to Pirate Badshaw, Sinn Féin are down, though, on 2020. All the big parties are down. It's the Social Dems who will make big seats gains tomorrow. It's based on the exit poll data.
Okay. Clipped nicely by Stokes up towards long on. They've got a single. I presume it's a proportional system over there, so everyone gets seats allocated to their votes like a sensible system should have, unlike our whack system.
Oh, it's a ridiculous system.
The Ugandan currency is a shilling, of course it is, because they're right next door to. They are right next door to Kenya. They also use the shilling.
Yes, shillings. Yes, I should have known that. Kenyan shillings. I knew about Kenyan shillings. We used to have to price property in Kenya in shillings.
Well, indeed, the Kenyan shilling, when I last went out, was about 140, and earlier this year it was at 200. Should have bought a fucking house out there.
Yes, that would have been a good investment.
It would have been a good investment. If, come back and there's Flash. Now is he going to get down this time? No, I think he's going to get 6. Is he going to get 6?
I think so, right?
Yeah, 6.
Into the boundary boards.
Wait, look, Gus Atkinson's going on for a quick spin. It's not going to be England's fastest Test 50, is it? But 44 of 34 deliveries.
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
It is pretty impressive.
Well, mind you, he got his 100 in.
I mean, that would have been if it had left that, it would have been a wide.
Yeah.
Because it was above his head.
And I don't think it's anywhere near the middle of the bat.
No, I think it's a big fat top edge.
Yeah, that should almost just be called the no ball, shouldn't it? So you should have got an extra run for the no ball part of it.
No, don't give it if you.
If you hit it,
it's a wide anyway. I think it's only a no ball if it's the third over the head.
I was thinking right.
Because
if they've given their 2.
Well, he's gone outside off stump this time, crashed it through the offside, out towards wide long off, and he's going to get 4 more. He moves on to 48. This is outrageous.
It's not even broken sweat yet as well.
No, he hasn't. Off 35 deliveries.
And that really was outrageous. He stepped well outside a leg stump inside it, and he's toyed with the bowler there.
He's just swatted it through the offside, hasn't he?
Jeremy Henderson says, "Morning all. The GPL is now at £118, closing in 15 minutes."
Oh, it is. Yeah, what are we? 13 now.
Right. Well, get on if you want to make some money.
We still use the code for the GPL that you made.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Now that's gone up. Is he going to get 50? He's not going to get 50. Oh, crash into each other. And it's been caught. Atkinson's gone. He didn't make his 50. But England's lead is 97, and we've still got 2 batsmen left. And Stokes is still there, and he's been very quiet for a while. It's a fantastic little cameo from Atkinson, just what you need from a number 9. 48 off 36 deliveries. England are 445 for 8.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Glenn Phillips who caught that one, so he's dropped 2 and caught 2.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
He gets everywhere. Steve Bruce asks, do you guys eat in the middle of the night? What's for lunch? Well, it's pizza, isn't it, Ben?
Well, we got a couple of pizzas delivered by Brian. Brian in Brisbane.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Beer and pizza.
Big up, Brian.
Talking of which, I'm going to put my microphone down and open my lovely beer that you sent.
The great thing about night games is it feels totally normal to drink lots of beer.
It's lovely. And I've been doing a fair bit of snacking during the lunch breaks.
Yes. Yeah, that too.
Yes. Thank you. Very nice beer.
Well, next man in will be coming in at number 11. Number 10, sorry, is this man.
Stick your hopes of victory up your cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
And Stokes giving his fellow Durham man. They played a fair bit together, I'd imagine.
He said, right, Bryden, don't get yourself outside. I want 100 here.
Well,
or he might be saying, just give it another thrashing, mate. You know,
well,
another 50.
I think he probably is saying that, isn't he? And then he's thinking,
probably.
well, when you have a go, I'll just play and I'll try and swat it as well. But you have a go, and then when Shoaib comes out, I'll take over.
Yeah. Decent take in the end from Glenn Phillips with Devon Conway right up his arse.
Yeah, they looked like they were going to crash into each other for a minute.
It could have been a horrible War Gillespie sort of moment,
yeah.
but he's clung on well. He's action man in the field, and God, what an innings from Gus Atkinson. I love watching him bat when he's in that sort of mood.
Yeah, exactly.
Ben McCormick says, with a smiley faced icon, just throwing it away.
Ha ha. Yeah. Oh, it's like a Mac Lads reunion. Beer and sex and chips and gravy. Do you know the Mac Lads?
I do not know the Mac Lads.
Ah, the Mac Lads.
Is that before my time, Bear?
I think so. They used to play at my sixth form common room. And Sweaty Betty, Beer and Sex and Chips and Gravy. 2 of the songs I can remember. They're kind of like sort of thrash heavy metal with stupid lyrics. And they were from Macclesfield, hence they were the Mac Lads. I believe that's the case anyway. Ravinder is down at deep backward point, and it's thrashed there by Stokes. He'll get himself a single. Cast will face up his first ball.
No sheep till Buxton, apparently.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, Buxton. You were talking about my daughter earlier, Bear. That's where she got married, Buxton.
Ah, okay. Very nice place to get married,
Yeah.
Buxton. Still with the same husband?
Well, she's on her second husband now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Carrying on the family.
The first one, carrying on the family tradition. Yeah, the first one turned out to be a bit of a dead loss, as quite a few boys at the cricket club predicted. He was issued a few death threats by some of the lads at the cricket club that if he ever did anything to hurt her, they'd come and get him.
Oh, right.
Now
that's a decent attempt at a Yorker by O'Rourke, and unfortunately, somehow Carter's dug that out and it's bounced over the top of the slips and gone down to the third man boundary, and it's got one of these. I think he's just jammed about, isn't it? So it's a bump ball.
Jammed it down. It's a real piece of fortune, and O'Rourke likes that Yorker. I've seen him bowl a handful now, which is unusual for such a tall man in Test cricket especially, but it's something England are going to have to remain watchful of.
Well, and beautifully, that takes England's lead to over 100, 102, and we've got, 8 minutes before lunch, so
that's the magic number, isn't it? And now it's all
gravy.
It's all gravy. It's all bonus from here. But I mean, Bryden Cast, what a bit of luck that is.
Yeah, and Bryden Cast's strike rate at the moment 400.
Oh, are they trying to go for an appeal? No, they can't be going for an appeal. Maybe they were thinking he jammed his toe, but he jammed his bat on it. There's no bloody toe in it.
No
they
toe there at
seriously?
all. Seriously?
Have they gone for a review? No. No, they had gone for a review.
Oh, I think it was an umpire's review, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks like it's being.
No, it was a New Zealand review.
They lost their review.
It must have done.
Yeah.
I assume they thought it hit his boot.
Very misguided.
Yeah, it was misguided. But I guess there's only 2 wickets left. You've got 3 reviews left. I never understand this thing. We wasted a review when there was 8 wickets down. Who gives a shit when there's 8 wickets down?
No, they're free at that stage,
they're
aren't
free
they?
at that stage, exactly. Let's cut out to the man on the point boundary, Devon Conway. It'll be a single.
So Easy Ollie says, watch Atkinson run through the NZ top order after batting like that. Yeah, could well be. Gonna have his tail up, won't he?
Well, this is it. I mean, this is often the way it goes, isn't it? I mean, this is why it's good. You know, if they can add another 30 runs, it might really dispirit the Kiwis. They'd have really wanted to get England out this morning before lunch, and they're going to have to go into the afternoon session.
Yeah, they wanted to get England out for another 40, didn't they?
It's a rude awakening after you just spanked India 3-0 at home, isn't it? You come back to your backyard. Mind you, everyone at home seems to be losing. The Indians lost at home. Then they've gone out to Australia and absolutely hammered them in that first test. Kiwis, now that's down the leg side, short and over the batsman. Is that going to be given as a wide? I don't think it is.
Not, because it kind of passed over his back, didn't it? But
yeah,
I think it should.
Well, in a way it should, but I guess he followed the batsman.
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking combined width and height, but it doesn't work like that, does it? It's one or the other.
Add them all together. Yeah, it's
yeah,
a wide.
I mean, it's filth.
It is absolute filth. But then I guess Stokes did give himself.
Yeah, he's tried to follow him, hasn't he? I guess.
Stokes went just slightly too early, didn't he? He saw him move.
And O'Rourke in. This time it is swatted by Stokes, and he's got hold of it, and it's gone out to Cow. And there's no one out there. And it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
England score moves on to 455 for 8.
And that was a meaty strike from Stokes, wasn't it? The first time we've really seen him get a hold of one.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though, how he's been playing. He's been largely playing those big smashes and stuff. Not aerially, though.
No.
So a bit lower risk than trying to smash it over the top.
Backing away a lot and really looking to get his arms through the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of backing away. Anyway, O'Rourke is in. He's backed away again. This time he's cut it into the offside, down towards backward point, and then to be a single.
It's extraordinary.
End of the over, though, so he'll retain the strike.
Yeah, so he hasn't had a huge amount of the strike
Recently.
since Atkinson came in.
Leads by 108, England. Over to you, Ditch.
Well, there are no more here. I don't know if I can't see what's happening on the... and now I've lost my headphones. It's a disaster. I've had my hair cut, so the headphones don't stay on.
No, yeah, there isn't. That is... we're up to date. let's have a look. See if we got anything on. Is this Blue Sky or is this Twitter? I don't know. I think that's Blue Sky. And there's nothing new on Blue Sky. And if we go to Twitter, who's with us on Twitter? Anybody?
Jeremy Henderson says rattle-mitators against their old dirt box is,
what?
I'm told, probably one of the McLeod's best lines.
McLeod. Ah, right, yes.
Rattle-mitators against their old dirt box.
Yes.
Fantastic.
That's bounced off Blundell behind the stumps. And they'll get a bye, I believe. Are they going to get a bye?
Yeah, buys, I think. Nothing from Stokes on the way through there.
Yeah, it's one of those lovely innuendo lines that kids of today would have no idea what it meant whatsoever.
I think Sweaty Betty. I don't even want to say it, actually.
Yeah, it involved a lot of Bradman, did it?
Yes.
Yeah.
She had a big Bradman, basically.
Right.
Anyway, England 4-5-7 for 8, lead of 109. Cast is facing up 5-9 out of 2 deliveries. Fortunate 4 over the top of the stumps. And Smith, he's got 340, but that's just off had 25 overs. He's going at nearly 6 and over. He's around the wicket doing. He's doing the old Wagner thing, but he's a right armour. So, coming around the wicket, bowling short stuff.
I suppose that's Mr. Rolite says, will you be ditching Twitter at some point? Well, I assume he means that system run by the Muscovite himself.
Yeah, the Muscovite. What we found is that people have just deserted it. You're all on YouTube now, which is great.
Yeah.
And it helps us. People just seem to have deserted it. I started noticing it kind of about 9 months ago that we seem to be getting less and less tweets. And it's now just dried up. That's pulled at by Cast. I think he's missed it. It's gone through to the keeper.
Yeah, I don't X much nowadays.
I don't use social media at all, except for when I'm in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that say when they have that flash that comes in between the thing that says, I don't know what it says, black caps?
Black caps.
Is it I presume Ayatora is...
I think that's Christchurch's Maori name.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. It's not black caps.
Or it could be black caps in Maori.
Well,
My
maybe
Maori's
someone
not
can tell us.
fantastic.
Yeah. Smith round the wicket. Oh, he's got that fine, and it's been missed by Blundell. It's gone down to
Round the wicket to the right hand is an interesting one. Clearly going to bang it in.
Yeah, of course. It's kind of Wagner line, isn't it?
Yeah, and with his more sort of aggressive disposition, he might be the Wagner's successor.
Well, I presume. Yeah, that's off the thigh pads. It's going to be a leg by. It just went over the top of it, the Blundell.
But some of the New Zealand listeners, of course, may well have heard of my umpteen greats Uncle John, who was one of the first white men in New Zealand, and wrote a book all about it. A very interesting little book, and they now have a play that they do in New Zealand schools about his adventures.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
John who?
John Boltby.
John Boltby.
Yeah. John Boltby,
Was he
John the Rambler, as he was known?
John the Rambler? Was he a horrible colonialist who treated them meanly?
No, he was a kind of middle class. I think his granddad was a vicar, etc. And he was a bit of a kind of outcast in the family. He was the youngest of about 10 kids.
Of course. On a back foot, pushes it out into the deep on the offside, and they'll get a single.
And he went off all around the world. He went to Venezuela or somewhere first. Then he ended up at his brother's in Tasmania.
Bit of a missionary.
No, not a missionary at all. A bit of a Jack the Lad, I think. He had a Maori wife for a while when he lived in New Zealand. Then he went to Sri Lanka, had a Sri Lankan wife.
I loved it then, yeah?
Yeah, he was a
like typical sailor, lady in every port.
Yeah, we're talking about 1840s or something like that.
They certainly wouldn't be hearing about each other in those days, would they?
No, well, he wrote a diary all about it, and when he died,
and it was published, they all got up in arms.
Well, no, when he died, he came back with his possessions from Colombia and was hidden for well over 100 years in someone's loft, and was discovered and sent off to the Wellington Museum, who a lady there called June Stark turned it into a book, had it published, and we got invited many years ago now, in the early 90s, I think, to the went to the New Zealand High Commission in London when they did the book launch. It was very nice. It's well worth reading, actually. It's an interesting story about being a lad in, I suppose, just about early Victorian times. It might have been just before, it might have been late Georgian, but yes. He had 3 kids. They all ended up in America. And but being mixed race, they had pretty hard times. I think they fought in the Civil War. The 2 of the boys spent quite a lot of the time putting the fence posts up for the border between Canada and America. So I have my New Zealand connection. I have other relatives in New Zealand as well. I have a New Zealand relative who provides Tesco with most of their lamb.
Well, that doesn't do the British farmers any good, does it?
No, it doesn't. Not really. No, but I should keep that. Good
old Tories. Yeah, we'll just nip out a fucking thingy-majiggy, and then we'll make a deal and sell our farmers down the line after they've all voted for us. Right, at lunch, we're trying out a new thing. I am going to download this. Shouldn't take us a second. And our roving reporter at the ground, Hector, found one of the Adelaide actually at the ground yesterday, and was asking him some questions. And so, I don't know where it went. No, there it went. It hasn't downloaded yet. And he did like a little 15-minute interview with him outside the ground, learning his interviewing technique, his old man. And I'm going to play it when it finally bloody downloads. Come on, fucking slow computer.
It's coming slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely is all good things. And so England go in 111 ahead, and despite the 3 wickets, that's definitely their session.
Yeah, you have to say it is. England will be absolutely over the moon, won't they? A lead of 100 was really what they wanted minimum.
Yeah, if they can bat for another hour, they'll go out to the field with a real spring in their step and feel that early wickets will have them with their foot on New Zealand's throat.
Yeah. Will do. Sorry. What's going on here? Doesn't matter. Right, so we're going to go to lunch. And you can hear a little of what Hector was asking yesterday. And we'll see you in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes or so. Until then, see you later. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. It's tea time at day 2 here. England fighting back strong with Harry Brook and Ollie Pope at the crease. I'm joined today by Johnny Coope, founder of the Adelaide Barmy Army. First of all, what have you made of the first 2 days?
Not too bad. They batted really well. Really well. Under interesting conditions. They're talking about green top, but it wasn't really. I mean, they got away and we didn't bowl well, to be fair. We bowled too short sometimes. And you just got to pitch it up, let the ball do the work. You know, you don't have to bend it back. Obviously, losing wickets before lunch, that hurts. But Brook and Popey righted the ship, I think.
Yeah, and just on that greenish wicket, because in the lead up to the game, obviously, everyone was checking it out, and it was green, and you can see that in the New Zealand selection. Haven't selected a frontline spinner, they're just on for the 4 seamers, and then Glenn Phillips, a part-time option. But it hardened up pretty quickly. The English seamers, as you said, bowled a little bit too short. Who do you think was the pick of the bowlers from an English perspective?
Well, Bashir got 4, which was ridiculous because they were all pretty rank balls that you got.
Pretty village.
But you know, shit gets wickets, as they say. And Cast bowled really well, I thought. We just miss a bit of extra pace, I think, because we're all about the same speed. And when blokes are in, and especially in these conditions, when they're in, it turns into a road, and you go, only we had that extra zip. Somebody who could bowl like Woody, 145 up to 150, and just make it dangerous for them to play off the front foot. And obviously we don't have that, but hey, got them out for 300 odd. We're halfway there, as they say, and you never know.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk about impatience in the sort of basketball setup. Ben Stokes, McCullum, especially in terms of field placement. You could see Williamson and Ravindra, I think it was, during the middle afternoon session on day one, tried to bowl Phyllis, as we said, didn't get a reward straight away, so instantly went short, had about 5 people behind the bat at some point.
Yeah.
Do you think that is a point of value, that England are a little bit too impatient with their field placement?
Yes, but I think that if we bowl to a field, it's not a problem. But we tend not to bowl to a field, which is we swapped messages this morning, and I said we need to get them out in the first half hour, which we did, which was great. But I'd set like massively, defensive fields where you just have blokes in the boundary and let them put it in the air. Because if you've got blokes coming in and giving them some bounce, particularly tail enders, apart from Phillips because he can bat, all the rest of them, they're not that spectacular. And they're doing this. And if you're doing this, then it becomes aerial, and then catchers come into play.
In terms of the Kiwi selection, obviously Williamson back in as obviously one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
Came back in, solid 93. Just first of all, though, he took the place of Will Young, player of the series in India, a historic win last month. What did you make of that? Did you see a way that both the number 3s could slot into the team?
Yeah, easy. But then who drops out? That's the thing, because they're so strong. I think they're one of the strongest batting 6s going around, and obviously with Phillips batting down, you think, well, hang on, you include that as 7. How do you do it? That's the thing. Do you pull out? You can't pull out Phillips because he's their spinner. So you've got to look around and say, right, who else? What we're looking for? And is it one of those moments where they say, right, like when Ross Taylor got dropped a couple of years ago, quite a few years ago, because they wanted a bit more oomph in it. And Taylor's good bat, but they needed to fit in, like you say, you need to fit in 2 number 3s. And I don't know how they do it, because Young, it's class, but you can't not pick Williamson. It's like not picking Wilt.
Yeah. I mean, it's two sides of the same coin that England don't have any numbers, really. That's what experimenting with Pope of 6 allows, but then usually have too many. Just on Williamson's innings yesterday, what did you make of it?
Looked good, really good, clean, but he always looks calm, he's always composed, he's a quality bat. And it never looks like getting out as well. You don't see him making rash decisions outside off stump. He's not wafting at anything. He gets across, moves his feet really well, and he's always calm. He's patient, and he waits for it to happen. And he makes 93 off 140 or whatever it was. You think that's actually not bad going,
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to look at the difference between Williamson and Brett. I've granted that Pitt was significantly quicker today.
Yeah.
But Williamson, he did edge a few early on in the innings yesterday,
but once he gets in,
soft hands,
they don't carry.
Harry Brooks been put down twice, pretty comfortable chances, and he slashes with it all.
I'd have caught them.
I'd have caught them. Maybe I'd
have caught the one at Gully from wicket keeping.
Yeah, and that was Glenn Phillips as well, which was surprising. So just moving on to that England innings so far. In the morning, Glenn Phillips, just to touch on him quickly, he batted amazingly well with the tail.
Yeah.
He's just so athletic.
And he hits it hard. When it comes off the middle, you've got to get everything behind it, otherwise it's gone. And because he calls it, he drives it as well. So he's not like hitting a single out deep, he's hitting it out deep, and he's going for 2. Because there was the one that went upstairs for a review and his dive to get in was super. Yeah, because he wants it. He said, no, I want 2. Turning 1s into 2s. That's Test cricket.
I mean, he's diving around in the field all the time. Yeah, he can keep. That's why I thought he might be keeping.
Right, yeah.
Just a bit young, but I don't really like to pick up too much. He likes running
Mm.
around in the field. So New Zealand added another 29 runs this morning. Riding Cast taking both wickets
Good.
early on. Put England into bat. It was cloudy this morning, pretty chilly. It was pretty nervy with Southey and Henry swinging it a lot early on. Crawley was the first to go for a duck. He didn't look comfortable at all. What do you make of the first hour or so of that England innings?
I had us down for 7 ducks, all out for 20 something. But well, because Sri Lanka got bowled out for absolutely nothing yesterday against the Saffers, it was one of those. Wow, are we trying to beat that, or are we?
Yeah.
I mean, it did move around a bit. So fair play, and they're good bowlers. Henry tormented us at Wellington last time, and obviously Southey's an absolute legend. He's just a quality 300 odd wickets, Test cricket, and you take your hat off to that. And it's his swan song as well. So he'll play all 3. He gets seen off at his home ground in Hamilton. Probably why we're not at Mount Maunganui for the final Test. So fair play to him, and it's even Stevens. It's 0-0 at half time type thing.
And Jacob Bethel on debut came into bat. First ball wrapped on the pads. A little bit nervy. I thought he did pretty well to negate that tough period, but then he did ultimately get out to a seed from Nathan Smith. What do you think of his selection, and do you think from watching his technique today, do you reckon he's got to sustain?
Yeah, definitely. We've got to play him. We've got to play young players now. We can't just keep on relying on the same squad, if you see what I mean. You've got to refresh your squad, and you've got to refresh them smart. You don't put 4 blokes in. If you're going to put one in, and that's good. And he gets the tour, he gets the feel of what playing for England is like without playing in England, which I think is key. Like, the pressure of the media in England would be monstrous. Imagine the Daily Telegraph headline if he did that at Lord's, they'd be all over him. Oh, he can't bat, he doesn't move his feet, blah blah blah. But here, because they're sort of away from it, halfway around the world away from it, I think that's big. That's important for him. And it means this senior players like obviously Stokesy and Root get into him and say, look, mate, it's fine. This is Test cricket. If you play 100 games and you bat with an average of 55 and you make 9,000 runs, then this is the start. Every journey starts with one footstep. It's important for him.
Yeah, and he's only 21. And
Correct.
just signed that IPL deal, so he's got a lot to think about. He's had a whirlwind of a past couple of months, making debuts in all formats of the game. Joe Root, however, isn't that inexperienced. First up since Karachi in 2022, played on, wasn't a particularly good ball. Sort of took us into lunch very scared. We were 45 for 3, lost 2 wickets in the last 10 minutes. How did you feel going to lunch?
Yeah, and that was my call on. I'd already called the 7 ducks for the innings because Sri Lanka got 6. So we'll beat that. Come on, we'll beat that. But he's 13,000 runs at 51. You can't sniff at that. And Lehman came out in the Aussie media talking about him being, he's not a great. What do you mean, Darren? Mate, seriously, we're from South Australia and we bump into him a few times for cricket, and I'll get into him when I get back and say, mate, he's one of the best batsmen that's ever played cricket. The way he's moved through his career. All right, he's not in the beginning of his career, he's not in the middle, he's probably headed towards that, the twilight region. But I'll tell you what, he could play for another 4 years, because we're talking about this down the pub. He doesn't kill himself to bat. He doesn't kill himself in the field. He's pretty resilient. He's a bouncy sort of athletic type of bloke, even though he doesn't look it. And if he plays for another 4 years, he'll beat Tendulkar for me.
Yeah, that's what I was going to lead on to. That's a big debate whether he's going to get there or not. I'd like to respond to Lehman with the TV or Jobaldine line, which I thought was quite unrooted. It was quite punchy how he said it to tell his voice as well. But love that from him. England came out after lunch. Ben Duckett was looking pretty good until just a stupid wicket, sort of gifted it to Will O'Rourke, I think it was, who wasn't looking too dangerous anyway. He, as a bowler, has been quite expensive today so far.
Good.
Yeah, very good for us.
We'll
He's
take
sort
that.
of our point of release. After that, Ollie Pope comes to the wicket. Lot of debate over that. We'll probably get into that later in the series. He's dropped down to 6. Last time he did that, we won 22 Ashes in Hobart. He's looked the better of the two, I think, between him and Brooke.
Yeah, and he gets on. You know, he's confident. He bats with confidence, and he's not scared. I mean, I'm not saying Brooke's scared. I mean, Brooke's more of a classical style cricketer for me. He rarely makes bad decisions, whereas Pope makes some terrible decisions. Fortunately, he gets away with it because he's got a big fat edge on his bat, and it disappears over. The one that he sort of top edged, and it went over everybody's head for 4 behind the wicket keeper. Well, you can't set a field for it. That's it. Yeah.
And just looking forward, so obviously the next session starting in around 5 minutes. So England just passed the 150 mark, full down, but we've still got plenty of batting to come.
Oh yeah.
8 of the top 9 have 10 match hundreds. You've got Ben Stokes in there, followed by Chris Wokes, and then Gus Atkinson. Briding past and bad as well. Not so much this year. The sun's back out. It's definitely a lot warmer than it was this morning. What do you expect to see? What do you hope to see going into day 2?
Well, we'll obviously play for 2.5 hours because we just don't get 90 overs in a day anymore. So super slow. And so we'll get the extra half hour. If we lose 2 wickets, I'd want us to be 120 from the session. So I'll take 2 wickets if we get 120. And I think that then gets us within striking distance of them. Come back tomorrow morning, see what it's doing. If it's like this again tomorrow, then we could bat all day.
Any chance of us getting a first innings lead?
Well, there was a lot of confidence this morning, which might have come with a few hangovers going, we'll get 600 and put them in. No, that's definitely not going to happen. But if it does, I'll be very happy.
Wouldn't bet on it though, bet on it. So
definitely not putting any money on that.
No, thanks very much for talking to us
not
today.
a problem. Nice
to head in for the third and final session of day 2. And I'm sure we'll speak soon.
Yeah, cool. Fantastic.
There was another commentary service was killing themselves laughing every time he reviewed, and they clocked up, and it was like Watford at Manchester City. There's another one went in, and it was I think 8 or 9-0 at one point. They're kind of against him. So even the reviewing didn't seem to work.
Yeah, but some of those were umpires called. You get the reviews. So, I mean, that's I wouldn't say that's a bad review. That's worth taking a risk on, isn't it? I mean, there was one review that was particularly useless, where they reviewed a caught behind because all the slips went up. Jamie Smith didn't go up, the bowler didn't go up, and the slips were convinced, and he missed it by about a good 4 or 5 inches. It was like, what the hell? But them's the rolls. You got to run out from backward point. It's quite a smart run out. And look, he knows it's temporary. We know it's temporary. He's doing a job to fill a hole against a team that we expect to win. And going back to the premise of the original question. Yeah, it's been all right at times, but Sri Lanka haven't taken the opportunities when they should have done. England have taken them when they have done. And as I've said so many times on the show, when you're playing a slightly weaker side who are not that good here, it looks close, but it actually isn't. And that's the way it goes. The teams that struggle in Test cricket, the teams who can't string 2 bowling performances or batting performances together in the same test. And it's the same with the West Indies. In that second test, they got 400.
Other than on their own patch.
Well, not even necessarily on their own patch. I mean, last time we went to Sri Lanka, we beat them 3-0. And that was with Root as captain.
That is true.
And with inexperienced spinners. And we had Leach and we had... Who did we have? I mean, we had... No, it wasn't. Was it Will Jacks was bowling a little bit there?
No, it wasn't Will Jacks. No, that wasn't Will Jacks. Was it Bess? Wasn't Bess, was it?
Yeah, we had Don Bess. Right, we had Don Bess.
Bess and Leach.
We got a 5-er with all shit for wickets. I mean, they were terrible balls, and he got 5 wickets with them. It was the worst 5-er you've ever seen. But and so these teams are teams that can't string. I mean, that's the thing that Test cricket does, isn't it? I mean, over 2 innings, class tells. The West Indies they were 50 runs ahead in that second test. We got 420 or something. They got 480, and you thought, we got a game on here. And then they were literally bowled out in an afternoon.
Well, certainly one thing was true at Lord's, and that was that there were 2 magnificent standout performances. I think it's interesting it's the 3 of us here chatting, because there was one amongst our number who stood out as the rest of us were going, you've got to give the man of the match award to Joe Root. 2 centuries, a record-breaking century at that. Surely he's the man of the match. And then there was one of us who was absolutely clear, no, it'll be Atkinson, it will be Atkinson, it's definitely, and we think, you're talking nonsense, bollocks, never. And who was right? Hendo, do you want to pick up the story from there?
Absolutely. I mean, I just think, yes, you can look at. I know that Joe Root hasn't scored 2 centuries in one test before, and so it's the first from him. But he's scored what now? 34, 35 test hundreds is kind of what he does. You kind of expect it. Gus Atkinson was a tale of the unexpected, and you can look to Root's first innings where we got that big century or 100.
143,
something like that.
I think it was.
143, okay. He kind of gave it away, didn't he, in the end?
Yeah.
The reverse ramp came back out, didn't it?
Reverse ramp. And then, although you can say that Root sort of guided Atkinson through, I don't really think that was true. I mean, he just came out and played with incredible freedom. Whether he can play with that kind of freedom again or sort of more regularly remains to be seen. But I just thought that the combination of 100 at a runner ball when England were in a really, slightly sticky situation, and then the 5 wickets in the second innings, I just thought that had, it was a good all-round performance. Whereas Rooty was doing what he does, which is bat well, whereas Atkinson was bowling well and also batting well. So I just felt that the combination of contributing 2 skills to the match slightly outweighed Root's batting, I suppose. That's the way I was looking at it.
The benefit of hindsight and indeed history has proven that your theory to be correct.
Well, I think it's probably correct as well. As it takes 20 wickets to win a match, doesn't it? Not runs are always important. And the thing was, Sunday was probably the best day for batting on that pitch. The sun was blazing all day. It was hot. The pitch had done a little bit throughout the test, but it seemed to be dying a little bit. Even with the new ball, didn't seem to be as much as there had been on previous days. There were overheads on previous days. There was everything that a bowler could hope for to at least assist them on previous days, and there wasn't on that 5th day. And it proved pretty difficult. I mean, there were 3 or 4 50s in that Sri Lankan second innings. They were quite difficult to prize out on what was a pretty slow dead wicket. And he got a 5-fer, which ended up winning the game. And it took took patience and guile to get there, and he scored 100.
I mean, I think I said at the time, he had 2 wickets, and they were 7 down or 6 down, and I thought, well, what if he gets 3 of these last 4 wickets, which of course he did. And so he claimed it, and I think, to be honest, I felt he deserved man of the match, but I did think it would go to Root because it always tends to go to batsmen over bowlers. And I speak as a sort of former batsman myself, but who tends to look at batting more closely than I look at the bowling. But I think anyone who performs like that in an all-round manner, I think deserves it slightly more than the guy who's doing what he always does.
Yeah, I mean, with hindsight, I'm more than happy to agree with you. As no matter how great Root was, and he certainly was fantastic. 34, I think, and he managed to equal and then pass Alistair Cook in the same match, which was special in its own right.
And he'll overtake him on total runs and Sangakkara, and he's about 100, 120, doesn't it? Take over the 2, and then he'll just be below Callis, Ponting and Tachi.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got Sangakkara in his sights. Now, I mean, the other piece of news that's come out about Gus, and it's been picked up finally by all the newspapers, is the awful story about his mum and, you know, the fact that she'd sadly been killed in a road accident by a dangerous driver, and literally as he's playing in the test match with Southwark Crown Court, the guy's being put away for 8 years. This was complete news to me. It had been kept completely under wraps until, I suppose, the conviction of the guy who did it, who, just to add an extra something to the story, turns out to be an actor who's appeared in a number of things, including EastEnders. But it was an awful story. It happened back in 2020. But you know, for the lad to be so confident and determined, with kind of must have known that all of this was going on at the same time. I mean, that shows incredible mental fortitude, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does. But the other thing I would say, we had a little bit of discussion this morning on the WhatsApp, and I think initial notions were that this is a bit tacky of some newspapers bringing this up at this point. Now, I don't know how long ago those particular newspapers got hold of that story and knew about it. But actually, sort of using my journalistic instincts, I have to say, having read it and looked through it, I think almost any journalist would have run with that as a story, because not only is it a human interest story, I mean, it does say something about Gus Atkinson's fortitude, and not only that, knowing his backstory might make us in the cricket media a little less quick to rush to judgment, you know, when naturally enough his form will fall away a little bit, even if it doesn't, you know, even if he goes on to have a fantastic career in general, there will be a period when things don't go for him. And I think it's a sort of reminder to us that people have things going on in their personal lives, despite how great things can seem on the surface, that there are often a lot of unpleasant things going on behind the scenes that people have to deal with. I mean, I think I'm trying to think, was it Joseph, not Shamali, Azari Joseph? I think he played in a test was it a test with England and
yeah, it was.
The morning after his mum had died. So and maybe actually getting out onto a cricket pitch is actually much more beneficial than sitting around and having it weighing on your mind.
I mean, perhaps not surprisingly, it's not something he's talked a lot about. I can understand why, particularly even before a case has got to court. The guy did a runner, of course, and then hid in the US, didn't provide samples. So we don't need to go into the mechanics of that. But there is a lovely quote that he said, Gus Atkinson said, "She pushed me forward, almost behind my back. She'd get in touch with Surrey and make sure I was still in the loop, when perhaps I might have been falling behind the others. Once she passed away, my career could have gone one of two ways. I wanted to take it in the direction she would have wanted, and that I wanted as well." So he's kind of sort of almost acknowledging it. She's a motivating force still, despite everything. And maybe we saw some of that manifested to England's benefit at Lord's, I guess.
Well, I think also that in a sense, you can from that quote, you can take the fact that he's turned something really horrific into a sort of motivating force in a way.
Yeah.
Which is surely better than, he could, as you say, it could go either way. He could have, wallowed. I'm not saying that people for whom these sort of things happen, are wallowing it, but you can just ruminate over such things and wonder why they've happened. But it sounds like he's used it in a positive way and used it. I'm not saying that that's what he did, but he's found a way of dealing with it. One presumes, although who knows what's down the line. It's very difficult.
Well, let's hope it sustains in adversity as well as driving him to the opposite of adversity,
Absolutely.
to great success.
You know what that is.
Do it with Shopify. Whether you're selling succulents or stilettos, Shopify has the industry-leading tools to help you create, control, and grow your own business. So get serious about selling and get Shopify today. Sign up for a £1 per month trial period at shopify.co.uk/special offer, all lowercase. That's shopify.co.uk/special offer.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who is that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
Oh, she's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks could save you up to 8 hours a week, so you could bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
Changes for the next test. Have England announced their team? I think they have, and I think we are going to see Leicestershire's Josh Hull. Do we think that's just... It's effectively a dead rubber. We've got a measure of the opposition. Now's probably the time to take a look at a player. If it's the right time for it to essentially probably go, is he in the frame for Australia? Because that's the question that every selection is being based on, even if we're currently about to play Sri Lanka at the Oval.
Who's he replacing?
He's replacing Matthew Potts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Who, of course, bowled actually very well.
I
He had
thought so.
He had a bit of a shocking start at Old Trafford, but then he found his length. I thought he was excellent at Lords, and economical as well as reasonably penetrative. But I think they've just decided there's a cast of characters who could be manoeuvring into that ultimate Ashes berth. Let's look as many as we can. And we're 2-0 up in a series against Sri Lanka. Surely this is a good time to chuck another one in.
Must be quite disheartening for Potts, though. I mean,
I don't think it means he's been rejected. I just think it means he's in a holding pattern of seamers that they want to have a good look at.
But it says something to him, doesn't it? I mean, it says to him, we've had all these changes. We've got rid of Jimmy Anderson. We got an injury to Mark Wood. We've run all these changes. You were on the sidelines for quite a while. You've played before. We've got you in for one test. You've done okay, but actually, we're going to look at someone else.
No, he's played 2 tests.
He played the first. No, did he? He didn't play the first.
Yes,
Oh yeah, of course he did play the first one, didn't he? Yeah.
I think that was always the plan. I mean, I mean, who knows whether this will work? And you know, it's a lot for him to have to take on when he's played so little first-class cricket. But he did bowl against the Sri Lankans for the in the warm-up, didn't he? He took a few wickets in that. Where was that? I think that was at Worcestershire. I've literally only seen him bowl 4 or 5 balls, and that was in the 100.
I've seen none. I gather he's quite quick.
Well, yes, he's alleged to be about 87, something like that. He's also left armer.
Left armer, yeah.
And what we haven't got is a quick left armer. We've got a number of medium fast left armers and ones that are prone to injury, but we haven't got a genuinely quick left armer. I still think it's going to be an enormous ask for him to come good quickly enough to be, you know, a serious contender for Australia. But in a way, I don't mind it, because I always thought years ago that England was a little behind in bringing talent forward initially, and you know, so we'd often see Pakistan players, for example. Shah is an example, Nasim Shah is an example, you know, coming in as a quick bowler at 16, 17 years of age. And England have always been a little bit reluctant to do that, but they do seem to be doing it with the likes of Shoaib and now Josh Hull. And you can argue 2 ways. You can say that it's unfair on those who've, you know, battled away in county cricket, and I have some sympathy with that notion, absolutely. But at the same time, it's kind of refreshing to see them back certain players, and in a way perhaps get them out of county cricket before county cricket, for all its positives, can actually, you know, it can bring people down after a while if they're not making a certain amount of progress. and especially with the way that the county game is now divided up into sort of April and September and a couple of matches in June and July if you're lucky. It becomes much more difficult for players to make their case because they're dealing with such differing conditions. Really, they're not bowling in the when you would think that, especially if you talk about quick bowlers, they're not bowling when you think pitches would be at their best in late June, July, August. They're bowling mainly in April and September. And April, you kind of think, if you're a fast bowler, you've got to be a little bit careful about injury, haven't you? When it's as cold as it sometimes is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it's well worth having a look at. He's only 20. He's quick left arm. He had a very good blast, I think. I don't think he did. He only played 2 in the 100, and he went for about 50 odd in 2 matches for Manchester Originals, I think. But he did pretty well in the blast, I think. Got regular wickets for Leicestershire there. He's only played 3 county games, and again, he's a bit like Shoaib Bashir. If you look at his county averages, you'd never pick him. But he did.
Router's fallen down. Right. Well, sorry for the dead air. My headphones have been ruined by someone else's big head. Anyway, we're back.
Going to say somebody's big ass.
If someone's big ass was in the headphones, then I'd be worried.
I was thinking sitting on them.
Oh yeah, could be that, couldn't it? There are plenty of big asses around here. Anyway, interestingly enough, and perhaps this will be to New Zealand's benefit, as the players take the field again after lunch. The sun has come out and the cloud cover has cleared a little bit, and that might make things easier for New Zealand when they go into bat, which I'm presuming won't be too far away, based on the way that Stokes and Carse, I expect, will approach this post-lunch period. England are 459 for 8. Stokes is on 78. He's looking for his first 100 since that almost match-winning, brilliant knock at Lord's in the Ashes of 2023. Was it 2023?
Yes.
Yes. I can't remember this time of night. So that would be a nice thing to see. He's got 7 50s since then, and a couple of 40s. So he's not been, completely out of touch or anything like that. And he always plays to the needs, or what he sees as the needs of the team, rather than for sort of individual glory, I think. Harry Brook went for 171. Lovely little cameo from Gus Atkinson following up his 100 at Lord's with another fluent over a runner ball 48. And England's lead has advanced to 111. After lunch, it's going to be Will O'Rourke to continue. There are no slips. It's an incredibly well spread field. So I imagine they're expecting Stokes to go hard. It would be fun if he just dropped this in for singles now, wouldn't it? And just frustrate them that way. He doesn't want to just give up his wicket. I wouldn't have thought, but we will see. In comes O'Rourke, right arm over the wicket, down the leg side, and immediately Stokes tries to heave that on its way, but is unable to make contact. I imagine that if he does get hold of that, he's got to get it over the boundary, or he's got a good chance of being caught down at long leg.
Yeah. New Zealand got a good chance of getting a wicket here as England lead by 111.
Oh, my goodness, Nelson.
Yeah. It's got on the score now.
The other voice you can hear is that of Jez, and he's joining us for the first time today, I believe. Is that right, Messi?
Indeed. Well, it's only fucking 20 to 9 in the morning here.
Lucky
I'm up at all.
I was going to say outside the leg stump, but and by some way outside the leg stump from O'Rourke there, but Ben Stokes was even further outside the leg stump than the ball, and he was trying to get it through the offside and made no contact again.
Yeah, before lunch he kept running away from the ball so he could get it in front of him to whack it.
I can't see it.
O'Rourke kept following him.
I don't know about you, Messi, but I can't see the advantage to playing this way, really. I mean, Cast can bat a little bit. I mean, maybe if it was just Shoaib out there with him, and another wicket goes down. He's tried again to,
silly.
completely... he's putting everything into it. He's pulling. He's almost falling away in his effort to get the ball up and over, I guess, the man down behind square on the onside on the boundary. But I just think he's just giving away a wicket here, potentially, and possibly quite soon. He's got a long leg. He's got... is that another bloke? No, he's got a deep backwards square.
They're bowling it short and leg side.
It's all short and leg side. I suppose that's difficult to hit singles off those sort of balls. Well, he's come right across, and he has made contact on this occasion, but not particularly firmly, and it has, I don't know, trickled down to long leg more than anything. Darryl Mitchell is down there fielding, an unfamiliar position for him, often in the slips. He takes one, goes to 79. I don't think Stokes is really thinking about his 100, is he, here, by the looks of things?
No, I think Stokes would be far better. When he was batting with Atkins was smashing everywhere. Stokes just played sensible cricket, and he was still getting, one every ball. He'd be better off doing that now and letting Cast do the thwacky stuff.
Yeah, or just push it around and make them bring the field back in. You can get 6 and over here. Down the wicket comes Cast. He's carted that up in the air. It's going to be a good catch. Oh, it's gone down. Phillips again. It was over his shoulder. It was probably spinning an enormous amount. It would have been it's one of those catches that you have to say is the most difficult in the game. But Phillips was such an incredible fielder. He's now dropped 3 catches, hasn't he?
Yes, I think he's caught 2,
He's
dropped 3.
2.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, he never really got his hands to that. Well, he did get his hands to that, but he never looked balanced, really.
I think we'll have one of these for that.
The pimps in the crib, mom. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Well, they're just going to slog everything, aren't they? Back goes Ben Stokes. It's a bouncer. I don't think he got bat on that. It's wides. It's 5 of them because it's over the head and the outreached hand of Blundell. And it's 4 or 5 even.
Wide.
This is a bit...
There's not one ball for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
This is a bit anti-cricket, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't like
bizarre.
it. I don't like it.
Bizarre.
It's ugly cricket, it really is. It's ugly bowling and it's ugly batting.
Turn them off for being ugly.
Yeah, absolutely. O'Rourke in to complete the over. And, well, he bowls a bouncer, and this time Stokes just weaves away from it. And through it goes to the keeper. 466 for 8. The lead is 118. Stokes has 79 and Cast has 6. Messi.
Well, firstly, I've got to say hello, Ditch. Good to be with you, my friend.
And you, Bethers. Lovely to hear from you.
Ashley Partridge has joined us. Take it easily, Ashley. I know you've always got a lot to say. Always best said in one message rather than 14. But he says England are doing well here. Stokes going to have a go now. What's Case like bat?
Cast. He's a decent batsman. He can bat. So I don't really understand the approach here, to be honest. Obviously, they want to get bowling, but surely you grind them into the dust a little bit, don't you? That would be the old style.
Yeah, you'd be looking to get 500, wouldn't you?
You would think. Well, 500. Yeah,
it's
500.
Only 34 away. So
yeah. Matt Henry is going to take up the attack.
Do we want to have a little Henry jingle?
Why not?
You can never trust a man with 2 first names, Matt Henry.
Ditch has decided that me and he are cousins.
Yeah, big news from lunchtime.
Round the wicket. Oh, horrible stuff. And fended away effectively by Cast down to long leg. And they stroll a single.
Turns out Hendo's mega posh, his great aunt was married to a baron.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
As a genealogist, though, Ditch, you know full well that we are all cousins if we go back far enough.
Well, especially you people in Australia, they're pretty much all related to the English upper class.
I'm actually...
Or English villains, you know.
Well, my great-grandfather was a fellow called Denny Lane, who was part of the Gentleman's Revolution in Ireland.
Denny Lane?
Oh, he was sent there, was he?
He
was sent to Australia for being in the revolution? Or?
No, I was sent to Australia at the age of 18.
Oh, I see. Right.
Henry Bowles, and that's forced off the back foot very firmly indeed, up to long off by Stokes, who will be satisfied with the single.
So, Messi, you're basically a Johnny-come-lately Australian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm half Irish.
Yeah.
My mum's from Cork. My great-grandfather also, I'm pleased to say, owned a distillery.
Oh, excellent. My
honourable tradition.
Yeah, so we both I think we've had this discussion before about Cork, because my grandmother was born in Cork, which is how I can get an Irish passport.
Right, we need to find out on YouTube who's related to us. Henry, in again, short, smashed by Cars. Where's that gone? It's gone up onto the grassy bank, beyond the knoll. It's running out onto the road, round the ground. A fabulous shot by Cars. That's 6 runs.
Oh, it's 6 runs, and I am being very lax here because I completely forgot I was supposed to do this.
There was a bloke at the back of the grassy knoll who was trying to grab it and then had to chase after it as it ran down the other side of the grassy knoll. 474 for 8. Henry back over the wicket now, and he bowls him quite a good bouncer, which Cars, being a big man, a tall man, struggled to get out of the way of, but does do it ultimately.
Henry hadn't liked him being that previous shot, had he? He was had the hump on that. That was a good old-fashioned oi mate bouncer.
Now a stat has come up. Test runs per over. England lead on runs per over.
Says that since May 2022.
Now, I can't believe that Cars has completely exposed his stumps there. He's at least a yard outside leg stump as he tries to, I don't know, cut that. It's hard to know.
I think every single ball since lunch has been about halfway down the pitch, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, you can just knock these, control your shots and pick up, 6 runs. I mean, you can get 6 runs with 1 shot, or you can run 6 singles here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without taking the risk of giving away a catch. I don't know. They play a different way these days. Henry in again. Another one is short, but this time Cars plays it well, in control of it, and glides it down to long leg. He moves to 14 with that single.
That's a proper shot.
475 for 8 at the end of the 99th over. Messi.
Baby Shaker is with us. Baby Shaker, who told us yesterday that he's actually from Pueblo in Mexico, but currently in New Zealand.
Oh, right.
He says Aotearoa translates to land of the white cloud.
Indeed.
Because of some discussion around that before lunch.
Right.
Ashley Partridge says Stokes is having fun now. England are getting closer to 500. Baseball time. Mayank says, what? So does that mean I'm also related to all of you despite being of Indian heritage? Well, we all go back to the Rift Valley, let's face it. Far enough.
Start of a new over from O'Rourke. It's a short one, and Cars, again, for a big man, does well. He was almost down on one knee in evading that one.
Yeah, we're all descended from Eve. Not Eve as in the Bible, but they have this genetic Eve, which apparently everyone on the planet has the some DNA connection with this Eve. I don't know how they proved that, but
weren't we also most of us now descended from King Charlemagne?
Huge numbers of, if you're white and European, yes, pretty much. Yeah.
O'Rourke in again, 2 slips, and that's Fuller, but still, I'd say a little bit back of a length, and Cars tries to force off a back foot, but is beaten by that. 146 miles an hour, kph, I should say, from O'Rourke.
Yes, I am definitely descended from Charlemagne. I can show you the tree, but yeah, most people are. He had so many children, and then so many of his children then went around becoming kings all over Europe and marrying into the local populations. And so, yeah, huge numbers of people in Europe are descended from Charlemagne.
O'Rourke looking for the Yorker, dug out well by Cars. I think his first boundary was a Yorker, which somehow he kept out, got his foot out of the way of it, played it down into the ground and up and over slip.
Yeah, that was his first ball. It was his actual first ball, so he had a strike rate of 400 after his first ball.
That's amazing skill from him as well. I mean, it's a good ball, but it's also brilliantly well played for a number 10.
Yeah.
Or a number 10, certainly in this side. He's probably better than that. And he settles down and waits for O'Rourke to bowl again. He's in, short, and he dabs that rather cleverly away between second slip and gully. And he's picked himself another 4 runs.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
It's actually worth saying that that New Zealand has seemed to have abandoned that short ball attack from around the wicket with no slips. They've now got, as I said, 2 slips and a gully in there, and he's bowling a much more fuller length, I would say. O'Rourke in, he goes right across this time. He's put that up in the air. Someone going to get under it? No! How the hell has that gone for 6? That is extraordinary. Over long leg, and it's another of these.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
He's gone across. And he's taken that from, again, a yard and a bit outside off stump, and he's got it over long leg. An absolutely extraordinary shot.
Yeah, and it's gone. It hasn't gone miles in distance, but it went a long way up.
Yeah.
So it actually travelled a huge distance.
Cars has 24 from 16. O'Rourke in again. Oh, now this one jumps on him a little bit and hurts his right hand, which is not good news, as he is one of England's frontline bowlers now, particularly in this match. 100 overs completed. O'Rourke has rather unfair figures of 1 for 130. Messi.
And the England run rate is 4.85, because you can easily work that out when it's 100 overs.
Oh yes, you can. Very good. Messi.
My Hank says, so if we are related, I could use some money. Please send to help my family in need.
You'll have to talk to my Rothschild cousins about that, Mike.
Ben McCormack says, one Denny Lane, the guitar player in Wings. Well, he was, but not this one. I've sent you a link to my Denny, my great grandfather.
So hang on, am I right in thinking that Wings, that was formed by Paul McCartney, who wrote Penny Lane, had a Denny Lane in their number?
Indeed.
How weird.
Indeed.
That's the first time I've known that. Outside the off stump from Henry, as Stokes tries to dab it away but doesn't make contact. Sorry, Messi.
And Grubby says, any chance of coming in your Zoom, as it were? I think Grubby's being asking to be let.
Oh yes, can you let Grubby in, because that's the only way he can watch, isn't it? He hasn't got TNT.
How do I do that?
Admit. Oh no, it's not that one. Now Stokes done that. He's leant back and he's punched that full and into the hands of Southey at long on. And he shakes his head, and why shake your head when you've played a dim shot like that?
Yeah, that definitely.
I don't understand that. Anyway, he's gone for 80. He's not going to get 100,
and it definitely deserves this jingle.
You silly little boy! What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
And England are 9 down.
I think he's allowed to shake his head when he realises what a stupid fuckwit he's been.
Well, if it's that, yeah, but I mean, prevention rather than cure, I think.
Yes.
485 for 9 England as Stokes wanders off. You might as well get in a few socials if
and
there are any.
says, hey lads, I'm back. It's early morning here in India. Kieran Roseblade says, I think I understand the Bible and the Adam and Eve story, but with modern genetics, I'm waiting for the descendants of Adam and Steve.
Quite
Will
good.
Reynolds says it's one of the tricks they use in Who Do You Think You Are? If it's a boring episode, they take it back to medieval royalty. see Danny Dyer and Josh Whittaker. And Ben McCormack says Stokes railing at the injustice of him giving his own wicket away.
Yes.
Dim beyond belief.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's part of the vibe, isn't it?
It is.
I think a lot of it's been very ugly for the last 5 overs. I don't like it, but then it is what it is.
It is what it is. Actually, you've got to give some credit to the bowler there, because I think that was just a sort of slower off cutter, and that might have, the reduction in pace may have taken Stokes a little bit by surprise. Anyway, Shoaib is out there to let Grubby in. You have to do it from this one. No, that one. Yeah, and you'll see that move the cursor over. Shoaib goes for a big swing in his first delivery.
Oh, no.
It's beaten him, and it's beaten the stumps as well. I mean, it could easily have taken out a leg stump, but it was just down the leg side slightly.
I'm not doing any more. The last time I tried that, I destroyed the whole thing. The bear will have to come in.
Ditchy, I thought you were a bit of a technology...
not if it's an apple. I can't do apples. They just don't work.
Can you can you get Grubby in and we've lost something. Full on the leg stump, and that's rather niftily clipped away by Shoaib out to a square leg who is neither orthodox nor deep, somewhere between the two, and he takes a single. In fact, I was going to say I thought he'd get the strike, but there's still a couple of balls to go. 486 for 9. The lead is 138. England started the morning 29 runs behind, and there's been a sort of joyful abandon about their batting.
I was going to make the point before Stokes was out that I think Stokes had scored 30 while the 2 England bowlers had scored something like 72.
Yeah, this is dabbed away. Cast backward as square. He gets a single. That's on the offside, I should say. Yeah, we're looking at that dismissal. It was it was deliberately slower. Henry, 124 Ks, and then the next one was the ball that got the wicket was 113. So that might have made the difference. You've got to give credit to the bowler. This one beats Bashir outside the off stump and skims past the off stump.
It was one of the first times, though, that Stokes had tried to hit it in the air. Most of the time he'd been hitting it downwards, and at that point he hit it in the air, and then he was out.
Indeed. Messi. Oh, there's some lovely pictures of some kayakers, double kayaks going down a river in Christchurch, which looks very nice indeed. Messi.
So I'm going back to a Blue Sky message from before lunch from Mad Old Bat, Hattie the Mad Old Bat. She says, "No, where did I put my Maclad tapes?" Quote, "Well, she wore big knickers and she works on a sewerage farm." I've never come across the Maclads before, but since the Bears' introduction, it sounds a very interesting situation. Daniel Norcross was also on Blue Sky complaining about England not getting out, so he couldn't go to bed. And I said, well, it's always good to have a chance to listen to guerrilla cricket, though, especially when the Bears discussing the Maclads and their subtle lyrics.
O'Rourke starts a new over, and Carse aims an enormous swing at that one, misses through the keeper.
And I'm pleased to say Daniel reposted that one, so I'm all for sharing with our alumni.
The trouble with Blue Sky for me, Messi, is there's no one to disagree with. At the moment.
Is this what sustains you and Mog? Just having a shit fight?
I don't know. O'Rourke in again. He's dispensed with the slips, and this is full but smashed off the back foot by Carse, who decides he's not going to take the single.
No, he's a much better batsman than Bashir, obviously.
So from trying to hit sixes, he now decides to turn down the single. 487 for 9.
I don't actually agree with you, Hendo. There's no one to abuse or to be abused by. There's people to have discussions with around the subtleties of cricket, which is quite fun.
Oh yes, cricket. Yes, absolutely.
Not that we're watching much cricket after lunch here.
No.
O'Rourke in again, short again. It's a big swing from Carse, who misses it completely. and it loops through to Blundell.
It's a little more like baseball at the moment.
It's cricket, but not as we know it. Yeah. Well, not as we of a certain age know it.
Us slightly older chappies.
Gentlemen.
Yes,
indeed.
I did hear, Hendo, that you weren't particularly happy about a graphic that come up on the Guerrilla Cricket starter pack on Blue Sky. I'll come back to that.
Oh no, don't mention that. Please don't mention that. O'Rourke in, bowls full, and dug out again really skillfully by Cass, who's hit that dead straight. There's a long off and a long on, and they have to do a bit of relay fielding, and Cass has got back for 2. He can play the Yorker, can't he?
He certainly can.
He really can, and get runs from it seemingly as well. Excellent stuff. Maybe not quite a full Yorker.
No, but
yeah,
it was very close to it.
very close to it. If I think what you're going to say, I'd rather you didn't say it, Messi.
Well, all I was going to say is that the starter packs on YouTube are on Blue Sky are a very useful way of finding people to follow.
Another huge swing by Cass, but he's been done by O'Rourke, who bowled a much slower delivery there. I think slower by his standards. It was 130, but he's been up at 146 on occasion. And again, it just sort of loops and dies on its way through to the keeper. And I mean, it's
the previous shot was much better. That was a bit of an ugly hack, wasn't it?
Well, he's alternating between ugly swing and heave, and decent innovative shots, really. O'Rourke in again. He's hit that one up in the air. I think this could be the end of the England innings. No, it's not, because quite cleverly he's noticed that the long on has come up, and he's hit it over him. But even if there was a long on, it doesn't matter, because it's 6 more.
Was it 6?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Better have one of these then. My eyes deceived me. I could have sworn I saw it bounce and roll into the...
No, I think it hit something and then rolled back. I think that was what it was. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Twitter is an absolute cesspit. But, in my naivety, I believe occasionally that when someone says something really offensive, like various right-wing journalists, by responding to that and putting another point of view, if in a forceful manner, might influence 2 or 3 people.
You delude yourself.
I think I do delude myself.
Nobody on Twitter is there who hasn't already got a very firm opinion on everything.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Might be very wrong.
Start of a new Henry over. Henry's got pretty good figures actually in the context. 3 for 80. He's into a 23rd over. This one was flicked to mid wicket by Bashir, who's got 1 from 4.
We have a message for you from our man in the ground, Hector, which I'll come to after this ball.
Now Bashir is joining in. He comes running down the wicket to that one and swings into the leg side, but the flaw in his plan was that he failed to make any contact, and it goes through to the keeper. Sorry, what's Hector saying?
Oh, well, fucking hyperbole yet again. Steve Harmison claiming that Brydencast is England's best ever number 10. Thoughts? God help us.
I don't know. Full and well defended by Bashir, getting onto the front foot, playing it to mid-wicket. And there is no run. The leaders moved to 147.
Yes, I'm sure there will be occasions when some highly efficient batsman who isn't normally a 10 has batted at 10 for England. Then would he not then be England's best ever number 10?
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I mean, actually, I don't know. I'm pretty sure not for England. Oh, that's been edged. But it's gone wide of the only slip that's there. And Bashir has claimed himself a boundary. And England are 499 and they lead by 151.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
This is all fairly demoralising for New Zealand. But one ball and it could all be over, and then they have to go out and bat.
So what were England for
71 for 4.
So we put on 420
for 5.
For 5, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Henry in again. Oh, that's nicely played off his pads by Bashir. Are they going to bother taking the single?
Probably not
there?
taking
No,
the single.
they're not. I think Bashir has said, "Look, Henry's the senior bowler. I'll take him."
Yeah.
You know.
I'll
just
deal with him.
You just
Yeah,
deal
you-
with.
you take the dodgy guy at the other end.
You
Yeah,
take the
it's
rookie.
rubbish.
You
Yeah.
take the rookie
Yeah.
O'Rourke. One ball remaining in the over. England one short of 500.
Just in relation to what Hector was saying about number 10s. I'll wait.
Down the wicket comes
my
Bashir. He's heaved that up in the air. Surely someone's going to get underneath that. They do, and it's a really, really good catch by Tim Southey. Another one of those over-the-shoulder ones, and he's taken that extremely well. And England fall short of 500. Henry has a 4th wicket, so he can look happily at his contribution. But England have a lead of 151. They're running off to get ready to try and take a few wickets before tea. We're only on day 3. My God, it's all happening, isn't it?
It is certainly all happening. I'll finish that innings off just like this.
On your bike, mate.
Well, I guess at some point during the interval between the innings, we'll do a swap over, because it'll be time to swap over by the time the innings restarts. So
it will.
So we can waffle for a bit. Hendo?
Absolutely waffle. Sorry, what was Messi? The last thing you said about Hector and the number 10s. I didn't quite take that in.
Yeah, well, I was just going to suggest you refer Hummerson to W.W. Reid, who made 117 at number 10 in 1883 at the Oval against the 1884 against Australia at the Oval. So that's probably not a bad number 10 innings.
Yeah,
and he's been around for a bit of a while.
I mean, he was particularly good defending the Yorker. I think you'll find, as I recall. It's there've been some good number 10s. I think Derek Underwood may have got 70 odd down at number 10 in the 70s. John Snow
and Higgs in that famous partnership.
Oh yeah, Ken Higgs. I think there've probably been a few. Certainly in terms of individual innings, whether you would say the best number 10 of all time for England, and that's a massive call to make, isn't it? Maybe it's the best number 10 that Steve Harmison has seen in his time.
Yeah,
I argue.
Yes.
But to say best of all time is possibly pushing it. And remember, of course, you'll remember Messi was that Dennis Compton, when he first started out for Middlesex, used to bat about number 9, didn't he? I think in his very early games.
No. To be fair, Hendo, I know I'm old, but Dennis Compton was playing while I was still in my 5s and 6s and 7s.
But I didn't mean it as in an age sense. I just meant your knowledge of the history of the game. Really, is that and I've told this story before that I actually, when I was in Australia in '94-'95, travelling on the Indian Pacific on a very cheap ticket, that Dennis Compton was in the next cabin to me. I should have engaged. Well, no, he did ask me how to pull his toilet down at one point, and that was so we didn't actually discuss cricket, funnily enough. But there you go.
Well, speaking of sitting next to people, Hector told me before we did our interview yesterday, he spent the whole of yesterday sitting next to Michael Atherton.
Oh yes.
And thoroughly enjoyed it, learned a huge amount. He said he's such a nice bloke and so knowledgeable, and so I think Hector's having a wonderful time. I'm pleased to say he's buying a new microphone today, so tonight's roundup will be more audible than yesterday's was.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a little bit of the interview with the Adelaide Barmies chap, and it sounded okay to me. I could hear Hector's voice, and I could hear, is it Johnny Coop who he was talking to?
Yeah.
So that sounded all right to me.
Yeah, no, the sound on that was much better than the one that we did together, unfortunately.
Oh right, okay. Well, you spoke to Hector, did you, after one of the day's plays? I didn't see that.
Yeah, we did a guerrilla roundup last night, which is on
okay.
our YouTube channel, which you can read, you can listen to at your leisure. With basically Will describing what went on during the day. It was good fun.
Brilliant. What are we doing? How are we doing for time? Are we finished? Are we done? Is that a particular threesome?
We're due to be done. I just did some messages while we're there. Will Reynolds says, "Ditch being anti-Apple would make God happy. Don't tell any snakes though." He also says Harmy is definitely wrong. I think the Nighthawk would have something to say about it. Jimmy's done a bit at 10 too. Mark Arnold says, "Come on, England. 500 is a psychological bonus." Grubby says, "I'm old enough to remember when Do manager Tony was predicting England would follow on." And Hector says, "It's all charged now." Okay.
Brilliant. Oh, one thing, Messi.
Are we here to relieve us?
Yeah, Jason's coming in. One question I was going to ask you, if you've seen it, do you know what the entries for the GPL have been today? Any?
Oh, I shall just have a look and let you know. They're almost all mine, I think. So yes, it's at £118. They range from 327 through to 393. So on the high side today.
Okay,
I've got everything from 343 through to 393.
I'm just trying to think how many runs we've had so far today. England started on 319 and they finished, so that's 180 so far. Okay,
that's
so
good session.
Very good session. Very good session. Right, if you can just keep talking till Jason gets into position, that'll be hunky-dory.
Also, you need to let Andy McLean in.
Okay, Andy, we're going to let Andy in, so Jason will do that.
Good morning, Will. How are you travelling?
Morning. I'm doing all right. How are you, Messi?
I'm pretty good. It's 29 degrees here, which is actually 12 degrees hotter than Christchurch. It's only 17 degrees today, so it's still quite chilly over there. Is Andy in the waiting room, Jason?
He is. I've just let him in.
Okay. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices.
Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, take that in the way in which it's meant, please.
Welcome back, Will. Welcome back, Andy.
Hiya.
Hello. Well, 499, lead 180. Could be an interesting session now, with some fired up bowlers who had enjoyed a bit of a slap happy last hour or so.
Yeah, you'd think. I mean, particularly Cast's going to have a bit of the old adrenaline kicking about. And
this is a pretty handy lead for England. From where they were, at least anyway, they've put themselves in a really strong position. So, this next period of play is going to be crucial for New Zealand. For that to remain in this match. The last thing New Zealand needs now is early wickets. Pressure back on their middle order, which didn't exactly fire in the first innings. Of course, Will Young is not playing. Who's the leading run? What? Actually, is it the leading run scoring?
He's been really useful for them. I don't know. It's not an injury, is it?
No, I think it's on form for some.
Him.
Which I don't quite get.
It seems a bit mad.
Anyway, the umpires have taken the field now. Chris Wokes is running through, and Ben Stokes is running through his bowling action. I don't believe Ben Stokes is going to open, but it does suggest he's going to take an active part should the opening bowlers don't fail to get immediate results.
Would you say Stokes' first change? Or?
I still think it's going to be Wokes and Atkinson, and probably Carse as the first change. I think Stokes will follow on after. I think Stokes looks now to limit his wear and tear on his new knee and his back. As he's in towards the last third, perhaps, of his international career. I think that's entirely reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. The guy's more metal than bone at this point, I think.
And everyone seems to be waiting around for no reason. Get out there.
But it's some weird time thing. You have to have like exactly 10 minutes between innings or something. I don't know.
Anyway, the fielders are now coming onto the field of play. The batsmen will soon follow, led by Conway, with Latham following afterwards, doing his usual grooving of the technique as he walks out to the wicket. The cameramen are happy. They've got their close-up shots. They're disappearing, and everyone is going to scatter, as Keith Miller would have said.
I do love sort of aerial shots of cricket. It makes me very, very happy, and sort of think about, I don't know, all the sort of the fact that it just hasn't actually changed in the sort of 200 years that it's been around. It still looks the same from the sky.
We should probably jiggle up some people before play starts. One of them will be the New Zealand captain, Tom Latham, with 5,500 test runs. Here's his jingle.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
And his other opening partner is Devon Conway, whose jingle goes like this. And opening the bowling is going to be the Birmingham Bradman. It's the nicest guy in English cricket. It's this man.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Which one of you guys is doing the ball by ball?
I
think it's
think
you.
Andy is, but
Yep. Here's the first delivery from Wokes, and it just goes past the outside edge of Latham's bat through to Ollie Pope, of course, who's keeping wicket in this match. In the absence of, well, first of all, Jamie Smith's not in New Zealand because he stayed at home on paternity leave, and Jordan Cox got injured in Queenstown. So Ollie Pope keeping wicket. Here's Folks again, Wokes round the wicket to Latham. He works that one into the leg side. It's a gap at square leg, so he'll take a single.
how do you reckon Pope's done keeping wise so far, gents?
I don't think he's missed anything. I think there's been no howlers that I can see. He's been keeping since he's 9, so he knows what he's doing. No, the fact is he's got in the side as a batsman, but he could equally get in the team and possibly stay in the team as a keeper in its own right.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's Conway to face his first delivery of the second innings. And it's full toss, which he pushes up to mid-on. No run. Oh, just missed out there, Conway. Yeah, I think Pope may well have actually found himself a new position in the side. I mean, depending on what they want to do with the number 3 position, whether they want to put him back there or not, but Yeah, I think that's quite a handy option to have Pope coming in at 6 and keeping wicket his Wokes. This time Conway works it behind or just front of square in fact, and he'll also get a single. So both openers off the mark with a 1 to square leg, even 2 without loss.
I suppose the issue with the issue is the number 3 position, because England have got far too many middle order batsmen to try and fit in the side. If you include Jamie Smith, who's yet to come back into the side after the birth of his first child, and the fitting 3 into 2 spots doesn't really work.
Here's Wokes bowling to Latham, who leaves that one alone outside off stump, and no run.
And one of those is going to have to make way or sacrifice themselves by playing an out of position spot, if Joe Root is as immovable at 4 as people seem to think he is.
And also you've got to think that because they're shipping Ollie Robinson out, they're going to have to play him next test, right?
Here's Wokes once again, and Latham's beaten as he comes forward. Wokes, I've just got a bit of movement off the wicket there, through to Pope behind the stump, so tidy start by Wokes, just 2 off the over.
On YouTube, Philip Shaw says it's like the goldfish scene in The Meaning of Life, Monty Python. Morning, 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 morning. And he also says, more metal than man, surely will. Kieran Roseblade signs off and says goodbye. He says, I think I'm done, guys. I'll leave you on in the background though. Smash the like button. That's what we like to hear. And it's going to be Gus Atkinson from the other end. Let's jingle him up.
Gus Atkinson. He's not one to complain.
As Conway faces his first delivery from Atkinson, and very similar to the shot he played in the first innings. He tried to push that one into the offside, but just got the inside part of the portion of the bat, but fortunately for Conway, hit the ball along the ground to Atkinson this time, unlike in the first innings where he was caught and bowled playing virtually the same shot. Conway once more, and it's just defending that one into the offside. Of course, Conway scored double 100 on debut against England a few years ago at Lord's. So we see a replay on the screen now of his dismissal in the first innings. It was a good catch by Atkinson, but not a great shot by Conway, whose Test career got off to a rollicking start. He was averaging 56 for his first 12 tests, I think it was. Here's Conway on driving straight to the cover fielder, and there's no run. Yes, he was averaging about 56 after, I think it was after 12 tests, or, oh, it's convenient. It's just come up on the screen. He was averaging 54, in fact, almost 55 after 12 tests, 22 innings. But since then, 27 innings he's played, he's only averaging just around 26, without 100. That's the other point to note. As this one's played up to mid-on, again by Conway, just going slightly across the line there. So you could say he's due. That might be one way of looking at it.
It's a very interesting field that they set for Conway. There's, I think, 3 slips in the gully. There's 2 men on the drive in the covers who are in quite short, and a very short mid-on as well. I mean, there's certainly no room to bowl anything short with this setup at all.
There's Atkinson to Conway once more. Just lets that one go through the pipe. A foot or so outside his off stump. Just calmly let the ball go through the keeper.
I don't know whether I would call it a trend as such, but have you noticed the amount of batsmen in recent times that have kind of really got out the sort of gate really going in their career, and then sort of slowed down after about 20 tests or so.
Conway, and it's played up to that man at short mid on. Once more, and that is the end of the second over. So a maiden from impact, no, it's a no ball. No ball, so that will have to be re-bowled.
I'm not sure that that's a new trend. I think it's just better. I think that's always happened, that people have come onto the scene, people have had to adjust to what they do well, and therefore suddenly they find it hard to do the difficult sophomore year.
As last ball of the over there from Atkinson is left alone by Conway, outside off stump, so that is the end of 2 overs. So 3 without loss, New Zealand.
Ben McCormack is also heading off. Thank you, Ben. And on Twitter, Mike Mewhall-Wood tweeted in earlier saying that he just realised earlier that he'd been a Guerrilla supporter for over a decade. He's looking forward to the next 10 years, to which I responded, and it's going to be about a month until I will actually be 10 years since I've been a Guerrilla on-air contributor, which happened in the 2015 World Cup against specifically the Ireland Windies match, which the Ireland famously won, was my debut.
I remember that. That was fun.
Anyway, Wokes has begun a new over, and the first ball is taken behind the stumps by Pope as Latham begins watchfully so far. Started quite quickly in the first innings. Defends once more to a good length delivery by Wokes. Latham's runs in the first innings were actually quite important for New Zealand. I think he got 46 from memory. But he scored at a reasonably good clip in that first session when New Zealand scored 100, despite losing a couple of wickets. Here's Wokes once again. And Latham this time has edged it straight to second slip. And there's a good delivery from Wokes, and the ball found the edge of Latham's bat as he came forward, not really lunging forward, just more playing from the crease. The edge was taken, and as we see the replay of it now, he has a good ball from Latham, and it was taken in the slips. Was it Joe Root who took that one? I didn't quite see that.
Harry Brook.
Harry Brook, was it? Yeah. So Latham's on his way for one, and it's the worst possible start for New Zealand, particularly if you're in New Zealand.
The crowd says you're out.
Well, if ever there's a man for the role, then the next man in is surely that man. The perfect person to ride the storm out of an early wicket.
He's done it many times before, and he'll do it many times again. I think he's my favourite batsman.
It's Mr. Consistency himself, the former captain. It's Kane Williamson.
A Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Martin Crowe. I know he's really great, but tell me, I want to know, have you ever seen Kane?
So here's Wokes rolling to Williamson, and he just lets that one go out outside off stump through to the keeper. Of course, I just said that I thought that was Root who took that catch, but of course Root would be stationed at first slip, where he always is. Brook at second slip. Took it low down, Harry Brook. Be good if New Zealand had taken some of their catches yesterday. There's Wokes once again, and Williamson's just defending that one to point, and no run.
But it sort of stings all the more that it was Brook that took that catch.
Yeah, exactly. He'll probably take another 4 now.
Yeah, definitely.
Not sure that ball from Wokes actually moved that much to Latham. Just seen another replay of it now, I think.
No, he's played across it a little bit. His back came down from like second slip towards mid-on.
Yeah, that was definitely more Latham than Wokes, I would say.
Yeah, you're right. He did. He just played across it slightly, didn't he? And it enabled the edge, really. Here's Wokes once more to Williamson this time. And he's just watchfully letting it go through to...
And on YouTube, Racing Rant says Kamindu Mendes is one of the fast starters in Test cricket to watch. Blazing start to his career. Yes, I think what was it? The first 4 tests he had 350, I think. And
yeah,
he's,
it was.
And he's got
like
to 1,000
yeah.
runs already, I think, in sort of like 10, 11 tests. I'm just thinking of others who had blazing starts. Was it Adam Voges as well, and Michael Hussey both had averaging in the 70s or 80s for a while.
And then and you've got sort of more recent. I mean, Pope is the obvious one. He was the golden child for that first kind of year or so, wasn't he? And then Marnus, and Conway, of course. But I think it is just something that just happens to most people. You slow down after a while, don't you?
It's quite a strange phenomenon, though, isn't it? How can you be so absolutely sensational at the start? I mean, I know people will say things like, "Oh, the bowlers work them out" and all this sort of stuff, but it's just kind of crazy how that happens. Here's Atkinson, and this one is just defended by Williamson back to the bowler. I suppose then you've got the other side of it too. I mean, look at a guy like Daryl Mitchell, for example, who blossomed later on. He just started making runs, got moved further and further up the order, but he certainly didn't start that way. So
he started as a bowler more than anything, didn't he?
And to be fair, Kamindu Mendes is much the same. He started at 7 and he kept on scoring these runs. I thought he's not going to stay at 7, and sure enough he hasn't.
Here's Williamson getting off the mark, just working it off his hip to mid-wicket. And Bashir does the fielding there, and there's one to him.
I mean, I suppose also Smith has probably done that as well. He's dragged himself up the order.
Only because Stokes has not been bowling, so he had to pick another bowler, basically. He can't pick an all-rounder. I think that's the main reason.
I meant Steve Smith, sorry.
Oh.
Here's this next one. It's driven nicely by Conway. Beats mid off. 3 fielders in pursuit of that one, but it's going to run all the way into the boundary. I'm going to say the boundary rope, but it's basically boundary plastic these days. And so Conway, it's his first boundary, moves on to 6. Nice stroke there. Typical Conway shot. That will give him a bit of confidence. Yeah, I think you're right with Smith. I'm pretty sure he started about number 6.
I think he started at number 8 as a leg spinning sort of bowling all-rounder.
Right. Here's this one is pulled by an attempted pull shot by Conway. He doesn't time it at all, and it just finds mid on, and there's no run. Mind you, the Aussies have got a history of giving players starts further down the order and moving them up. I mean, the classic case was Ricky Ponting. I think he had about something like 30 tests or 20, 25 tests at number 6 before he moved to number 3.
That's a bit of a weird jump, isn't it? Sort of 30 at 6 and then straight up to 3.
This next one is just defended. No, the reason for that is because he just couldn't. There was no spot for him in the side other than number 6, but they had to put him in the side somewhere, so they put him at number 6. But come to think of it, that was the same with Joe Root. I'm pretty sure Joe Root batted 6 on his debut in India. I'm almost sure that's right.
Yeah, it was definitely 5 or 6. I can't remember which.
But he was an opener at the time. Remember, Nick Compton got the opening job and Joe Root ended up batting 6.
Seems a bit mad now you look back at it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Considering what Nick Compton went on to do and what Joe Root's gone on to do.
Oh, Nick, I feel sorry for Nick Compton because he was told to change his style of play and be more aggressive. And that was basically the undoing of him in South Africa in 15-16.
Oh, that's not. I mean, it's not actually kind of I'm not trying to do Nick Compton down. He's like very, very solid. But I think coming in at roughly the same time as Joe Root is, I don't know. It's never going to look good, is it?
Well, you're going to look bad by association or comparison.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, it's the second ball of Wokes is over now. And Williamson, as he so often does, just sees the line of the ball and sways out of the way. And not that it was a bouncer, but just he likes to do, just turn his way, get his bat out of the way, and lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Of course, England have had that with opening bowlers as well. Like Wokes would have been a decent opening bowler for 10 years or something now, but Jimmy and Brody.
Here's this next one to Williamson, and once again, Wokes just went slightly wider on the crease that time, but Williamson judged the line nicely.
Oh, I'd say that's a good leave. I think that's a bit too close for comfort, that one. He's gone wide, he's bowled the angled in one, it's also cut in slightly as well, it's just gone over the top of off stump. I think that was a leave that was not as well judged as he thought it was, but he got away with it.
There's Wokes. Williamson this time's forcing that one off the back foot through the covers. 2 here, as 2 players converge on that from point and mid-off. So Williamson moves on to 3. Conway's on 6, and New Zealand 11 for 1. Yes, that was a little bit too close, wasn't it? When you saw it on the replay. Actually, with the just as I called that, I thought that's a good delivery. But you could say it was a good lead, but they're very close to that off stump. Here's Wokes. And Williamson this time is just defending off the back foot up to mid-on. And there's no run.
Well, I think the adage
quite
is
a lot of late movement.
Any leave where you're still at the wicket after it is a good leave. I don't know what they're doing in the slips. There seems to be having a clapping game between Brooke, Duckett and Root.
Here's Williamson this time, and he's driving that one down the ground. Mid-off was very wide, and Williamson found the gap between the bowler and mid-off and picks up his first boundary. He moves on to 7, and then on to 16.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, just a little bit uppish, wasn't it, Will?
Yeah.
No,
That kind
I
of
think
late
if the short, mid, off would have been straighter, I think they was very much in play there. But
yeah. I was just thinking about that clapping that they were doing in the slips. Do you reckon they're doing that old thing that, I don't know, I used to do at school, where I'd get the slips to all clap at the same time as I bowled to try and put the batsman off?
That's shocking, Will. Are we changing over?
we should be changing over.
Yeah.
Let's just quickly get through the over whilst I wait for people to come in and replace me.
So, sixth over is underway now. Atkinson taking up the attack. I'm going to be moving into the comments seat, I believe.
I'm sure the bear is due to come in, but he seems to be chatting away in the green room. So I'll hang on until he does turn up. And I think, Will, you're off, aren't you, at this moment?
I am, yeah. I can scoot off now if that's easier.
Here's slip one to Conway and end it into the onside. And once
That's a
again,
lot of dead airs, boys.
Yeah.
I think we're all sort of at different points in the feed. It's weird. I think I'm a ball behind.
Yeah. And there is David Gower is pushing away with his arms and trying to demonstrate something about, I think, Conway's technique
Head
to his
position by the looks of it.
co-commentator.
Here's Atkinson once more, and Conway is beaten as he plods forward at that one, outside off stump, through to Ollie Pope behind the stumps, and there's no run. There has been a bit of criticism of Conway's technique, actually, by a few commentators and fans. He tends to fall over his front leg a little bit.
Jason, I should check with you where we're up to on the messages.
We are up to, next one is Scott Harrison.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Methers.
Good morning, Andy. How are you in Thailand? You lost another stone since yesterday?
I wouldn't say so. But feeling pretty good, I'd say. England with
excellent
3 slips and 2 gullies in place for Devon Conway as he faces Atkinson once more, and it's down the leg side. And it's taken by Ollie Pope behind the stumps. It's the end of the over as well.
Right, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, see you, Will. Thanks, mate. You might have dispatched
the bear's coming.
Jason to the green room. Oh, the bear's there. Okay. So Scott Harrison says England have a strong tail, 7 to 10. All have first-class hundreds, but then number 3 doesn't. Question mark. Phil Shaw says Bethel would be fine. Give him at least a second innings. Yeah, I think that's fair. I do still think putting you in at number 3 is not the right thing to do by him. By all means, put him in the team, but move Brook up to 3 if Root refuses. But to put Bethel in at 3, I think is asking for trouble and being pretty unfair on him.
I don't know.
We're into a new over.
And that's
there.
First ball is left alone through the keeper. Is that all right, Andy? All right, Messi?
Hello,
yeah, good.
Yeah, I'm good. Fell asleep for a little bit, which is always a bit refreshing, you know.
Well, those beers before lunch probably didn't help.
Well, no, I had 4 as well. Yeah.
Wow.
I was on it.
Yeah, back to the old days.
Back to the old
Except for
days.
the
But
sleep.
now, yeah, well, exactly. all the other chemical assistance has faded away as time has gone by. Wokes is in, and it's left alone through to the keeper by Williamson, who got off to a quick start. That shot in the last over was a bit aerial, but he was inside the man at cover. And Wokes, this is his first wicket, I think, in that test. Finally got one. Could do with
Must of having had a sleep myself after my 5:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. said 6 a.m. shift.
What were you doing? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, on here, yeah. Left alone through to the keeper, and there ain't no run.
I thought you meant you were doing yoga or something, Andy.
No. I don't have anything on today, so I've just dedicated it to guerrilla cricket. I did like that reference message to the tail being 7 to 10. I don't think Stokes would be too happy with that reference.
Well, it's an interesting question, you know. Over the years, there's been some pretty dodgy number 7s, haven't there?
Well, yeah, that's just knocked into the leg side, and there's no run. They go for a quick run. Ooh, and they make it. It's a bit, wasn't the greatest of runs, but they did go straight away. England need to get into the wickets, don't they? They do seem to go on forever.
I mean, in my youth, the number 7 in the England team was always the wicket keeper, whether he was very good at batting or not.
Yeah, wicket keepers generally did seem to be decent bats, or always in my day been decent bats anyway. But they spend their whole time watching the ball anyway, don't they? So Conway's going to face up. Wokes around the wicket. 1 for 9 into his 4th over. Ball's around the wicket. It's left alone by Conway through to the keeper. No run. Then it's over. 16 for 1.
I think the level of expectation on wicket keepers to score was much less then, though. It was sort of a nice surprise when they got a decent score rather than an expectation of them.
Yeah.
I mean, look at a guy like Ian Smith. He's a good example of that. I mean, he got that belting 173 against India, but not a lot else.
Yeah.
Down the leg side. Good take by Pope. Poor ball. And through to the keeper. No run. End of the 7th over. 16 for 1. Over to you, Messi.
Philip Shaw just says, hooray, it's Messi. Thank you, Philip. Good to have my one-man fan club. Will Reynolds says, I'd try Smith at 3 for a bit. I actually think that will be the long-term thing. I think Smith has got such class that he will end up at number 3. To which Philip Shaw says, wicket-keeper Smith or truffle hunter Smith?
Truffle hunter.
Well, I mean, there's an argument to say that Steve Smith should have been batting at 3 rather than 4, but yeah. They're both shit at the moment anyhow, so who cares?
Marnus is not doing very well either, is he?
Marnus is just in another planet. I said yesterday, I think he was kissed by an angel at Lord's 5 years ago, and the spell's worn off.
Yeah, that's a very straight delivery from Atkinson over the wicket to Kane Williamson. He just defends it back to the bowler, and there ain't no run.
Just looking at the pictures on the screen today compared to yesterday, it's
yes. Andy, hello.
I think Andy might have frozen.
Maybe it's not very good Wi-Fi out in the Philippines. That's full and driven. Oh, and driven past. I think Stokes is in at cover. It's going to be 4 runs. It does seem to me that every afternoon the sun comes out.
Yep. It's forecast to be very nice for the rest of the day and tomorrow. I know all of Southeast Asia is a big blur for most Englishmen, but actually the Philippines and Thailand are quite different places.
Yes, I know. He's in Philippines, isn't he? Or is he in Thailand?
No, he's in Thailand.
Oh, he's in Thailand. Okay, sorry. I thought he was in the Philippines. No, someone else
Sorry.
is in the Philippines. Sorry, Atkinson in. And I don't know what quite happened there. It looks like it nearly went onto the stumps. Williamson defended it, went into the ground, and the force of the ball was still carrying it backwards. Not sure if he managed to get a foot on it or he didn't, but it just missed the stumps. Let's have a look here on the replay.
Wow, yeah.
Just into the ground. Oh yeah, it did go back. He tried to kick it away. He missed it, but fortunately the ball wasn't going straight back onto his stumps, so he got away with it.
He nearly kicked his stumps.
He nearly did kick his stumps as well, didn't he? Atkinson in, driven back to him by Williamson, and there is no run. Oh, I've got a bit of acid reflux, boys. It's not good.
Oh, well, that's great to know, Bear.
Yeah, I know.
Oh dear. I've got to say how much I enjoy having Williamson back at number 3. It's just a real test batsman, isn't he? I'm quite happy that he's not in the IPL. I don't think that's where he belongs.
Well,
this is where he should be.
That's another foolish delivery. Looking for something off the something. The wicket is Atkinson, but it doesn't seem to be a lot there. When the sun's out, it looks quite placid. It's driven back to him. There is no run. Must have been a no ball because the over hasn't ended. Indeed it is. A lot of no balls in this test, isn't there?
Yeah, there certainly have been, yeah.
Well, it's just crazy. I just don't understand how these guys keep bowling them. But anyway.
Yeah, indeed. Atkinson over the wicket. Last ball of the over. Just played in the leg side. Think about a single. It's not there. Shabashir fields it. And it's thrown back to the keeper. No run. Is that the end of the over? Or is that another no ball?
Oh God. Despite the sun coming and going, it's still only 18 degrees there, so it's not hot. Poor Hector was freezing his arse off yesterday when we did the summary at the end of the day.
No, right. Didn't take a jump.
He was the
30
the
degrees.
only one left in the ground. Everybody else had buggered off to some warmth.
No, it's 30 degrees on day one as well, wasn't it? That's through to the keeper, and there's no run. That does finally end the over. And Atkinson's got 12 or 4 overs. Over to you, Messi.
Will Reynolds says, was Stewart the first England keeper to go up the order? I think probably he was. I don't know where Godfrey Evans ended up in the order, or Les Ames, but they were before my time, basically. And he says, whatever devil Mana sold his soul to returned it recently, I reckon. I think that's spot on, yeah. Naman says, well, guys, just heard that Hazelwood got injured and won't play in the next game. Good news for India. Oh, that's a blow for Australia, certainly. Although, in the bowling ranks, Australia has quite a decent backup, and it's not a bad thing for some of them to get some test experience. So it'll be interesting.
Well, they're going to need it soon, aren't they? Because they'll all retire at some point, not in the not too distant future. Bryden Cass is into the attack, and it's tails away after it goes past Conway's bat. But he left it alone. It was wide, and there was only to play at it. Need them to play at more deliveries here in England. They're wasting the new ball here. They're bowling a lot of lines on that corridor, and they're not interested in playing at them. That's a good take by Pope. Pope's not that bad behind the stumps, is he? Actually.
New Zealand was very similar yesterday, Bear, when they were bowling to the England openers.
Yeah. It's a waste, really. That's better. Defended by Conway. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah. I like the fact that some of them are going over rather than just straight away going around the wicket. Some of them aren't very good at bowling around the wicket. They seem to get their lines wrong and make it quite easy for the bowlers. I think it takes a little bit of practice. Awful lot of left-handers in this side, aren't there, as well, in Kiwi side. Bryden Cass up to the crease, bowls, and left by Conway through to the keeper. Ain't no run.
Quite interesting they've got this leg slip in place here, and then it seems a bit of a with the angle that Cass is bowling at, it seems a slightly strange field position.
Well, you've got to bowl on his hip for that to come into place, haven't you? But he ain't doing that at the moment. He's trying to bowl across him. Conway facing up, Cast coming in. Oh, he's driven that more. I thought it was a bit more aerial and a bit finer than that, but he's hit it through the cover. It's not great timing, but I'll get back for 2. I'll think about 3, but it's not there. And Conway moves on to 8. Still trailing by 128. That's a good score by England. To get a lead of 150.
Just in response to Will's question, Les Ames played 2/3 of his test matches at 5th or 6th. He did play a couple at 2. He had a test batting average over 40, which is remarkable for a wicket-keeper batsman.
Cast in. Pulled. Is that out? I think it is out. It's a attempted pull by Conway, and he hasn't got it at all. He's fluffed his lines. He's mishit it, and it's a good diving catch by, who was it? Atkinson, I think. Sort of straightish mid-wicket. They're going to get together, and I think the umpires are going to get together and see if he caught it. England are pretty happy. I think Conway's pretty happy, and they're all going to go upstairs, but as per normal, these things will probably take about 5 minutes over it.
I don't think Conway's that happy about it, actually.
Well, I mean, in the sense that I think it was a clean catch. We're having a look now. Atkinson gets down. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got his hand underneath it.
Yeah, that's a catch.
That's a catch. He didn't.
That shouldn't have even been looked at. That was such an obvious catch.
Yeah, it was indeed. Have a look here. Yeah, it's straight into his hands.
I mean, what was that even?
I guess they're thinking it's the Stark thing where you turn your hand over and you put it on the ground, but I don't think so. I think his hand's under the ball.
His fingers are underneath the ball all the time.
Yeah. Decision is pending, should be out. It is out. And another wicket has fallen, and that is good. England have got a couple of early wickets, and they'll be cock-a-hoop here, and there's a little bit of trouble here for the Kiwis.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
23 for 2. Still trailing by 128. They're in a bit of bother here.
Bit of bother. So Philip Shaw says Jack Russell was very steady, and as Will says, steady with a brush too. Will Reynolds says Rennies for the bear.
I don't have any, unfortunately.
Have you got any Andrews liver salts? It's the best, says Philip.
No.
Naman says Boland can play in the place of Josh Hazlewood, I reckon. And Pink Floyd says 2 wickets for minus 128. Pink Floyd is not a handle I've come across before, unless it's Mayank being Mayank. But if not, welcome. Well, welcome if it's Mayank too.
Pink Floyd, I think he's got a Pink Floyd avatar as well, isn't he? Looks like an album cover of some description. It's very small on my screen, but it's got lots of colours on it, all I can see. Yeah, he pulled that, completely mistimed it, didn't he? It's a good grab from Atkinson. And England will be very happy. Yeah, you're right, Andy. I don't know why they really went upstairs and questioned that, to be honest.
Absolutely, just...
He caught that a good, 3 or 4 inches above the ground? Quite easy to see that he'd actually caught it.
I mean, it's short. It was such an obvious catch.
I guess, and everyone wants to be really careful these days. That zipped through from Cast. Well, he gets it up 139 clicks. And that ends the over. And Cast has 1 for 2 off his solitary over. Williamson is 12 not out. They do getting him out. Of course, you're actually, you are a Kiwi, aren't you, Andy? If I remember rightly.
Yep, I certainly am. Haven't lived there for a long period of time. I mean, it's coming up to 25 years. Hold on, I can't do my maths right. 2005. Well, just coming up to 20 years. I haven't lived there now, but most of that was in England. 13 of those years were in England.
Okay.
But heading back there soon, actually, but not in time for the series.
Mike is with us. He says, no, he's not Pink Floyd, that's someone else. Soph and KL is with us. Hello, Soph. Good morning from Malaysia. Very grateful to those sacrificing their sleep at the altar of cricket.
Well, we try our best. First ball, the next over is pulled nicely by Kane Williamson out to the deep square leg boundary, and that will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, he's looking good this morning, is Kane. Back after his injury, runs to make up. And he's fairly scooting along. Kane Williamson usually is a little bit more circumspect, but hey, there you go. Next ball's just defended, back down the track, there ain't no run.
He does look pretty solid, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he in the first innings he edged quite a few times, but with such soft hands that he never quite carried to the slips. There must have been about 3 and 2 or 3 overs when he first came to the crease yesterday, or on the first day. Sorry. It's just he plays with such lovely soft hands. Left alone, outside his off stump, and that is through to the keeper. And once again, there ain't no run. He always looks unhappy, does Gus Atkinson.
I know this is really, really off topic, but this cinch that's been sponsoring England cricket for quite a while now, it's actually quite a big business these days, is it?
No, I wouldn't. Well, I'll give you a little story about cinch. That's just dropped into the offside, and they scoot through for a quick single. So Cinch is a company that's basically sells second-hand cars, right?
Yeah.
But Cinch is a company that is owned by a company called BCA, which is British Car Auctions. And British Car Auctions is the biggest car auction house in England, and they sell thousands and thousands of cars every week. And funny enough, they also own another company called We Buy Any Car. So they've got all ends of the market covered. So they basically sell all the company cars that companies just get rid of, and they just bang in an auction. If you want to sell your car, they'll buy it off you really cheap, right? And then they'll bang it in an auction. And anything that comes through auction that's really good, they'll also sell you on Cinch with finance. So they got a whole bloody market sewn up. That's left alone by Ravindra outside his off stump. It's through to the keeper, and there ain't no run.
I must say I had to sell a car in London a few years ago. I did it through We Buy Any Car. I didn't get a great price, but it was so easy.
Well, that's the idea. You know, it can be. If you're not precious about your car and you realise it's come to the end of its life, or you just don't want it anymore, they will take it off your hands in an afternoon, but they generally won't give you a very good price for it. Ravindra faces up, and it's defended back to him by to Atkinson by Ravindra. He's yet to get off the mark. It's the end of the 10th over. Atkinson has none for 17 off of his 5. Williamson will face up 17 on out in the next over. 28 for 2 the Kiwis over to Ian Messi.
Will Reynolds says, is it true that Jack Russell didn't brush his teeth to put batters off? If so, that's worse than sledging in my judgment. That is just gross.
That is a bit nasty.
I wasn't aware of that.
I wasn't either.
Yeah, I think that's very much not in the spirit of the game. But, you know, you do what you do, I suppose.
He's not
talking of wicket keepers putting batsmen off, or at least attempting to put batsmen off. I saw come back to that.
Cass is in to Williams, who just turns that into leg side, gets himself a single again.
Yeah, I saw on social media, I think somewhere Facebook or something, that exchange between Ashwin and Tim Payne from a couple of years ago, and they just highlighted the fact that Ashwin said to Tim Payne when he sort of responded, Payne said, "Oh, can't wait to get you at the Gabba, mate, or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that went well.
Ashwin said, but Mrs. Ashwin said it's going to be your last series, mate. And it turned out to be.
Cast is in, and Ravindra finally gets off the mark as he just drops that into the offside. A vacant cover. It'll be just a 1 run.
But yes, that was for slightly different reasons, though, right, Mrs.?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe Ashwin knew something that we didn't.
Wow. Yeah. Tim Payne and his exploits.
he's an idiot, Tim Payne, but he's actually quite a nice guy. And I'm pleased he's still involved with cricket.
Well, England have got 5 slips, or 3 slips, 2 gullies, 4 slips and a gully, I don't know. There's a lot of people out there anyway, and that's defended by Kane out into the offside, and there is no run.
Speaking of lots of slips, I saw some footage of Australia playing in Zimbabwe probably 20 odd years ago, and they had 9 slips.
9 slips
in a one day. Steve Wall was
well, it doesn't surprise me. Bryden Cast is in, arrows that one into the sorts of stumps. It's well defended by Kane Williamson up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, I think when Roy Fredericks took 7 wickets at the Wacker for bugger all, they had at least 6 in the slick recording then.
Well, they've got 6 there now, actually.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Got to bowl it straight there and hanging outside the off stump. Attempt those drives. 3 slips, 2 false slips, 2 gullies, and that is out there. But Kane Williamson's good enough, and he gets up and he punches that really nicely off the back foot. Oh, good save by, I think it's Crawley chasing it down. I thought it was going to be 4 runs, but it ended up only being 3. As well hauled in by Zach Crawley. Bethel was chasing after him. He looks a bit a cross between sort of his usual Heaven 17 and Adam and the Ants at the moment, with a big white streak across his nose. They are checking it, but it's a very good save by Crawley. Trailing by 118, the Kiwis. Ravindra facing up on 1, just faced 4 deliveries. That's a good ball by Cast. Defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. It ends the 11th, 33 for 2. Messi.
Philip Shaw says to Pink Floyd, Cirrus Minor, to which Pink Floyd says, wish you were here. Will Reynolds says, I might be wrong about Jet Russell. I might have dreamed the interview or something. Chad Wright says, jumping in and out tonight, gents, but I'm deeply happy at your stream. You make cricket accessible to us in North America. Thank you. Thank you, Chad. It's lovely to have you with us.
It's our pleasure. Well, maybe some of you could super chat us to show your gratefulness. That'd be very nice. Or become a patron. If you don't know, if you are a new listener, we do survive on Patreon. That's how we like to survive. And we do this thing out of my flat currently, which is on the market. In fact, I've got to get up tomorrow and do a bloody viewing at midday, which is a bit annoying. But sooner or later, I've had one offer that I've turned down, but I'm hoping I'll get another one. They're changing the stamp duty rules in England at the end of March, and my flat is right on the cusp of where these new rules come in. Chris Wokes is pulled out of that delivery. I don't think his footing was great on the crease, and he decided not to go through with his delivery. He goes back and scratches out the delivery platform. So we are going to have to move from here, and we're going to have to move to commercial spaces. And I've been looking at commercial spaces, and to be honest, it isn't going to be as nice as having it in this flat, because it's going to be a lot smaller, basically, and a lot more expensive. But needs must, unfortunately. That's through to the keeper, and there is no run, left alone by Kane Williamson. It's just the nature of the beast sometimes. My daughter's gone off to university, I'm skint. Unfortunately, the flat has to go.
It's worth pointing out that the links to the the GPL and to Patreon and to our merch store are all listed under the notes under the YouTube screen. Although, Bear, you might want to edit this overnight. The links to Patreon and merchandise aren't live because they haven't got the HTTPS www in there.
Oh, haven't they? Oh, for fuck's sake. That's annoying. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. What, the red bubble?
Yeah, Anna Forsyth, you little legend. Anna in Canada sent us $2.79. Says, hello, all weekend for me at last. Thank fuck. Well, you can go watch a bit of hockey, can't you, Anna? I think that's your other great laugh. Lovely to have you with us. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So you're West Coast Canada, so you're what, about 8 hours behind? So what, is it 5 o'clock or something like that? Just turned beer o'clock in Canada. That is Off the Back Foot by Kane Williamson, out into the covers. And he'll get himself another single. Looks easy to score, but it will be if England have 6 slips, I suppose. A lot of open spaces out in the field. But when you've got a lead of 116, I guess you're pushing for those early wickets. Cut of edges, if they can get a 4 down before they get to 100. I think that would be ideal, and England would feel very happy. Mind you, in the test that we lost by 1 run, with the odd wide that didn't happen at the end of the game, we were well ahead in the first innings, weren't we? And then didn't New Zealand score like 450 in the second innings, and Kane Williamson nearly get a double ton or something, if I seem to remember
I think
rightly.
something like that. Yeah, it was a great test match. Wow, I love that. Anna's not happy. She says the hockey was at 12 p.m. today due to fucking American Thanksgiving. Criminal. Oh well, it's 6:15 and I'm off to a brewery.
Nice. That's
Very
what I like to hear, Anna. You go. That's defended out to the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, the holiday things stuff up everything, don't they?
Yeah, bloody hate Christmas. Fucking bar humbug here.
I'm with you there. I tell you what, living by myself gives me great freedom at Christmas.
I was going to say, do you actually bother buying anyone any presents? I mean, yeah.
No, we've got a pact. No presents except I buy a book for my.
I wish my family
grandchildren.
would get into that, but they just don't. They want really expensive presents. But at the moment,
But
I can't
that's such
afford.
a waste.
It is. We buy them shit when they want it anyway. That's defended out to the second of the gullies. It's nearly a backward point, really, and there is no run. Fiddled out. It went away a little bit off the seam, but quite easy to follow for Ravindra. It was a massive find for the Kiwis, it has to say. He's a quality batsman.
Oh, isn't it just?
Yeah. This one he has just knocked through the offside out towards the extra cover boundary. I think this one's going to make it. Just about beats the following fielder. I think it's Gus Atkinson, and there is no run. Is it time for change? Oh, it was time for change 5 minutes ago.
Yes.
But it's one of these. Did you have a little snooze as well then, did you? Easily done.
So you're supposed to be on with Jason and Ditch. Okay, I shall catch you after tea.
Okay, good to see you both. Catch you later. Who's doing what?
I am doing ball by ball.
I'm doing social. So you can just sit over there. You're good.
First ball from to Williamson. Dropped into the offside, and there is no run. New Zealand crawling along to 39 for 2. With Williamson and Ravindra trying to repair the damage to be done by 2 early wickets.
Yeah, we're doing another couple of early wickets.
Have you gone under?
I haven't actually. I should have done for the second wicket, but I haven't.
And there's a good crowd now in Hagley Oval who are
Yeah,
watching their side on with interest, I think.
Enjoying the Saturday sunshine.
Yes, it looks quite nice and bright out there today. And lots of people are wandering around, some of them with beers in their hands.
Yep.
Although there's a good family atmosphere there as well.
Indeed, Cast is in. Oh, sorry, it's
yeah,
you, isn't it?
And dropped into the offside, and trot through for a very well taken single. Brings Ravindra down on strike.
Wicket coming up here as New Zealand trail by 1-1-1. Or maybe not.
Yes, let's put feet on the ground, please.
Yeah. Well, there wasn't a wicket when England led by 1-1-1, so
no. And
it hasn't been very effective today. 1-1-1.
That's a very definite fashion statement by Craig McMillan, who's doing the commentary with Steve Harmison with a sort of French beret on. Cast in. That's wide outside of stump. Has he got him? Oh, they're asking about that. There was a big flash by Ravindra, and the ball was taken by Pope, but he's trying to persuade people to go for the review. I think if you need to persuade them that much, I don't think he's going to get it.
Yeah, it might be one of those where it hit, but they're not sure and they don't.
Well, it'd be interesting if it did get a little nick, because he did that in the first innings, and England didn't even appeal, did they?
Yeah.
Well, I think they've declined based on that.
Yeah, they have declined.
We're seeing Ultra Edge, and it's missed by an inch. So just as well. Carter's in again, and that's gone to the widest of the slip and gully fielders in the ring. All on the floor, no chance. And Cast.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Yeah, Jonathan Seafelt is in. He says, cheers from a grateful North American listener. Can always use my sofa and garage as your new studio if you ever move to Texas. Not recommended, he says. Well, I don't think I want to be in Texas.
It might be a bit hot in the summer.
It'll be a bit hot. Yeah, it's all a bit. Yeah.
Cast bustling in. The big jump. And that's just on off stump. Again, guided to the man at sort of deep gully. All on the floor, and there is no run. Pope. Is he still the vice captain? I think he is.
I think he is, yeah.
He seems to be wandering around thinking, where can I put a fielder here if I were the skipper? If Ben Stokes should for some reason, rick his ankle or do his knee or do his back or anything else that he's injured in the past. Because there is a lot of it.
Yeah, he was attempting to injure himself, wasn't he, the other day?
Cass. The one thing about Cass is he does bowl a really good line and really consistent line. That's again rising just on off stump, and Ravindra stands tall and just plays it into the offside.
Yeah.
It's one thing I think one of Cass's major benefits is he does bring consistency a lot of the time. Particularly in the one-day game, he bowls a very standard, consistent, predictable line. That can be a problem.
Yeah, he's no Devon Malcolm, is he?
He's quite sharp.
No, I mean in respect to the fact.
Oh
that
no,
he's
not a spray gun.
No.
See, that's yet again right on the money. Lifting and played off the back foot by Ravindra into the offside. That's the end of the over. New Zealand are 40 for 2.
Yeah, he's almost Hadley-esque, isn't he?
Well, I wouldn't say that. He's got.
I think he's a bit faster than Hadley.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, in terms of accuracy, Hadley could just put it exactly where he wanted it.
Well, when his rhythm is going, he's metronomic, but I wouldn't say his rhythm is there all the time.
Mike says, don't slag off Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving makes sense. It's in November. Canadians do it in early October, which is simply food. And to which Anna replies, it's more that they are letting Canadian team play in the middle of a work day. I mean, she did stream it at her desk, but still, she's not happy. Ooh. And Virat Sarma says, hello guys, love from India. Thank you. Is there another no bull?
Yep. I think that one's been... Oh no, it hasn't been missed. He's been called back and taken.
None of them get missed anymore, do they? There's a man whose entire job is to just watch that front foot.
So Cass has overstepped, not hugely. He was on the white paint, but that's not his. That's the umpire's. And so has to re-bowl the ball. Here he comes. In. And that's a fantastic ball, and again fished at by Ravindra off the front foot. Pope throws the ball in the air in frustration and then gives up, and that is now the end of the over.
Yeah, we need to have a jingle for that. Bear, gone fishing.
Ooh. Gone fishing.
There's a song with that, and we can dig it up from somewhere.
No, we can't do that anymore.
Oh no, get Mog to do it for you then.
You need to get someone to do a parody of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then it's allowed under fair use.
Yes, exactly.
So yes, Williamson is he's been in for a long time in this innings. He's got 23 of the 41 runs. If he were to go before tea, that would be a big feather in England's cap.
Certainly would be.
You can get my son James to do us some jingles. He's a good singer. Plays the guitar.
If he wants to.
I'll ask him. I'll see what he says. Actually, they can all. Louis can sing. Dave plays the guitar.
You've got enough relatives to band together.
Yeah.
That is Wokes bowling to Williamson. That skews off the inside edge of the bat down to just behind square on the leg side, and that's a single for Williamson.
I've got an Australian cousin, Lauren, who is a drummer. Quite a good one, I believe.
Band meets must be interesting then.
Yeah, well, I think she plays in a band in Australia, not with any of the rest of the family, but I found her on YouTube once. She seems quite good.
And it brings Ravindra down, who's 5 off 15 at the moment, and Wokes is a bowl round wicket to him, to 3 slips and 2 gullies, a fairly short point, and that's just pushed to the aforementioned point, but head over the ball, all along the ground, no run.
Is Jimmy out there, Anderson?
Don't think so.
Yeah. He's out on the tour. He had to field the other day in the warm-up game because they were short of backup players.
Oh, the hardship.
He didn't get a contract though, did he?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't get picked up in the IPL.
And the 13-year-old batsman did, which I found very interesting. Wokes, again, rinse and repeat really. Forward defensive, head down over the ball, pushed out to point to cover this time.
Alright.
Ravindra seems to have gone a bit into his shell at the moment. He's making sure after that flash in the last over he doesn't give away too much of a chance now with tea coming up in 25 minutes.
Not even that anymore.
20
15,
minutes.
Yeah, 15, 20 minutes.
Wokes. That's a good ball that seams away. Ravindra looks to play it and then lets it go past and just watches it as it seems away. Good decision.
Yeah, he's quite quiet, isn't he, Ravindra? He's had one nice drive through the covers. Everything else has been a little bit short of a length and he hasn't been able to latch onto. And then he's tried to guide squared. It's packed full of gullies and slips.
Wokes. That's Fuller, and that's nicely tapped past the mid-on, and that will make its way to the boundary. Is he going to make it?
No.
Slow it up? No, it's just going to stop. Bashir turns and hurls the ball, but they do come back for 3.
One more after the over. Oh,
Yeah.
pardon me.
Be interesting to see if they give Bashir a couple of overs before tea.
I'm not sure they will.
They probably won't, but maybe it's a.
I think they're going to persist with pace bowlers whilst they think it's still helpful.
Yeah, but he gets a bit of bounce, doesn't he? Sometimes spinners like him, if you wait until the ball's gone a bit soft, you lose some of the advantage. So I don't know, maybe just 1 over, maybe just before tea. When
Maybe 1 over just before tea. But
anyway, Williamson defends into the ground at his feet. Ball plops away about 2 yards. And that is the end of the over. New Zealand are 45 for 2.
He's a bit of a golden arm, Bashir, isn't he? I mean, he's a bit one of those guys who just seems to doesn't bowl a particularly good ball and gets a wicket.
He seems to bowl better under Stokes than he does under any other captain. He seems to have a more of a feel for what the field should be and to give him more confidence to bowl the balls that will take wickets.
yeah, his flight in the first innings was pretty good, I thought, actually. He gave it a lot of air.
And he's still very young, isn't he? He's 21?
21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got
He's played
plenty to work on.
Almost a year of Test cricket now.
He's probably played more
hours of Test cricket than he has first-class cricket, does he?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Anyway, Cast is in. That's clipped off his legs by Ravindra. And the man at deep square has to turn and has to run and chase. That's a long way for him to come, and they easily take 2 and are stopped from taking 3 by a good throw.
Kane had turned and he wanted that third, didn't he? But
Yeah, he wanted it. Ravindra wasn't interested. He said, no, yeah, I want to bat. You're not batting, mate.
I don't think it was there either.
It probably wasn't.
No. Here comes Cast. With that long rhythmic action, a big gather. And that's defended into the offside with a check drive. And there is no run.
It's amazing. It's amazing for a country that doesn't really play cricket that they get their name into cricket so much, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Check drive.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's a pun of
that's fucking awful.
Tony Bishop proportions.
Yeah.
Well, it is the middle of the night here.
Yeah, but it's not the middle of the night for some of our listeners, unfortunately, and they get the full benefit of it. Short and pulled nicely by Ravindra. That's again in front of square. The fielder on the boundary had to come a long way to field that. And again, stops the 3. That's a good piece of work by Bashir. He's covered some ground here.
Yeah. No, he's a tall lad with long legs. He's not a bad fielder, actually.
No, I mean, he had that reputation at the beginning where he was a bit of a Bambi on ice.
He did drop a catch, didn't he?
But he's also caught some really good catches on the boundary.
Yeah, he dropped one in Pakistan, I seem to remember, as a bit of a sitter.
Yes. We dropped some important catches in Pakistan. I mean, you don't get that many chances.
Short and played through the offside by Ravindra. The man at mid-off runs wide and picks it up and stops the 2.
Yeah, I don't think the ball's doing
And
much
New Zealand
now.
have got their 50 up in nearly 15 overs, and only trail by 101 now.
Yeah, you're going to need another wicket. No, I mean, the biggest howler of a drop, I think, was Jamie Smith, wasn't it, in the second test, in that second innings, when, I can't remember.
Well, it was a misstumping, wasn't it? And he just grasped that on the floor.
Yeah, there was a misstumping, but there was a really sitting catch that he dropped off the pace bowler. He didn't really bowl. I can't remember his name now. And
Naseem Shah?
No, not Naseem Shah.
A good ball outside off stump by Cast. Williamson sticks a leg out and then watches it go past.
No, the one they retained for the last 2 tests. They only had one.
Amir Jamal.
Yes, and he got 70.
Well, he's a good batsman.
Yeah, well, exactly. And we dropped him and he got 70 in that second test, which allowed them to get far enough ahead that they ended up winning the test. And it literally was a little feather straight through to Jamie Smith. And it went straight in his gloves and just popped out onto the ground. And it's just like, you can't be dropping them as a keeper.
We've not seen fields like this for a while. 4 slips and 2 gullies. Slightly wider by Cast, angling in. Defended stoutly by Williamson. And that's the end of the over.
Well, one of the gullies is almost old-fashioned point, isn't he?
Yes, it's a proper gully and a wide, almost point gully.
Yeah.
Mayank says, when they say the line belongs to the umpire, I always used to think that means surely. Therefore, the umpire has the right to say, never mind, I don't feel like giving the batter out or giving a no ball.
Yeah.
That's a strange thought, Mayank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would agree with that.
Aye. Well, would this be the last over for tea? No, it won't be.
No, we've got 12 minutes or
12
so.
minutes, yeah.
Atkinson is going to...
It's quite interesting, white lines in different sports, whether,
it's in the play or out.
Out or whatever, yeah.
Or shaking it all about, even.
Yeah, I mean, like soccer, the complete ball has to be out, doesn't it? Whereas in rugby, if it just touches the line, it's out.
Yeah. And in this, particularly the lines for whether it's in line with the stumps, it has to be more than 50% of the ball.
Yes.
Anyway, here comes Atkinson with that stuttering stride, and then suddenly the whang of the quick ball. That's short and flapped at a little bit by Ravindra. Pope eventually stops the ball, not cleanly with his hands, and a bit more of a body save there.
Did he get anything on it? Did it hit his body? It seemed to die.
No, I think it just went past the shoulder, and then it was dying as he got to Pope, and he just decided to give it the get the body in the way rather than get the hands potentially in a position where they might fluff it. But it is a very pretty ground, Hagley. I mean, those little pagoda pavilion is lovely. It's short, and Ravindra plays it off with both feet off the ground into the covers.
There's a massive change of tactics here, isn't there?
Yeah, I was
sign
gonna
of
say,
any
there's no
slips or
sign of
goallers.
any slips at
This is
all.
going to short stuff. They got loads of people on the leg side.
I think Atkinson has been
He's
told
gonna
to
ping it in,
shove it up his nose for 2 overs just before tea. And we've got 2 men on the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 men on the leg side. No slips.
It's a tactic, and it's been definitely ridden well by Ravindra, who drops it into the ground next to him on the leg side and scampers through for a quick signal as Williamson calls him through.
2 men on the offside.
Well, if
You
you're
don't
going to
see
bowl a
that-
line,
you don't see that often on Test cricket.
if you're going to bowl a line to a left-hander where it's on his hip all the time, you're not going to need more than 2 or 3 men on the offside.
No, but it's with 15 overs gone in a Test match. It's an interesting field, shall we say? But they've changed it around a bit now.
Well, I think the thing is,
change of batsman, of course. Yeah,
the same batsman, the same field is going to happen in reverse for Williamson. Where
yeah, it is pretty much. You're right.
No, they're not going to attack him with a full ball. They're going to go short to both batsmen. At least that's the implication from the field they're set, which has got 4 or 5 people on the leg side and no one close. And that's poor ball, poorly directed. Williamson just looks askance at the bowler and says, "I'm not even bother trying to look at that."
Yeah, the problem is you have to get the line just right with this attack. You get it slightly wrong.
Well, that's the end of that
2
fun
for
and
the over.
games, because he's had 2 for the over now. He's got to be Wagner perfect on his short balls now. And I'm not sure he has that much confidence in the pitch that he'll be consistent enough to do that. Anyway, here he comes. Yes, it's outside off stump. It's a slow ball, and it just dies and bounces on the way through to Pope.
England's bowling hasn't been that much better in this second innings than it was in the first, for me, to be honest.
Once the new ball's gone, they don't seem to have a plan to bowling on dead wickets. When the sun's high in the sky in the second session, and it's a bright blue sunny day.
I love that tree straight
Last
behind.
ball of the over, and that's shorter again on the offside, but Williamson, who plays it down, can't get it past the man at cover, and that's the end of the over. 51 for 2 off 16 overs.
Well, it's cooled down a bit. It's not a lot going on. It's getting into the boring middle overs if it was a one-dayer.
Well, indeed. Well, Mike says
It's a boring middle session, perhaps.
in American football, the ball can be out past the line, but if the player's feet are inside the field and don't touch any part of the line, it's okay.
Same for rugby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true for rugby. There's some various complications with it, but it's basically true for rugby.
Daniel Keppel.
Yeah, you must take off inside the field of play.
Yeah. Land in it as well, but yeah.
Time for another wicket. Well, of course, in cricket.
Oh, I thought I'd be right.
Well, you were. It's going to be this man.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
I think this is good. You have a guy smacking it up his nose from one end, and a guy forcing him to come forward, or at least attempting to try and make him to come forward at the other end.
It's good to see that Stokes has got the Gorilla Cricket feed in his ear as well.
Yeah.
Advice. Although, to be fair, the modern parlance of how to play spin ball, hang on the back foot for as long as possible, and only play front foot if you're absolutely sure you can reach it. And that's played under his nose by Ravindra, with not really much footwork. He went forward maybe a half step and then stopped and went back.
Yeah, he was in
and
kind
played
of
it from the crease.
Yeah, kind of two minds though. He was going to go forward and then didn't.
But there's a little bit of turn there, and that one's in again. That's on the front foot. That's played nice and neatly through to the man at mid-wicket. Bear will be happy.
Yeah. As we see, I got out in the first innings. Yeah, came down the track, got a toe end to mid-wicket.
Bear always likes a mid-wicket in play when a slow bowler is bowling. That's swept nicely and flat and fine enough to beat the man on the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was a bit leg-sidey.
And
he got well forward. Paddled it, didn't he?
yeah, I think is the most important thing often with the sweep. Is A, to get the length right, and B, to get the full extension of the arms out in front of you to get it fine. Bashir around the wicket. That's defended by Ravindra. Short leg scuttles up the pitch and fields it, and
better line,
better pace as well. Just a little pace, more pace off it than the previous ball. As a tall Bashir comes in again. That's wide. Little bit too wide, little bit too far, little bit too low. And are they going to make 3? No, they're not going to make 3. I think for once Ravindra was interested in the third, and Williamson sent him back.
Yeah, he was interested in the third because there's only a couple of balls to go. He wanted to get back on strike. He's a ball hogger. Well, he's looking to get the strike. You always bat. We've batted with people like that. They just want to get the strike.
That's flatter and on his hip, and that's whipped by Ravindra into the leg side. Bethel fields, and they take 2. That's the end of the over. 17 overs are gone. New Zealand are 59 for 2.
Oh, golden arm didn't work. What
Well,
a shame.
It didn't. Time for another wicket, just says Daniel Keppel music. That'd be nice. Another one just before tea. Would be lovely. In fact, this will probably be the last over before tea, won't it?
They might just get another over in.
Nah,
3 minutes is probably unlikely.
Well, it says 2:38 and 13 seconds on this computer.
So what city is the Hadley Oval in?
Christchurch.
Oh, it's Christchurch. I thought it must be Christchurch.
The previous stadium, I think, was the Jade Stadium, which was damaged in a
in the earthquake.
Yep.
Yeah.
And was rendered unfit for play, both rugby and cricket, and cricket's there. So here comes Atkinson over the wicket, short ball, and just very gently paddled around by Williamson, all the way along the floor. No real effort in it, just worked it out to the fielders on the boundary and took an easy single. I think there's no incentive for him to really do anything else this close to tea.
Absolutely. You're better off sticking the slips in again, aren't you? And
yeah, that's what I think.
Bowling it up and
or at least putting a slip or 2 slips in, so it has to. You have the option of attacking there.
Absolutely.
Anyway, it's Ravindra now to face. That's another short ball. That's again worked round the corner, and it's all too easy at the moment before tea. And Duckett's running around. I wonder where he's going.
Deep square leg.
If you're going from deep square leg to deep square leg, you have one hell of a shuttle sprint every ball at this rate. I certainly would be having a more varied field to make the batsman think a bit harder than this.
Yeah, it's telegraphed currently, isn't it?
Short again, and that's gone fine by Williamson on the pull, but Bethel is down there, fields the ball, another single is taken, and that's 9,000 runs for Kane Williamson in his 103 test matches. The average just under 55.
Well batted to him.
Which is an impressive number to keep Well, they are impressive numbers all round, both in terms of the aggregate and in terms of the average.
Yeah, not only the average, but the 90 runs ish, just slightly less than 90 runs a match, which is a lot of runs per match from one player.
Oh yeah, that's what happens if your average is 54, isn't it?
Short ball by Atkinson. Ravindra decides ducking is the appropriate thing to do with 2 balls to go to tee, we think.
Yeah, but you have to. I mean, if you're in a really good team, you don't necessarily get average 90 runs a match, because you get your runs in the first innings, you don't bat again, do you? So.
No, but you might get 90 runs in your first innings, eh?
Yeah, you might.
But I mean, I guess that's the whole thing. If you've got an average of 50, you're going to average. You should aggregate 100 runs a match anyway, really, shouldn't you? I mean,
well, you should.
On his legs, and that's clipped nicely by Ravindra. There's a scrambling stop by Stokes.
Well, especially, I suppose, if you're a top order batsman, you're likely to bat twice most of the time, I guess.
Yeah.
And there is no run.
Well,
yeah, it's a bit quiet compared to this morning and early afternoon when England were thrashing it everywhere.
Can't always be whiz bang.
No.
I mean,
well, not except when England are batting, of course. Nowadays, when it's very rarely not fairly whiz bang. There was a quiet bit yesterday, wasn't there? Those wickets early doors.
Round wicket for the last ball by Atkinson. That's and he's nearly chopped on there. Ravindra. He's played it with a sort of about half forward. His ball's gone into the ground and spun backwards. I think spun either past or just over the off stump.
no, I think it didn't make it back to the stumps, but he didn't know where it gone. He'd lost it a little bit. That is tee, and the Kiwis have got there. They lost 2 early wickets, but
I'd say that I think that's honours even on that session.
yeah, I think I can say
102 runs and 4 wickets in the session. Still only 24 overs. They really are not bowling many overs per session. I think they're going to bowl they bowled 23 in the first session, 24 in this one. You're going to have to work very hard to get the remaining overs in.
Well, they're not.
No, they're not, I know.
They're going to be at 80.
But they're not even going to get 80, I think.
Yeah, it's pathetic, really. But hey-ho.
Yeah, well, so Latham dismissed for 1 by Wokes early on, followed by Conway, who was caught by Atkinson. Good catch at mid-wicket, off cast, and then the 2 batsmen in the other crease now, Williamson 26 not out and Ravindra 23 not out, have done a good job in steadying the ship, being boring, taking the sting out of England's attack.
They have indeed. And on that note, it's time to go for tea, and we'll give you a little bit more of whatever podcast we were playing.
Was that one the one with
Hendo and myself, I think.
Have
Anyway,
that phenomenal.
We'll see you after tea.
Final, in the Royal London, as it was last year, didn't he? When he bowled the death over there, and really helped to win it for Leicestershire.
No idea, Tony.
Well, he did. I can assure you did. So I'm kind of with Hendo. A left arm quick. Have a look. Give him a couple of give him a chance. So I'm kind of with Hendo. A left arm quick. Have a look. Give him a couple of give him a chance.
Yeah,
20,
well, I mean, there's one way of looking at it. Is if you're good enough to play professional cricket, and you can get into a county side, maybe you've got an opportunity as a test player, and you can prove your worth exactly that. Skip the county shit and prove your worth at international level. That's what I've been saying about Shah Bashir. He's going to learn on the job, basically, playing for England, because no one else seems to want to play. And he's young, and he's got a whole career ahead of him. And if he learns and does enough for the England side, he'll learn an awful lot more playing for England, playing around the world in different conditions. Then he'll ever learn in county cricket, and if they can keep him there, give him 3 or 4 years, he might well be a real find. And
yeah. Sorry, Hendo, go on.
I think it's possible, but I think the other thing is that one would imagine
one would imagine that they're not purely going on what they've seen of him, which probably isn't much in the county game. They must have had him in the nets. They must have had a look at him there, and they must have had him bowling to some of England's better batsmen, and they've judged that actually it wouldn't be too much of a risk to put him in there. They've got to see now what he's like under the pressure of an international game. And if you go back to all those years, when was it? Was it in Australia where Stephen Finn was described as
unselectable? Yeah, it was in the Ashes series.
And that's purely from watching a guy in the nets, and so if you're watching a guy in the nets, and you have to then transplant that to the actual game. But if he was bowling rubbish in the nets, then I presume they wouldn't risk it. So the fact that they are prepared to be given this game and to have announced it. I know they announced their teams quite early now, England anyway. But the fact that they've done that, I think, shows that they've got a reasonable level of confidence that he won't let himself or England down.
Yeah, I think so. You've already got the Series 1 when it's a time to experiment traditionally, and I'm sure England will take it. What I think we really should have a chat about as well today is the just that 8,000 crowd, day 4, Test match on the line, best part of a full day of Test cricket, and yet, Gus Atkinson's fifer, and yet, 8,000 people were there. Lord's only a third full. It seems, though, that the MCC have held their hands up and said we really do need to look at our pricing policy going forwards. My only worry is they might also start to think that certain tests are only valid as 4-day games, and that it will open that can of worms again. It's going to happen with Zimbabwe, it happened with Ireland. You do worry if they start to go, our 5th days are economically viable anymore.
Well, I mean, not just 5th days, but 4th days, really. I mean, I think I said at the beginning of this whole summer, without trying to disrespect West Indies or Sri Lanka, but based on their batting lineups that they were bringing and their lack of experience in the conditions, and the way that England play, it was more than likely that most of the games could be over in 3.5 days, and that's been pretty true, especially when you consider that if you do lose any time to rain or bad light, it's now made up at the end of the day. So it's not like you lose a lot, and that that might force you into a 5th day, or something.
Or
like
longer
that.
Sessions the next day. I hate that. Plays havoc with my rotors.
Well, but yes, exactly, and you get that, it's long overdue. I mean, if this is the wake-up call that MCC Lords required, then all well and good. Because, I mean, I was kind of closely, I think, on the Sunday and initially, and I was aware that it wasn't a particularly big crowd, but I wasn't aware that it was quite as bad as that. And when you say 8,000 or 9,000, I'm actually surprised it was that many. It really didn't look like that. It literally looked like a smattering of people.
The cheapest ticket price on the day was £95. The tickets available.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. I mean, that's crazy.
That's crazy if you want to get people through the door.
But I think, you see, this is the difficulty. I mean, and it makes you wonder whether they should, if they know that they're playing. It's difficult to say because in some circumstances England could be the weak team, but if they know that England are playing a weaker team and they're still playing baseball type cricket, then it's I wonder whether they should be selling in advance for the 4th day, because it's not necessarily going to go to that. And the thing is, if people, and I think this point was made by Lords, was that we've already got people coming who've paid 95 quid or more.
They did say that, yeah. Guy Lavender.
I mean, I've never really understood this. I mean, it struck me as a sort of similar to the argument that how sometimes you'll get on a train and there's standing room only, or even sitting in the corridor room only. Say it's like sort of intercity train, and then sort of first class has got about 3 people in it, and of course they won't let you overflow all the people who haven't got access to a seat by putting them in first class, because it would upset the first class passengers. And it seems to me that's a bit like what we've got here. You know, you can't, obviously there would have been complaints potentially from those people who paid 95 quid, because, you know, everyone gets so irate with the idea of anyone getting anything more than they've got in this day and age, that it would have been, you know, it would have been difficult. So I understand that they said that, and I did even say that, I think, when I came on Sunday. So I think it's a good thing long term, because it is unsustainable. You don't. I think someone was saying they paid 30 odd quid for day 4 at Old Trafford or something, and I think, well, yeah, that's about right, isn't it? I mean,
well, I've got a little table here which is quite interesting, which is the admission prices. Lord's days 1 to 3, 65 to 150 pounds, and no reductions for day 4.
Yep.
Trent Bridge, 45 to 90 pounds days 1 to 3, and a 25% reduction on every price bracket for day. Edgbaston, 65 to 120 pounds, and apparently didn't answer the query that this was from the Times. Old Trafford, 35 to 115 days 1 to 3, but reduced prices ranging from 29 to 75 for day 4. And then Lords, as we say, between 80 and 150, and the Oval 75 and 110, but no day 4 reductions. And what Guy Lavender said, and it's interesting, therefore, it's the 2 London grounds that appear to be coining it the most with the least flexibility, which I think tells its own story, but there we go.
Well, they're in the capital. There's more people.
London waiting and all that. I get that.
You know,
I get that.
I guess that's how they feel they can do it. I do find it a bit odd that they don't want to reduce prices on days, especially when things
because members have paid, they've gone through the ballot, and they don't want to do that. But I think you've just got to adjust what you ask people to pay in the ballot, so you don't get hamstrung by that. What he said was, Guy Lavender, who's the CEO of MCC for now, although I thought he was off to Cheltenham Racecourse.
Maybe
he might be leaving anyway, and he is the current CEO. He said, "We will be paying particular attention to the structure of 4th day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played," which had an ominous ring to it for me. I mean, I know he's talking about getting ahead of the game early, driving the story of the game forward, getting runs on the board, etc. Giving yourself time to ball teams out, very much the way England play. The Ireland test last year was scheduled a 4-day test. Obviously, the Zimbabwe done was that. I think the calls potentially for 4-day tests are going to get a bit louder. But he did say we will be paying particular attention to the structure of tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played. So, I mean, I think you had a fantastic opportunity at Lords for children-free, anything to get people along to the game. And it was utterly missed, and it was a fantastic day's cricket. Okay, there was no day 5, and yes, it was about England ultimately driving towards what seemed a pretty inevitable win, given that the total set for Sri Lanka to chase was so huge. But you've excluded a lot of people from the chance to experience a fun day in great weather of Test cricket by being just too greedy and too inflexible, and that, I think, is a bit of a tragedy.
Well, I think also that we kind of need a breakdown of that 9,000 or 8,000 or whatever the actual.
It was 8,000 tickets plus 3,000 members. So I guess in the ground potentially you had 12,000.
Oh, really? I mean, well, that seems a lot more than it looked like. But also the other thing you have to ask yourself is, of those numbers, how many of them had actually booked in advance, and how many did turn up and buy tickets on the day? Because if it was a really small number that came on the day, then you would have thought that they would have known how low the crowd was going to be from the point of view of those that had already booked their tickets, and they might have adjusted their prices based on that. I mean, I think it seems they're being wise after the event, aren't they? And I think because in London they generally do sell out or get close to selling out in most Test matches, I think they're just complacent, and I think they probably thought that people would flood in and pay these ridiculous prices. But actually, the very fact that people in London are now even saying no, this is too much. I've been saying it for years. I mean, I won't go to Test matches in London anymore because I just don't think it's value for money. Really, I really don't. I think they're asking too much, and I'm not wealthy, but I'm not poor, and it's just a case of how much do you pay for, an individual thing, and if you can do other things and it doesn't cost you, or it doesn't cost you as much, then you're possibly going to do those things. So,
do you have a limit of what you pay there? Do you have a sort of amount in mind that you'd go, I would go for this amount, but I wouldn't pay more?
Well, certainly 75 quid seems a lot to me, to be honest. Just to go along, and that's the bottom price. I certainly wouldn't pay 120, 130 quid for a Test match.
Don't forget, if you want families, you've got to A, get your family there.
Well,
so
exactly. And B,
you've got to eat.
And then, you're looking at 400, 500, 600 quid for a day at a Test match. Quite frankly, I stated before, kind of prefer my sport on TV. I like my replays.
Yes, you are an armchair fan there.
Absolutely, and I like being able to see everything from behind the bowler's arm. I don't want to sit at a square leg.
I've kind of, I watch a lot of cricket and I watch a lot of live cricket at county level. But I used to always go to Test matches. I'd put myself in the ballots. As a member, I'd normally get tickets. But I started to feel I was being not ripped off, but I definitely felt I was being overcharged.
Yeah.
And that sort of happened to pretty much coincide at the same time with the fact that I actually get a lot of pleasure out of talking to other people via the medium of guerrilla commentary. So now I definitely sort of lean much more towards the fun I have commentating and with that over actually attending. But it's not like I don't support live cricket, because I massively do support a lot of live cricket.
That's the other thing. You go to a Test match and you've only got one of your friends to listen to your nonsense, whereas if you commentate on guerrilla cricket, you've got thousands. So it's kind of
maybe I could just have a mini. I think I should have a mini Jay Grover doll. I just sit next to me when I go to cricket. I could just natter to the Jay Grover doll.
Absolutely.
If you're listening, Jay, that would be great.
And he wouldn't be able to tweet you back.
Probably not. Fuck off, get me a beer or something.
Sorry, I just want to say one other thing. I mean, you talk about the cost of, the peripheral costs apart from, actually paying for your ticket. But I mean, when you have to pay something like £8 for a pint of beer, I know in London you're paying about £6 in most pubs, and I think it's just madness, isn't it? I mean,
one thing I would say for Lords, though, to their credit, they are more free and easier on the drink you can take into the ground.
Well, you can take 2 bottles of wine or something.
Yeah. Whereas the Oval, the bloody Gestapo that they have on the door at the Oval. An old friend of mine went in and he lovingly bought some tapenade back from Australia. He was so looking forward to having that on whatever, natural wholemeal bread, but they nicked it off him. Said he can't bring that in.
Not surprised.
I mean, he bought it all the way from Australia, and the Surrey Gestapo had it off him at the gates of the Oval. I thought that was a bit harsh.
I think the sort of in-person experience or live experience, much as you can love the atmosphere and it can be a brilliant day and it stays in the memory, I just think the things around getting to any sort of sporting event these days it's just so inconvenient for the customer or the crowd. It's I find it with football now. You can't just walk up to a terrace and hand over a tenner and get into the ground. You have to go to about 3 different windows to pick up a ticket that you've already tried to download on your phone, and the Q code won't work, and it's like the whole day you end up spending more time just so you're trying to get to the game.
Indeed. Right, I've got a question for the bear.
Okay.
What?
Give it to me.
Rather than than getting there and enjoying it. You know, so I think that's just the way. You're not so keen to put up with it. You're not so keen to be, treated like that. I think.
No,
Anyway, that's a whole different subject.
No, but I'm with you. I know what you mean. Right, the question for the Bear was, what record fell in the last round of championship matches, and what has it got to do with Abraham Lincoln?
That's a really silly question to ask the Bear, isn't it? Because he doesn't really keep up with county cricket, so I'm not going to know the answer to that one.
All right. As an extra clue, it was in the notes in your handout pack.
He doesn't read those either, does he? I mean, let's be honest. The Bear does absolutely no. The only prep the Bear does is switching on the machinery.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
All right, I'm going to tell you. Young Farhan Ahmed, younger brother of Rayan. He's 16 and 192 days. He became the youngest bowler to take 10 wickets in a match in Britain or anywhere outside of.
Success. We've got rid of Tony talking about Abraham Lincoln, which is, it's a slightly tenuous connection to cricket, but we'll take it where we can. Will has joined me. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I've got Messi Jez, otherwise known as Jeremy Henderson, no relation unless you go back millions of years. And Will Reynolds is with us, all the way from Somerset. Is that right? Are you live in Somerset? You do. New Zealand have recovered a little bit. They conceded a lead of 151 to England, and then they lost both their openers quite early on. But Williamson and Ravindra have steadied the ship somewhat. And Ben Stokes is going to bowl. He's in, and he bowls to the right-handed Kane Williamson, and he plays into the onside, and there is no run, which of course is written on a t-shirt, should you want something like that. This is Ben Stokes' jingle.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Made 80 earlier in the day. He's got 2 slips and he's in. Oh, now what has happened there? He's tried to pull that Kane Williamson. I think he may have top edged into his grill. He did that in the first innings. He got hit twice, I think, on the helmet. Just being asked whether he's okay. I guess we're going to have a little bit of a concussion break, as it were. On comes the physio, sprinting as fast as he can. Maybe we can get through some socials, Messi, if there are any.
Well, there's been a bit of a shift in the Earth on its axis, I think, because a bit like Jersey Oak not saying we're doomed, George McPherson is in a positive frame of mind.
Yes!
He says if England can get another 2 to 3 wickets in the next session, then it should put them in control of the game.
I'm curious as to know whether George has had, some sort of enlightenment, awakening, or just some very good news recently. Because I used to be the most pessimistic England supporter, and then he's kind of usurped me.
He has rather, yes.
Yeah.
You've become much more genial as you've matured, I think.
Yeah, it's taken me 60 odd years to mature, and
tell me about it.
I'm not sure.
You're preaching to the choir here.
I'm not quite there.
Clive Duncan says Hazelwood wasn't sick. He got dropped for statements he made in the last match against India. Yes.
Really?
I wasn't aware of that.
I thought he was injured.
Hector's,
I read he got a side injury.
Yeah. Well,
maybe that's just that's
speculation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hector from the ground says Weird Tea Time Entertainment had a sort of fashion show starring some minions, chickens, and even the Spice Girls. Crowd's certainly up for this session. So fancy dress day in Christchurch, is it, Hector? I know at the Perth Test match we had fan votes on the screen. You could vote. There were a whole lot of minions, and then there were some yellow bananas, and then there were something else, and you can vote which was the best ones. Lots of fun.
Just looking at that, just looking at the replay of the Williamson injury. I mean, it just got hit straight on the grill. I don't think he did get any bat on that at all.
That wasn't a top edge.
No.
That was just straight on the bonds, I think.
He's in again, and this one, fortunately for him, doesn't rise quite as much, and he clips it away to mid wicket, and there is no run. And
we have a
go on
super chat from the pawn bot.
Hooray!
Sent us $4.99. He says, doesn't the Australian government know that the 16-year-old Messi is on social media? Oh, well, I'm refusing to reveal myself. I have to use the VPN to actually get to talk to you on WhatsApp, whatever it is. Yeah. It's an interesting thing.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
I've jingled you out, Messi. They've tucked this away into the onside, and good response from Ravindra getting through for the single there. Quite a sharp one. 63 for 2. Will, how do you see this one? How it looks to me as if the ball dies a little bit once the shine goes off it, and the pitch dies. It's a bit too, there's not much happening, is there?
I don't know whether it's the new thing that they've done with the Kookaburra, with the sort of more pronounced seam, but that's it. When it's sort of newish, it sort of seems to jump around a bit more, but then it seems to die even harder than normal when it dies.
Yeah, and
odd.
I think
I don't know whether it is the new one or
some of these New Zealand pitches end up turning into being quite slow. I think, and a bit dead, don't they? I think. Anyway, it's Ravindra to face his first ball since tee. Round the wicket, Ben Stokes is up towards the left-hander's hip, and he eases that away behind square for another single. He goes to 24, Williamson 27, and New Zealand trail by 87. I think this game is in a really interesting position, because you could see this pair on a fairly dead pitch, compiling a lot of runs and then putting pressure on England maybe. But then again, if England can get through one of these,
certainly if I was New Zealand, these are the two I'd want at the crease at this point.
Yeah. In comes Stokes, back of a length, defended on the back foot by Williamson into the offside. End of the over, just 2 runs from it. New Zealand 64 for 2. Messi.
Yes, Hector confirms. Yes, it is fancy dress day today. I didn't get the memo, unfortunately.
Right. Okay. Well,
sometimes that's a relief.
It's kind of hard. Probably, if you. I mean, I don't know where you're staying. I presume you're staying in hostels or something like that, or are you staying in posh hotels? But it's kind of difficult if you're living in a sort of hostel situation to get out and find a fancy dress shop at short notice, isn't it? Really, I would say.
It's also ridiculously expensive to hire fancy dress.
Is it? I don't think I've ever done it, to be honest.
It's you might as well buy something half the time.
Okay.
I've always sort of cobbled stuff together from what I've already got, and then sort of painted various bits of myself and said, I'm just a Rubik's Cube.
Well, that's an unusual thing to go as.
As long as nobody tries to solve you, Will.
Well, Bryden Cast is going to take up.
I've been tried to be solved.
The short ball attack, and that's pulled by Ravindra. He's going to be caught. He is. Oh my goodness, he's fallen for the plan. It's Bethel who has taken the catch. And what was he thinking, Ravindra? He's given his wicket away twice in this match, and as we said, it's fascinatingly poised, and it's England who've seized the upper hand, and Ravindra has to wander off. I'm afraid that is one of these.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
I have to say that Bethel was backpedaling to get that, wasn't he? He wasn't fully on the boundary, and I think he was struggling because he must have been looking straight into the sun, because he holds his hand up at one point. presumably to, take the brightness away a little bit. So not the simplest of catches, really, but, I mean, you have to say that was very poor from Ravindra, wasn't it?
Oh, it's very similar to his first innings, and that was straight after a break, I think, wasn't it?
Yep. Well, I mean, this is... sorry, we were talking about it before... I think you were talking about it before tea, about whether we have another plan. And I think that England do, and this is their other plan, which is to pack the onside in outfield, bowl short without any slips, and see if any batsmen are stupid enough to fall for it. And
see, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, right, okay.
It's that, that basically I would say that's a really classic England bowling plan. And surely at this point, one over into the third session, don't you kind of go, this is probably going to happen?
Yeah,
And
I think...
not exactly kind of see it coming, but kind of at least know it's in the offing.
You just wonder whether Ravindra's been sort of lured into the Bazball way of playing to a certain extent. Cars bowls a really short delivery that rises on Mitchell, who gets that down to the ground, but really off the splice. Daryl Mitchell is the new batsman, and he's got a great record against England. In fact, it's hit him on the glove. Looking at the replay, he's got a great record against England, and they really need him to come good now.
Son of an old black Fernie and Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
Cars in again. He's got figures of 2 for 14. Bowls a fuller ball this time on the line of middle and legs, defended by Mitchell, and there is no run. It was a classic. It was a good England plan in one respect, but also a very English style dismissal. I mean, if you think back to the way that England folded, was it 2014 against India at Lords, when Ishant Sharma just kept pitching the ball short, and we just kept offering up catches to the deep men on the leg side. Cars in again, bowls quick, and Mitchell was hurried by that. In the end, he took evasive action, getting down as low as he possibly could, but it was quite a late decision. So now New Zealand 64 for 3, trailing by 87, and there is a way of thinking that this, if New Zealand don't grind it out or stick in, that this game could be almost done and dusted today.
Yeah, that's a real possibility, isn't it?
Now, Cars is bowling really well. He's in again, and he's got that on the top of middle and leg. It's defended into the onside by Mitchell. And Cars is just... I think Cars is just getting better and better, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I love that he's what I think of as a heavyweight bowler.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like you're going into a bit of a scrap with him more than a lot of other bowlers that England have got at their disposal at the moment.
He's a hit the deck hard type, isn't he? I think.
Yeah.
From a big height. Cars in again, bowls another short ball, which Mitchell plays in better fashion, gets underneath it quite early, loops through to Pope. End of the over. Cars has bowled 5, has got 2 for 14, and New Zealand are 64 for 3. Messi.
Well, 4:15 a.m. in Germany is obviously the time when Leah stirs her bones. She's just as morning, everyone. That's very early, Leah. That's very
morning,
dedicated,
everyone.
I've got to say.
I should say, actually, Tom, I think you missed this one, Messi. I mean, not that we necessarily have to read out everything, but Tom P says, a dangerous game being optimistic as an England fan. It's the hope that kills you. We've been there many times. Many times. How many days have we commentated where England start the day 3 wickets down, and we're saying, ooh, they could save this, or they might even win this, and then sort of within about 15 minutes of the start, you realise.
Yeah. there's an obligation, a contractual obligation that Hope has to come and knock on the door before pulling the carpet from under your feet.
Absolutely. 2 slips. Oh, he tries to put in the Yorker there, but it's well played by Williamson towards mid-on. And is that Bryden Cass again? He's just full of energy, isn't he? At the moment, he dives away. It's a really, really good stop. And so Williamson, who thought he might get 3 or 4 there, is only going to get 1. So Bryden Cass is really fired up. And England are showing a kind of intensity that you want from a team that's chasing victory.
I want whatever he had for tea. I want a bit of that, because my God, it's good stuff. Whatever whatever electrolytes he's being pumped full of or whatever.
3 slips now for Stokes, bowling to Mitchell for the first time. So that's why the extra slip has come in to the new batsman. He leaves this one wide of off stump. And we're seeing some of the fancy dress races now on the TV from tea time. It all looks a bit chaotic. There is a bee being tackled by, I don't know, a Mexican? An umpire? I don't know what that is.
Oh no, that's a beekeeper.
Oh, that's a beekeeper. Yes, well spotted. There's some, I don't know what they are. What are they? They're yellow with red hats. I don't know. Stokes in again, bowls, and Mitchell will get off the mark. As he plays this off a thick inside edge down towards long leg. Who are these people? It now looks like someone's performing CPR on someone, which may not be in the best possible taste.
It's sort of like finals day in the blast, isn't it?
Yeah, only with sunshine.
Are they supposed to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Oh, could be. Yeah, I'm not really up on my...
Maybe?
Yeah, no, I think you're probably
I don't
right.
know.
There's something like that, aren't they?
Something
Williamson.
along those lines.
Williamson to face up to Stokes now. Just the 2 slips. He's in and he goes for the cut shot and he's played it well. He's got it wide of the man at backward point, and that has sped across the outfield for one of these. Don't forget that you can super chat us. We've taken $21 so far, which is really not enough for the day. So if you would like to super chat us, please do so. It means that you go to the top of the pile in terms of your contribution being read out. As Stokes is in again. This one is fuller and straighter, but tickled away with just the faintest turn of the bat. Down to long leg by Williamson, who goes to 33. Stokes stands there. It was a scrambled scene. There was a little bit of movement, a bit of excitement, I think, and he's got his hands on his head, but I mean that's kind of bowler kidology, isn't it, really? He's got enough bat on that.
I'm saying nothing about what we do to pretend that we've definitely got something.
Onto the front foot comes Mitchell. Ball just outside the line of off stump. He plays it into the onside. Defensively, there is no run. End of the over. 71 for 3. Messi.
Leah says, yeah, it's early, but I have the laptop fired up now, and I'm kind of buzzing. I got my passport yesterday. Oh, does this mean that we're all in danger now? That you can actually leave Germany or the European Union and visit us wherever we happen to be? We better put up the defences, Leah.
Yes,
especially
indeed.
given your knowledge of Warcraft.
Yes.
Mog will be sharpening the axes.
Where is Mog today? It's a Saturday. He should be here.
Oh, we have another super chat.
We do.
From Tom P, who I unfortunately forgot because of the last super chat, sends us $5 There you go, lads. Keep up the great work. Thanks so much, Tom. Really appreciate that.
Cass into Williamson, short, and he's prepared to take on the pull shot. Okay, he's a guy, he's got a great technique, so he knows how to roll his wrists, keep the ball down. But it is, you only need to slightly mistime this, and there is a packed onside field. and it's in and out. So you could be caught short or you could be caught long. I think it's slightly risky. But there you go. He's got 9,000 test runs. Casts in again, short, and he's gone after this one, and it's dropped short of the man at long leg, who is Zach Crawley. But that was risky, wasn't it? This is most un-Williamson-like, I would say.
It feels.
Yeah,
I would say that it's probably not as risky as it looks, but it feels more risky because it's Kane Williamson.
Yes,
Does
because
that make
he's such
sense?
an
'Cause
important
he's
wicket.
so
yeah.
steady
Yeah.
and so kind of chilled and secure.
And he's a man who
When
can
he
bat 2 days,
does-
basically, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Or 1.5, whatever's needed for New Zealand to set England to target, if they can. Casts in again now to Mitchell, bowls him a bouncer, ducks underneath it. He's a tall man, he has a long way to go down. 72 for 3. Williamson 34, Mitchell just a single to his name. And Messi, you know what we've got? We've got another of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Aussie. Ian Collinson sends us 20 Australian dollars. Thank you so much, Ian. Australia is saving guerrilla cricket today. Well, it's any place it's awake.
Yeah, well, they just want us to suffer through the next Ashes. That's what it is, isn't it? From ridiculous hours of the
Well,
night.
of course we do. Why would we want to do anything else?
Indeed, this is short, rises, but is defended down into the ground by Mitchell. And he's not Australian. He's a naughty boy.
He's an expat pom, but
Yeah.
he's still in Australia.
Which I suppose is what you are, really, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just I converted.
It's just you've been there for forever.
Well, 54 years now.
Yeah. That's near enough forever. 72 for 3.
I was, you know what I was thinking the other day when I saw Australia being massacred at Perth. I was very equanimous about it all.
This is tucked away where Pope has to go after it, but doesn't manage to gather it, and so Crawley comes in from long leg to field. They take a single. Sorry, say again, Messi?
I was very equanimous about Australia getting flogged by India at Perth. Partly because I just love watching Bumrah and Jaiswal and Kohli, but I wondered if I could find the same equanimity if Australia lost to England at Perth in the same way, and I doubt it. Is the answer.
Well, did you listen to the sofa in for the 2010-11 series? Were you a listener at that point?
No, I wasn't.
I was.
Then, yeah.
Okay, Cass
That
is
was-
in round the wicket now to completely over. Wide of off stump, chopped by Williamson to backward point. I think it's Gus Atkinson. Wrings his hand as if that he didn't take that cleanly and it hurt him a little bit. End of the over, and Messi has more.
Ian Collinson says that she's been in Australia for 35 years, which isn't bad. I think you said earlier that you're in Sydney, aren't you, Ian? So we're spread across the country, trying to civilise some of the locals, but, it's a long task.
Indeed.
Sorry, what were you saying about the 10-11 series?
Yeah, no, I just
Heather?
wonder whether you were listening to it, of course, when, England actually managed to win an Ashes in Australia for the first time in, 24 years or something.
No.
It was a very defining time for me. I found the sofa. England won in Australia, and I completely buggered up my A levels and got thrown out of school.
Yeah, that's keeping yourself busy, isn't it? I have to say.
That's sort of typical guerrilla behaviour, basically. You're well qualified, Will.
Absolutely. Change of bowling. Ben Stokes is taking a break. He only bowled 3 overs, I think. And it's this man back into the attack.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Now, I don't think Woke's got the memo, because England have been operating with this short ball attack with no slips. Ben Stokes gives him 3 slips, and Wokes bowls a very rare loopy bouncer. That's very strange. Wokes has got a wicket at last in New Zealand, 1 for 19. Good wicket as well. This is outside the off stump. Shouldering arms is Daryl Mitchell. Yeah, he got the wicket of Latham.
Fair to say
didn't he?
that ball should have been called wide in the same way that the last ball of the last test almost in New Zealand.
Oh
was
yes,
wide.
yes. Oh my goodness, that was exciting stuff, wasn't it? It really was. 73 for 3. New Zealand trail by 78. And Wokes is in. Bowls. Oh, and he brings that one back off the pitch. And Mitchell has decided to leave it. But it was a little bit too close for comfort, I would say. But he does survive. But that's good from Wokes to be getting that little bit of movement off the pitch with a ball that's probably gone a little bit soft now. And
like
on a
me.
slow pitch. Yeah, I'm quite surprised by that. That was almost from nowhere, I think, in terms of movement. It was quite odd.
I know everyone's really down on Chris Wokes, kind of because, well, probably because of the people he came up with, but I really rate him.
No, probably because of the figures for bowling overseas.
Wokeson again,
Right.
back of a length, just outside the off stump, defended on the back foot. No,
There's a
look,
lot to be down about overseas.
yeah, I mean, you know, he's a typical English seamer, isn't he?
Yes.
You know, he's metronomic to a certain degree, and he's brilliant in home conditions. You know, I don't think you necessarily have to say he's a poor cricketer because of that.
No,
you know, there are lots of players who don't perform overseas for one reason or another. Wokes in again. He's got a leg slip, and he's trying that one out. And I'm not sure whether Mitchell got a little bit of a glance on that, but Pope has dived away to his left. Hasn't been able to hold it. I'd like to see an ultra edge on that. I'm not. No one seems too upset. No, I don't think so. Do you think so? I thought when I looked at it the second time on the replay, I thought it was movement rather than actually the bat changing.
I don't know.
Might have to see that again.
I'm half blind, so don't take my word for it.
Wokes to complete a pretty decent over. He's in and he's clipped that away. It's in the air, but it's nowhere near the man at leg slip, and that has run away for a very welcome one of these.
And if you can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get for crossing a boundary,
Messi.
Well, just to give some context to the dislike of Wokes overseas, his home record is 34 matches, 137 wickets at 21.6. Right, that's pretty good.
Mhm.
His away record is 22 matches, 41 wickets, at an average of 53.
Yeah.
Similarly, his batting average at home is 31, away it's 20. So, you know, put him on a plane and it all falls out, basically.
Why do I feel like that was a personal attack, Messi?
Well, you said you don't understand why people don't like Wokes.
No, I know, I get it. I know.
Casp starts a new over while you two squabble. He bowls a bouncer and Williamson gets underneath it. In fact, Casp has fallen over. He's done a Mark Wood. He's brushed himself down and got back up again.
I should read one message. Gavin New Zealand says, "Hi lads, Gavin in Christchurch. How do you think we feel that your superstar captain Ben was born here in Christchurch?"
Yeah. I mean, you know. Okay, he came to England at a fairly young age, didn't he? Was it 11, 5? I can't remember. It was either 5 or 11.
I think 11.
Yeah,
11's up.
He was 11 or 12, I think. Yeah, sort of beginning of senior school.
Cast in again. That's a really loopy bouncer, and it's given us a wide, quite rightly, by it's Rod Tucker, isn't it? Umpiring, I think. So a single is added to the score. Oh, that's awful. That might have intercepted a low-flying SpaceX rocket.
Yeah.
That was so high. Williamson 34 from 55. Cars is into a 7th over. And he's in again. He forces Williamson onto the back foot. He pushes into the offside. The man in cover has to make some ground. So Cars is worried that he may take a single. So he goes after it himself as well. As it is, Williamson is prepared to just stay at home. Yeah, I mean, do you know, I'm actually one of those people who doesn't really like to see other nationalities coming to play for England in a sense.
Well, you would have been pretty bereft over the last 30 years if that had happened, though.
Well,
I was going to say,
I mean, I look back
England are good.
Yeah, possibly true. I mean, you know, I was kind of a little bit anti-Bryden Cast because of his, you know, he's obviously got South African background. But, you know, now he's bowling really well, so I like him. Short. And another wide.
I mean, it's a bit like, you know, Colin Cowdrey and Ted Dexter, similarly.
Oh, they were born abroad, but, I mean, you know, they were...
Really
they're not, you know... I mean, I think Stokes' father is a genuine, or was a genuine Kiwi, wasn't he? And he came
his
to...
mum as well, I think.
They came over, because he was a rugby league coach, wasn't he? Came over to...
Yeah.
Oop North.
Coached Castlefield or something, I think.
Ford.
No, it wasn't. Was it? Fullish. So just a little bit of change of length, just to see if Williamson is still awake. He defends on the front foot. There is no run. My God, that's gone fast. That half hour. Where did that go?
Hasn't it?
Blimey,
Crazy.
O'Reilly. We're going to have the Bear, Jason, and Ditch. Is the Bear awake? Does he stir? Does the Bear stir? I don't know what the Bear...
The Bear is up. The Bear's here. He's on his way.
Tells us.
He's on his way. Sorry, what was that?
Tom P is also an English expat.
Okay, brilliant.
We're
Cast
everywhere.
in again. Short pulls with a slightly perpendicular bat. Gets it to ground. Man halfway back at mid-wicket is Stokes. He comes in and fields. Williamson takes the 1, 35 to him. New Zealand 80 for 3, 71 the deficit now.
Technically, my lot are from India, way back. Because we're all
Right.
Romany, and that's where you
okay.
trace it back to.
Well, we've been, funnily enough, we've been talking a lot about ancestry in the green room because Ditch is he's an absolute maniac, and he's been chasing my family tree, and I hope he's got some new information. Apparently, I was posh way back.
Yeah, very posh. And I haven't found the super posh bit yet, but the really bad news for you, though, Hendo,
what's
is
happened here?
that your Pritchard branch is Welsh.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Yep, I'm afraid you got a bit of Welsh blood there.
Cast in from round the wicket, dabbed to backward point by Mitchell, and there is no run. Is that the end of the over, or is there one to go? 84-3. Yes, I mean, what was that? I've got a consul general in Colombia. I have to say, going back to the 1800s, that he wasn't big into the marching powder. He hasn't set up a dynasty of
as far as
drug
you
imports.
know.
As far as I know, short into the ribs, but nicely controlled by Mitchell. Behind square on the onside, he'll take a single. That's the end of the over. Oh, it was a leg by signal there. I was sure he got bat on that. That was very odd indeed.
Well, I'll do a couple of messages while we're changing over. Leah says, as we seem to be doing this, born and bred German here. Stokes was 12 when he came over to the miserable Isle. Gavin in New Zealand says he's a very impressive person. It must be surreal that he is here. And Dara Azizi's with us. Says Darren Stevens was born in Leicester, by the way. So, with that, I shall leave you for half an hour. And
thank you,
catch you
Messrs.
later.
Thank you indeed very much,
I'm done for
Messrs.
the day.
The answer to
See you tomorrow, guys.
the answer to the Ben's
Go sleep.
The Ben Stokes dad question.
Yeah.
Who did he coach? Workington Town and Whitehaven were the two English clubs that he coached. He coached the Canterbury Bulls, the Wellington Orcas, the Canterbury Country back in New Zealand.
Right.
But that's the Stokes Rugby League story.
Well, Wokes is into the attack and, carrying on. Down the track came Daryl Mitchell at him and just played it out to the offside. There's no runs. 6 runs off 20 deliveries. Still trailed by 70 runs, 3 wickets down. Come on, get another one before they get to 100, and then we haven't really broken anything open, but we're getting there. But Kane Williamson looks very, very settled. That has to be said. Wokes is in. Ooh, it's not a bad leave from Mitchell, probably over the top of off stump. And it is no run. Wokes has got one of the wickets, got the first wicket, didn't he?
Yep.
He did. Yep.
Tom Latham. Just slightly angled across rather than having a straight bat. And that nicked it off the second slip where Brooke took a catch.
Oh, interestingly, crikey, there's an interesting field. He's got a leg gully and a leg slip. And 3 slips, with 2 first and second and 4th slip as well.
You can bowl pretty straight with that field.
Yeah,
can't
you can bowl pretty straight with that field.
Yeah.
It's probably what you want to do. Interesting field, that's defended, there's no run. Looks reasonably warm out there now. The sun is out.
The sweaters have come off, I think, for most people out on the pitch. There's a couple of people with sleeveless out there.
Well, I imagine, hardy folk down south, eh? On the back foot, defended. With a very straight bat, well timed, but Wokes picks it up in his follow through. Flings it back wildly at the stumps, and there's no run.
Yeah, Christchurch about halfway down, isn't it, on the South Island?
Yep.
I always wanted to go to Invercargill, right at the bottom of New Zealand, ever since I watched the film The Last Indian. I don't know if anybody's seen The Last Indian.
No.
It's about a guy from Invercargill. I'll finish off after this ball.
Wokes in. Ooh, that one came back in a little bit. Mitchell managed to work it into the leg side. Didn't look particularly comfortable, but got it there, and there was a single.
He takes his motorcycle, which is a very old motorcycle called an Indian.
Oh, I've seen it. It's the one with Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, it's a brilliant film.
Yeah.
And he comes from Invercargill. I've always fancied going there after I saw the film. Don't really know why I'd want to go to Invercargill. There are not many people live there, and it's not a particularly aesthetic place to go to, apparently. But it captured one's imagination.
A bit like going to Shetland, something like that.
Yeah, a bit like that. Yes,
I just thought you'd have wanted to go to Dunedin and the House of Pain.
Yes, I've been to North Island. I haven't been to Dunedin though.
Wokes in. It's, driven nicely. Sorry, excuse me, by Williamson. Back to him, and there is no run.
Or some other.
And that ends the 25th over.
I've been to Rugby Temple. I've been to the.
I've been to Kiwiland.
Eden Gardens.
I've been to the stadium at Wellington and watched them Wellington play somebody. I can't remember who it was. When I was over there, the MOD had to send me over there for a conference, and
so you just happened to have.
I had the weekend off because I had the conference the following week, and so I went to watch a match.
As you do.
As you do. Why not? Yeah, it was a very nice little trip. That was. I had the conference the week before in Wellington, and then I had to go to Blenheim on the South Island for a conference.
Nice.
Lots of love for Darren Stevens in the YouTube chat. He was born in Leicester, by the way, says Dara Zizi. Steve-O is a good player, says Jamie Wilson. Yeah, I know, I see that.
There you go. You have to tell us what to do, Hendo. We're all good.
Yeah.
Gus Atkinson's going to come back into the attack. He hasn't got a wicket yet. Bowled 7 overs for 21 runs. We're bowling at Daryl Mitchell.
Should I jigging him up to give him some
Yeah, go on in.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain.
First ball. He's left through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Down after every game.
Pope thought he'd only just left it.
Well, yeah, he gets quite excited. He gets quite excited behind the stumps, doesn't he, Pope?
Yeah.
I mean, it's close to stumps, but it was
quite excited all the time, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's close to stumps, but it was the length was rising over the top of them by the time it got to them.
I think it was more he thought that he hadn't really taken his hands very far out of the way of the line of the ball. Far enough, I think. But
he comes down the track a little bit at Atkinson there, but he just defends it into the leg side and there is no run.
It kind of passed under the gloves, which is a little risky.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing there.
Yes, of course.
Comfortable lead.
All this talk of rugby, of course, we forget that Darryl Mitchell is, of course, the son of John Mitchell, the former and All Black coach.
Yes, I'd forgotten that. Yeah, I did know that. The legend, that is John Mitchell.
Atkinson in, full and driven, nicely driven. No need to run for that, and he doesn't. Does Darryl Mitchell just watch it go to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yes, well, of course it was a...
Nice shot, that.
It was a sad day last night as the legend retired from Harlequins.
Oh, yes, Mr. Motormouth.
Yes, indeed.
Who's that?
Joe Marler.
Joe Marler.
The Mohawk.
Ah, right.
Mohawk man.
Played his last ever game of professional rugby last night. Don't tell me the result.
He's been out for a while, hasn't he? It's left alone, by Darryl Mitchell through the keepers, and there is no...
I can't tell you because I don't know.
34 he was. Is that what you're going to ask?
No.
That's what I was asking, yeah. That's quite a ripe old age for a rugby player, I'd have thought.
Yeah, I mean, props last a bit longer than some other players.
They tend to end up playing 50 minutes at most.
Yeah. Dan Cole, I think's older.
Still going. He's
yeah,
37,
still going.
I think.
Yeah.
Nibbled in a little bit from Atkinson. But defended comfortably by Darryl Mitchell. And there is no run again. Of course, we had the first reading of the assisted dying bill yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, what happened? I didn't hear anything about it.
Assisted dying won.
Assisted dying won?
Yeah.
I'm quite surprised at that.
Well, they had a free vote, didn't they?
They had a free vote, yeah.
But I'm surprised under a free vote that they got more than half, but there you go. Well, it looks like it will go through then if it's won the first round.
Well, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Interesting times. Atkinson in, defended by Mitchell, out to the offside. There is no run.
Well, we're not very early with it, though. It's been around in Australia and New Zealand for donks.
Yeah. Switzerland, several states in America as well. I can't believe that some arseholes decided that it'd be a good idea to have the Rees-Moggs as a TV programme.
I can't believe that's my cousin on there.
Everyone's your damn cousin.
No, Rees-Mogg isn't, though. His missus is. I'm not claiming Rees-Mogg. I haven't even looked for him deliberately because I wouldn't want him as a cousin, you know. You know
the first cousin?
No, very distant.
Very distant.
6th or 7th, I think she is. But the children have got fascinating names.
We're going to have some spinny dippers, I do believe.
There's a Sixtus in there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a Sixtus and various other ridiculous names.
We're going to go over a spin. We have one before tea. Yeah, it was tea, wasn't it? We are in the final session. 8 runs came off it. Let's see what happens this time around. Should be in for a little spell now, really, shouldn't he?
You'd think so.
Tosses that one up outside off stump. On the back foot goes Williamson. Punches it out into the offside. Can't quite beat the man who's covered. This is Jacob Bethel.
That was a good little stop, wasn't it?
I get a run.
Promising there. There's a bit of bounce there for
yeah, well, he always gets bounce. That's what he's there for, isn't he, with his height? That's what they're banking on. This wicket looks pretty flat to me, I have to say. There's not a lot in it.
There's not a lot happening. Tiny bit of turn.
Bashir's in, reverse swept. Oh, poor bit of fielding by whoever that was at one point.
Atkinson?
Was it Atkinson or was it the skipper himself? It was Atkinson.
Atkinson.
Missed it. And it's been reverse swept to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He should have got to that.
Bit
Probably
of
should
a,
have
bit
got
of
there.
Sydney Harbour Bridge there.
Yeah.
That was as poor a bit of fielding as the previous stop was a good a bit of fielding.
Alright, Bashir is in, and it's on the back foot. Darren Mitchell turns it around the corner. Gets himself a single. Score moves on to 92-3. I said 4 wickets by 100, but they got 3. We can need another one in the next 8 runs.
Yeah. You never know.
Could have them 5, 6 down by the time they get to parity would be very nice.
That would be very, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, it almost certainly finished tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tossed up and defended, back down the track, and there is no run. But Kane Williamson looks very, very settled.
Solid, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Solid.
Made a mistake in the first innings to get out.
He must already been virtually up to his 90 runs average per match.
Well, he is, yeah. He got 93 in the first innings.
Oh, yeah, of course he did, yeah.
Oh no, it isn't a very good stop. I thought he managed to pluck that as it gone past. Maybe took some of the pace off whoever that was at mid-wicket. It's gone out into the deep, and they'll get back for 3.
Yeah, he's well over the 90.
Well, he is a class batsman. Is our Kane.
It's actually a bit of a surprise, given his length of playing international cricket, that he's only got 9,000 runs.
I just don't play the test matches, do they? Defended back down the track. There's no run. He's played 50, pretty much 50 less test matches than Joe Root. He's a year older.
Yeah.
Am I going to be the pedant here and say 50 fewer?
Yes.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can be.
You, my mother would love you. She'd have said that.
It's not me.
Every time. She always says it to me, that one.
Anyway, getting back to this tweet that I was told about by Hendo, but I'd also noticed, Andrew S. Cal, if you're thinking things just ain't working out, remember this. Umpire Ahsan Rana, standing here with Rod Tucker, was shot and critically injured in a terrorist attack on the Sri Lankan tour of Pakistan in 2009. Nobody knew if he'd make it, but full props.
He's back. Well done. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Well, there's certain other people in that series that they weren't sure were ever going to get it back, like Purana Vitana.
Yeah.
Who got shot on the bus, I think.
Yeah, that was horrific. It's defended by Williamson as Atkinson starts his 9th over. And it's no run to start the over.
Well, we live in a dangerous world at the moment. It's got a lot more dangerous since the American election.
Yes, I wonder how many minutes to midnight it's going to be this year. 30 seconds?
We've got about 1
closer.
second.
Yeah, 1 second to midnight.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, Trump, isn't it? I mean, is he going to be as mad?
It's got to be 2 seconds. It's got a decent Iron Maiden song.
Well, okay. Atkinson in, dabbed down towards third man, but can't get the angle right. Kane Williamson hits the fielder at backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, the other thing about their test series is they're only 3. They never play more than 3, do they?
Well, normally they only play 2 a lot of the time.
I don't like 2 test series. I think
they're a waste
you
of
need to
time.
have an odd number to make it make chances of a decisive result more possible.
Well, yeah, and modern game, we don't get many draws, though. Was it doing 2% draws in the last 10 years or something stupid like that? That one is a nice shot by Kane Williamson on the back foot, punches it through the covers. Hasn't got enough to get it to the boundary. It's chased down by the skipper Stokes, and again, it should be 3 runs.
Been a lot of 3s in this match.
Yeah, the outfield's pretty slow.
Yeah.
It's not really travelling to the boundary.
It's quite a large playing area. It doesn't.
Yeah.
You can't really tell too much from the non-built-up edges of it how wide and big it actually is. But you get the feeling that it feels big as the ball travels but doesn't go to the distance.
So they
Therefore, someone's got to run and chase it.
Do they play rugby there as well, or they got did they build a new rugby stadium?
It's a sports complex. I think
right.
there are other sports in the immediate vicinity.
A very full delivery driven by Darryl Mitchell, but well stopped and is followed through by Atkinson.
But yes, there will have to have been a replacement stadium for Jade for rugby purposes.
That was actually quite well stopped.
Yeah, it was. It was quite nicely timed. 2 balls left in the 28th over. And Daryl Mitchell is 16 off 34. Drops his hands and lets that one through to the keeper, and there's no run.
In my youth, this would have been considered quite a speedy rate of progress. But nowadays, it's just very average, isn't it?
Yeah,
England
it is.
have changed the rate of progress you ought to be expecting.
Well, exactly that. And yeah, the modern way, as you say, this is day 3. If England can make good inroads today, it may well end tomorrow. It certainly won't go too long into day 5, one wouldn't have thought. But things can still change. Big partnership could change everything.
Yeah.
Defended into the offside, and there's no run. We've seen that before from the Kiwis. They're pretty good at that.
Yeah, Williamson could get a double ton. Mitchell get a ton, and then it's a different game, isn't it?
Well, then we're massively down the back foot, probably.
Yep.
That is the end of the over.
Dara Azizi agrees with you, Bear. He says, we need to get the son of William out before the day's end.
Yeah. Well,
you also asked how Leah is.
Don't know, is Leah with us? Or is she in bed, tucked up?
She's with us. They're thinking the film was called World's Fastest Indian.
It might be the world's fastest Indian or the fastest Indian. I don't quite remember the exact title. I'm getting old, getting a bit
Dara
senile.
also asks, is the bear going to watch Pep self-mutilate on Sunday?
Oh, yes. I'm very much looking forward to that. That's a horrible delivery. But he gets away with it. Shit doesn't take a wicket, but he also didn't take any runs. It was a full toss outside off stump. Kane Williamson, with a little wry smile to himself, he drives that straight at mid-off.
Yeah, I had a bit of a nightmare. I was doing my football predictions earlier. I had to choose to support either City or Liverpool in a game.
Ooh, that one is right around the corner. Well, of course you support Liverpool.
It's like, which one is your favourite child?
Well, yeah, because I don't like either of them, being a Man United supporter. But
well, Man United.
Yeah. So I went 2-1 Liverpool.
Well, of course,
but,
living in Glossop and London, you would be a Manchester United supporter, wouldn't you?
Funnily enough, I was born within about 2 miles of the stadium. I was born in Sale, Cheshire, which is just down the road.
Williamson trying to larrup that into the leg side. It had no pace on it whatsoever. Ended up really heaving the shot, but straight at mid wicket. There is no run.
And my grandson was a ball boy there last year at Old Trafford.
Oh, okay.
And I got free tickets to go and guardian him about 4 or 5 times, and I'd never been to Old Trafford before, which was rather nice.
This time he just goes back and defends out to mid wicket once more, and there is no run.
But it's in need of some work.
It is. Well, the Glazers
have getting old.
Basically stripped the club, haven't they, over the last 15, 20 years or however long they've been there. That's cut, and this time he does find a gap in the field. It's maybe not going to make it to the boundary. It's slowing up quickly as it gets there, and they should only get back for 2.
Yeah, the one game I was there absolutely chucked it down with rain towards the end, and the rain was just coming through the roof.
Yes. Oh man, yeah, that was the one on the TV, wasn't it? It was like torrents of it coming through the roof.
Yeah.
That's 100 up for the Kiwis, 100 for 3. Fourth wicket didn't go before they got to a ton, which is a bit annoying for an England supporter. Kane Williamson in the 40s on 44, having got 93 in the first innings.
Yeah, Kane Williamson batting absolutely brilliantly at the moment.
And this is his first game back as well after injury. This one is just dabbed down towards third man. Doesn't get past sort of deep set gully, backward point. And there is no run, ends the 29th over, 100 for 3.
He's got a few more years in him, hasn't he, Kane?
He's 34.
So, yeah.
So
yeah, he probably
3
has.
years, 4 years, potentially.
If he wants
to. Go to 38 if he wants to.
Didn't get picked up in the IPL this year, did he?
Well, that may extend his test career.
Yeah, probably will.
Yeah.
Leo is talking to Dara Azizi, saying they're going to do the BGT over on his own channel for Jess for the first test, and now he's looking forward to Adelaide for the second test. You should join, he says, and Dara Azizi says, I should. He's still adjusting to his new work schedule though, so he may not be able to from that point of view.
Atkinson continuing, and Darryl Mitchell. These two look very secure. And it's defender back to the bowler, and there is no run.
He's quite a long way ahead of the next man from New Zealand, isn't he?
Yeah, I remember when Stephen Fleming overtook the person who was there before. Well, that was only about 5,500 runs at that point for the highest Kiwi score.
Yeah. Well, Martin
it was
Crowe,
Martin Crowe.
yeah. Martin Crowe was, yeah.
Yes, he's got 2,500 more runs than Brendan McCullum in 2 extra matches. It's quite impressive.
Aye. Atkinson in. Ooh, inside edge onto pad. Maybe that kept a little bit low. But well defended by Darryl Mitchell. No run.
I mean, everyone remembers Brendan McCullum for flash bang scoring, but you don't realise he took 6,500 runs. That's a lot of runs.
You got that? Is it a triple century?
And a triple century in the UAE.
That was the what's his name? Phil.
That was the immediately after Phil Hughes.
Yeah.
Against Pakistan. Where they
Oh,
didn't
that's
bowl
down the
bouncer.
leg side. There's an appeal.
No.
No, he's been told to shut up, I think.
He's very enthusiastic.
Yeah, he's a bit annoying as a wicket keeper because he keeps making you think, oh, there might be a wicket. No, of course there isn't.
Well, isn't that the definition of every wicketkeeper? Is they're meant to be annoying?
Yeah, I suppose so.
No. The constant chirp in your ear from 15 yards
Yeah.
back or 2 yards back, depending on who's bowling. It's meant to be mental disintegration in the most Australian sense possible.
Indeed. This one is left alone outside the off stump. Through to keeper.
Yeah, Isles was a bit like that, wasn't he? Alan Isles.
Oh God, yeah.
He also helps to be mad as a box of frogs.
Yeah, keepers are quite an odd breed.
Yeah, Alan Knott was very superstitious, all sorts of superstitious bits and pieces.
And Chuck Russell isn't?
No, well, he's even more so, actually, yeah.
Not telling people where he lived, taking a whole suitcase of baked beans on tour.
Really?
Yeah, I have heard that story.
Left alone outside the off stump by Darryl Mitchell. Through the keeper. And there ain't no run.
I'm not sure how true this story is, but apparently Alan Knott used to have raw steak inside his gloves.
Yeah, that's an old wives' tale, surely.
Well, I would have thought so, but I've heard the story a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, and they tenderise it during the course of days playing eating in the evening.
Yeah, whack on the bar.
Is the apocryphal story.
Yeah.
Atkinson, last ball of his 10th over. It's full and it's hit square by Darryl Mitchell. It can't be the man at point. And there is no run. That ends the 30th over. That was a maiden, I believe. Oh, no, it wasn't, because there was a no ball.
Not a maiden and not the end of the over.
No.
But stitched you up badly there, didn't he, Atkinson?
Aye.
Not
Just
huge,
over,
not
not
hugely.
huge. Well, maybe going to wicket ball. That would be nice. Comes up. It's full and it's defended by Mitchell out to the offside. There is no run. That ends the 30th over finally. 101 for 3. They're trailed by just 50 now.
Baby Shaker says the sooner Kane becomes the New Zealand batting coach, the better. And Doris Easy comes back with, it's hard to take wickets if you don't bowl yourself, Stokesy. Well, yes, he was always the, no, if nothing's happening, I'll put myself on and something will happen, bowler. And very often it was.
Yeah, and maybe it's time for that now.
And Lockie 6 says, it's a pity Kane can't make the same money as the IPL show ponies.
Well, he was a stalwart for the IPL for a while,
Yeah.
wasn't he? I thought he was quite good in it at times.
Well, that's a beautiful playing area in the middle of the park, just playing a little game.
Yeah, in the middle of a massive park, right in the middle of it.
So big you can't even see the boundaries.
Yeah. Shoaib Bashir is going to continue. We're going to have a switcheroo after this. Who's on after this? That's tossed up outside the off stump, driven hard, and it's going to get 4 runs for that one. Kane Williamson, beautiful shot.
Fairly short. Fairly sure it's not me, so I'm assuming Hendo's coming back in, is he?
It is. He's going to be Hendo doing a solo gig with Messers and Andy McLean.
He's not going to be happy about that.
No, I'm sure he's not.
You better let Andy McLean in, actually.
Which I'll do now.
So he hasn't fallen asleep out there, of course.
Yeah.
Williamson will face up again. 2 runs short of a 50. Got 90 in the first innings. Around the wicket now, Shoaib Bashir. Goes back and punches it out to Jacob Bethel, who's out on the cover boundary. That'll be a single. Moves on to 49. Darren Mitchell will take strike. Not really a lot in it for the spinners, funnily enough. They have never really got a. I mean, I think Bashir was one of what, 2 spinners. He's got 4 wickets in innings in this at this ground.
It's just so slow, the turn. There's not really.
And there's not really any turn either. I mean, it's pretty straight on. And coming over the wicket to Mitchell, down the track comes Daryl Mitchell. Has he got enough on that?
There's
not really, but there's no one out there. And so he'll get 4 runs.
Yes, had someone been out there, he might have been in trouble, but then he might not have played the shot in that case.
Very true.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Anyone else think that was very looking like a KP Flamingo?
Yeah, it was a little bit. Bat turned in his hand somewhat, didn't it?
Yeah, there's a little bit of turn, I thought. Very fractional.
On the back foot, pushed out towards mid-wicket by Daryl Mitchell.
I think a little bit of turn there as well. Nothing sharp, but just sometimes that's better if it's just turning just that little fraction.
Alright. Duck it. His lovely glasses on. Here comes Shoaib Bashir. Now I don't know if that got an edge.
I think that's just a good arm ball.
It was a good arm ball because Darren Mitchell just played down the wrong line. It beat the outside edge. Well, he played for some turn. Well, he bowled it with spin on it. They just didn't do it.
Is that the one where they just spin it like that and it just lands on the...
I don't think so. I think it was spinning across the seam. It's reverse swept past the diving Stokes, and I think that will be 4 more. And Shoaib Bashir is going at 8 and over currently. Once again, a lot of runs off that one. 114 for 3. We're due for a change.
Yep,
here comes Hendo. Have you got your pillow, Hendo?
He has got his pillow.
Marvellous.
I shall...
Will you vacate? I'll sit here and yap a little bit. Messi's here, isn't he? Hello, mate.
G'day, how are you going?
I'm alright.
I'm not entirely sure where we're up to on the messages.
Just the last one.
Just the last one. Leah says we'll have a history of everything for Adelaide, so tune in, everyone. That's on December the 6th, Australian time.
Hey!
That'll be Australian 6th, European time too. Day-nighter in Adelaide coming up, but without Hazelwood. And presumably a big test for certain people in the Australian top order.
Well, yeah, very much so.
They're just showing an outer edge which shows there wasn't an edge on that one that Pope dropped behind the wicket, so that no drama.
Indeed. Well, I'll let Hendo get on. He's going to get Kane Williamson's 50, one presumes.
Well, I think Andy is due to be on.
I am on now as Williamson makes his 50 as he plays that one away nicely off the back foot through the covers. Won't quite make the boundary, so they'll come back for 3. So yet another 50 for Kane Williamson. Just expect him to gently acknowledge the crowd. He doesn't do anything like David Warner or anything like that. He just, whether it's 50 or 100 or 200, it's always just the same from Kane. Just a gentle acknowledgement of the applause. He moves on to 52 not out.
Shall we Shall we note that in musical fashion?
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Atkinson bowls to Mitchell this time, and once again on the back foot. He's playing that one away into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, I like that from Kane. I don't like the David Warner celebration every time he gets 100. I find that kind of distasteful, but then maybe that's because, you know, I like modesty. Yeah, I don't.
Shane Warne.
I don't like to see. I don't like to see that really.
This next one through from Atkinson, left alone by Mitchell outside off stump. I saw a clip yesterday. I mean, Messrs, you would have seen this with, I believe Warner's doing television in Australia now, if you've got the channel.
Yes.
And he was dressed in a suit, and there was a clip showing, there was a comment on the clip or the photo of him, saying that he looked like a 1970s used car salesman.
It does very much. They're shit cheap suits. They're awful. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was a comment. You know, someone it had been posted somewhere, and then there was a comment, and the comment said, "Yeah, but just more dodgy."
He has got that look about him, hasn't he? You have to say.
Anyway, let's not make this about David Warner. He's retired. Well, he's retired quite a few times now, and hopefully we don't have to put up with another retirement looming. Here's Atkinson once more.
Oh,
that's driven beautifully by Mitchell through extra cover and away to the boundary. Mitchell moves on to 28, and New Zealand score onto 125 for 3.
It really seems to be flattening out now, doesn't it? These two are looking pretty comfortable. When that third wicket went down, you thought England were pushing through the gap, but now New Zealand just 30 behind.
I was just looking at Williamson's record. This is only his 7th test this year. He's had 3 centuries and 4 50s already. Incredible.
Mitchell cleans this next one up to mid-on off the back foot. Yeah, I saw another stat yesterday which was quite interesting. Williamson has the second most scores out in the 90s in Test cricket, behind Tendulkar. He's got 13 90s.
Wow. God, how many hundreds would he have? I mean, what's he got? 32? So he'd have 40.
Yes.
He could have 45.
Yeah, well, imagine how many Tendulkar could have.
Well, yeah.
He's out in the 90s like 20 times.
20?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. 20 times out in the 90s. I'm pretty sure it was 20. I'm pretty sure Tendulkar was 20. Williamson was next with 13.
That is, well, I suppose if you get, you get that close to 100 so often, I suppose it's bound to happen. Good.
Who was the Aussie who always used to get out? I'm thinking, was it Steve Waugh or Michael Slater? One or other of those two, I think.
I hate to correct you on air, but he's only had 5 90s, Williamson.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Okay, that was a really bad stat that I got then. Thank you for the correction.
But what about Tendulkar?
Now I have to do the comparison.
Anyway, it's another over from Bashir. It's going round the wicket now. I did think that 9 was very high. I mean, but anyway, it's a rubber bat. Here's Bashir, and it's played up to mid-on by Mitchell. He's looking in good nick here.
Yeah, he's batted pretty well, hasn't he, Mitchell, since he's come in. Important inning is this for New Zealand.
Here's Bashir again, and Mitchell's hitting down the ground, and Bashir feels very nicely off his own hole, and I thought he hit that quite forcefully. I have to say my picture's not completely perfect. It's pretty good, but not completely perfect. So I thought he'd timed that one a little bit better than he actually had. Interesting fielding placement here for Bashir. Mitchell this time works it to mid-wicket. They've got a fairly straight mid-on and then a very wide long on.
Yeah, they had this in the first innings, I seem to remember, yeah. Commenting on that.
He's here again, and this one's played again. Yeah, it's just quite an interesting position because Mitchell, when he comes down the wicket, generally hits pretty straight.
Yeah.
So it just seems, I mean, this is a bit random, which is what I'm about to say next, is the shear comes in again, and Mitchell is just defending that one back to Bashir. That is the end of the over. 33 overs gone now. New Zealand 122 for 3. Williamson not out for 3, and within Mitchell on 28. Bashir's
My initial
figures now-
perusal of Tendulkar is that he had nine 90s altogether, but I'd need to recount that.
That makes sense though. That I think that the stat that I saw was just some clip somewhere. They probably just got the numbers wrong. That makes way more sense.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem, those did seem like, especially the Tendulkar 120. That sounded incredibly high. I think this. I mean, that field placing. I'm just wondering. You're right. He does hit straight, but I wonder because if the pitch is a little bit slow and there is a bit of turn, and he's trying to push it. He's throwing it up and he's pushing it slightly wide of off stump so that he has to fetch it a little bit, I think. Maybe they're just looking for the miss hit, really. They're trying to tempt him into that shot straight and just hoping that he drags it a little bit. That's the only thinking that makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, I watch a lot of cricket in Indonesia, and that position's very common, I have to say. That just the kind of the wide mid on, not quite cow corner, not really long on, just kind of the wide long on.
Yeah.
It gets a lot of catches there, a hell of a lot of catches in that position. And it's for that reason that the batsmen just don't hit that straight.
Yeah.
Then again, Indonesian level versus level slightly different, of course.
Yeah, and I think, Stokes is a man who's prepared to think outside the box when it comes to field placings. We've seen that quite a lot.
Here's Wokes beginning a new over. Ooh. Williamson's driving, but straight to the man at cover point.
I thought that was a bit uppish. I thought for a moment that there would be some excitement in the England fielders there. Let's have a look at this again. He's got a short extra cover. Yeah, it was uppish, but it wasn't in the direction of Ben Stokes, who's positioned himself at a sort of shortish extra. It was just wide of him, but it was at the right height for someone in that position to catch.
It's a bit of a false shot there from Williamson. He takes strike once more to Wokes. This time he's cutting and cutting behind point. Classic Williamson shot. He was very late to play it. Guided it away beautifully down to the boundary. Ball takes Williamson on to 57.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
He's a master craftsman, isn't he? He really is.
It's gorgeous to watch. It really is.
Yeah.
I had a chuckle. Leah says she's has an interview with Gary scheduled on Monday. Interview is a generous word. It just ask him a question and hit record and sit back, basically.
Or go for a meal. Come back in a couple of hours.
Wokes this time a little bit wider on the crease, and Williamson guides that one between a wide slip and a gully and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, that's audacious, isn't it? Taking that on again. That's just style. I mean, it's not that far away from the first slip, but it's enough. It's in any other hands, you'd say that was a slightly risky shot. Perhaps apart from maybe Joe Root, who's also very good.
Massive self-confidence to play that shot,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Also, just not that much bounce either. That's the other thing. Here's Wokes. And this time Williamson is cramped as he plays back on the crease and just defending that one. Yeah, Wokes just isn't getting enough bounce, right? Williamson, it's not like he's playing a high-risk shot, those last two deliveries, particularly the second of those last two. The bounce just wasn't there, so he was very easily able to guide it. I mean, he is in form, of course, too. It's not like he's just come to the crease. He's 61 not out and scored 93 in the first innings. It's kind of just a regulation shot for him. His Wokes again wide on the crease, and Williamson this time guides it into the gully, and there's no run.
I mean, I thought, and I don't know what New Zealand fans feel about it, I'm probably quite happy. Will Young batted very well in India, and so you'd have to say he's a little unlucky to lose his place, but when it's someone like Williamson coming back to fill, and as you say, he scored 93 and now 61 not out, you're just happy to have him back, I guess.
Wokes once again, and Williamson, this one bounces a little higher, and Williamson's happy to let it go past his body through to Ollie Pope behind the stumps, and there's no run.
Oh, now
I mean, New Zealand fans are pretty, I'd say 50-50 on whether Young. There was another no. There was a no ball as well, actually.
Yeah.
I'm in a pretty decent sized fans group in New Zealand on Facebook, and I reckon everyone's about 50-50 whether Young should be in or not, or maybe a bit more in favour of Young being in. But the question is, where does he fit in? That was the issue.
Yeah.
There was no obvious slot for him to go in.
No.
Here it is. Here is Wokes again. And Williamson's cutting this time, but straight to the man at cover point, and there's no run. Yeah, so the talk already is maybe he comes in for Conway in the second test. Young, that is, but he's not really an opener though. That's the other thing. He's more of a middle order batsman who's been sort of turned into a top order batsman. But knowing the New Zealand selectors, there's no way they're going to drop Conway just up. He batted pretty well in India. I was there the first test. He scored 70 odd in that first test in the first innings, and he actually had a reasonably good series. Mitchell is looking pretty good here. Phillips has batted well in this innings. So there's just no real space for a change, and unless Conway's a possibility, I guess. It's tough on Young. It's really tough, but it's good for New Zealand, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're on a drinks break, so Hendo, you were about to say something. It said, and I'm intrigued as to what that was.
Oh, well, it's just some information from Tom P on, which is really your job, not mine, but I just did spot it. Right. Basically saying that Tendulkar was dismissed 18 times in ODIs in the 90s and 10 times in tests. So in total, I mean, maybe that was the stat that you saw, was to do with
that
over
sense.
International cricket in general, rather than just test matches. So
yeah, thank you, Tom. That does make sense. And the reality is, you're going 90s are a much more likely thing in ODIs than in test matches, aren't they? Given the constraints on your time and so on.
Yeah.
Baby Shaker shares with us a story of running into Davey Warner in the urinal at the Broncos club room, which you can read for yourself if you wish. Virat Sama says, "Where's your other mate?" Well, Andy is actually not on the screen because his feed doesn't allow him to stay steady if he shows his picture as well. It's not that he's in hiding. And Dara Azizi says, "So who currently has the golden arm in the England team? Root, perhaps?" Yeah.
Well, we haven't seen anything of Root. I mean, he might be worth a try. Just something different. Flat sort of slightly round-armed off-spin from around the wicket and pushing it across with a slip. He's done it before, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I it's not as if I know England fans to have an expectation of things happening all the time.
Yeah.
But instead of the match, it's not as if they're actually suffering really badly in this situation. And I think they keep plugging away with the bowlers they've got. Stokes hasn't had a rock yet, has he?
He's bowled a couple of overs, hasn't he? He hasn't bowled very much.
Right.
But it just seems quite dead, this pitch now. Once the hardness goes out of the ball, it's really difficult to get it to move enough to get edges, isn't it, really? Or to get it to move and bounce rapidly enough. When it's been pitched in very short, it's looped over. We've had a series of wides.
Well, also just looking at the wickets to fall today, apart from the Latham one, the first wicket to fall, where he was induced into an edge. I mean, Conway's shot was just a bad shot basically, and then that last one, Conway just didn't time it at all. Picked the fielder out at mid wicket, whereas Ravindra had one he could have put anywhere in the park and hit it down square leg's throat. Or mid-wicket's throat.
Yeah, I
It
thought
was an injudicious shot to play in the circumstances.
Yeah, and it was
just
straight
after
after the break, wasn't it? I was going to say that actually I felt that New Zealand gave away quite a few of their wickets in the first innings. I didn't think that England necessarily got them out. There were one or two, but I think there were some pretty poor shots by New Zealand standards, I would say.
It was an appropriate day for me to be wearing my Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt.
It was, well, exactly. I mean, Shoaib Bashir's first 2 wickets were, absolutely dreadful deliveries.
I'm wearing that t-shirt to a 70th birthday party tonight.
Are you?
Full of aging rockers. They're all going to get on stage and play what I hope is not too bad music.
Oh dear. So that's what you do when you get to your 8th decade in Perth.
Apparently, I'm not going to be on stage, but some people are pretending they're still young.
Here's Bashir beginning a new over, and this one is just defended back down the wicket by Mitchell. So he's into his 6th over now, is Bashir. And Mitchell playing off the back foot once more.
Yeah, I think his last over was his best so far. He began to sort of take the pace off the ball and throw it up wide, tempting Mitchell. Just needs to keep on with that.
Here's Bashir bowling just slightly down the leg side this time, and Mitchell works it away behind square to long leg for a single. I mean, one thing that's interesting about this England side is that they've picked, a genuine specialist in Bashir, as a bowler, that is, and okay, albeit one that's pretty inexperienced, but he's played a decent amount of cricket, obviously. Whereas New Zealand didn't do that. They picked. Here's Bashir bowling to Williamson this time. He plays it up to mid-off. Did they take a single there? I don't think they did. Whereas New Zealand, had 2 spinners that had good success. 2 in particular, they had good success in India, Ajaz Patel and Mitchell Santner. Here's Bashir, and Williamson's just defending. Yes, so New Zealand had 2 very successful spinners, and as soon as they get to New Zealand, they're straight out of the side, albeit that Santner has been selected for the next 2 tests. But yeah, it's just a weird one. New Zealand just doesn't really back genuine spinners in its own country. Williamson defends again.
Yeah, decent enough over, just a couple of runs from it. He's pulled it back. I think he's just conceded 2 in the last 2 overs, so he's begun to find a little bit of consistency. Messi.
It's interesting, that selection process, isn't it? Because I noticed in Australia, with Hazelwood out of the next test, the 2 reserve bowlers they've called up are Sean Abbott and Brendan Doggett. Sean Abbott's 32 and Brendan Doggett's 30. You'd think it was a good opportunity to give some younger fast bowlers like Lance Morris and his ilk a go, but they're still going with the old folk.
They've got
it's 10 years since the incident with Phil Hughes, which was a full bowl before Sean Abbott.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good bowler, but I wonder whether they should be looking at youth.
Well, he's had great success in England, hasn't he?
Yes.
When he's, as a domestic player in English, in the English county game or short form game.
Here's Wokes
Indeed.
again. Closer to the stumps this time, and Mitchell is on 29. He's defending. Williamson's on 61. The score 132-3. One thing I find interesting looking at the camera angle from this end of the ground, the end that Wokes bowling from, behind the wicket is a tree that is just absolutely perfectly in line with the pitch. It sort of doubles as a second sight screen.
Yeah.
Yes, Wokes wider on the pitch. Yeah, it's massive. But do you see, it's just, it could not be more aligned with the wicket.
Indeed. It'd have to be tossed up a long way to be coming out of that as a sight screen, to be honest.
That's true. Yeah, you need to be sort of Curtly Ambrose plus Joel Garner plus Glenn McGrath, all standing on top of each other. Chris Wokes. And that worked away into the wicket. And one more to the New Zealand total. Mitchell takes one. He goes to 30. The score on to 133-3.
Dara Azizi has his tongue planted in his cheek. He says, I feel sorry for Bethel having to open for England.
Yeah, Crawley's got it to do, hasn't he? He's got to do it. He's got to get some runs. It's a long time since he had a big score. A really big score. 100, I guess. Duckett just seems to get better and better, I think. Ooh!
This time struck on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW and he's given. Williamson was playing forward.
It kept it a bit low, didn't it?
He came forward and may have kept a little bit low. He was struck on the pad and it doesn't look like he's going to review it.
No,
either.
he has, I think.
No.
I think he has reviewed it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, no, it didn't keep. I saw it. Yeah. His best chances, it might just be going over, but I doubt it. It came back a long way.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely? I don't know.
He's not got much of a step forward there, has he? It's hit him on the back pad. Oh, I think that's stone dead, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, Wokes, the man that everyone loves to hate when he plays abroad, may have got the most crucial wicket in this innings. Height, maybe height. Just looking from side on.
Just possible.
But it is back pad, isn't it?
It'll be
clipping.
It'll be hitting line with off, hitting the bails on middle. I'd say.
What's he got? No, he hasn't got outside. Impact umpire's call. Hitting. He's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Yep, he's certainly
just
gone.
Call me Hawkeye.
So excellent work there by Chris Wokes to dismiss New Zealand's premier batsman, Kane Williamson. But from a New Zealand perspective, not a good position here. They still trail by 18 runs with just 6 wickets remaining.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a lot of resilience in this New Zealand team, but I think that will just shake them in the dressing room a little bit at this stage, because he's been looking $1 million really, hasn't he? He's batted beautifully, and I'm just wondering, Andy. You were talking in the last over about last Wokes over about his lack of bounce, and I think that's worked to his advantage there. To a certain extent.
It didn't get up. It wasn't anywhere near the bails in the end, was it?
No. It was the only problem was the impact was umpire's call, wasn't it? So he very nearly got outside the off stump slightly, but he has made it move off the pitch, Wokes, despite his lack of bounce, and that's what's done him really there. I think you have to say, new batsman on his way, and in fact out there already is this man.
It's Tom Blundell. So actually, I didn't realise that Williamson actually reviewed that quite quickly. I didn't spot that initially, so he must have thought that hit him high, but it wasn't to be, and he didn't get outside the line. So yeah, excellent delivery there from Stokes. Here's Blundell, his first delivery. Up, he's caught behind. Unbelievable.
Oh wow.
Tom Blundell.
Well, he's immediately reviewed that. It's all happening, isn't it? Blimey. Chris Wokes is creating havoc. This is another of these.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
It was a very quick review from Blundell.
I love that jingle.
I know. Really,
I'm not sure Pope actually appealed for this.
That could be.
I wonder if it's nicked the stumps.
His bat's well outside, well in front of his pad, so it's just a clear.
He has. Yes.
Yeah, he's got it. Wokes is on a hat trick. Would you believe it? Extraordinary stuff.
And I think there's only one word for this.
What is that word?
Well, I was going to describe the New Zealand's position at the moment. It's actually 3 words. In the shit.
I think the Bear would use one word with Demesis in it. It's a fucking ray.
Well, do you know, it was interesting because I was just about to say this is the nightmare partnership for England. You know, think back to in England, Mitchell together with Blundell, who caused a lot of trouble. And amazingly, Blundell's gone first ball. And it's Glenn Phillips coming to the crease.
Well, I was talking earlier about, how could they get Will Young into the side? And because he took Williamson's place, obviously Williamson's going to come back, and he's proved his worth already in this match. But just looking at a dismissal there, Blundell's bat was not even straight. It was in a horrible position. He's barely scored a run in the last year or so, but he's in the side because he's the wicket keeper. But he's also bats number 6. So my feeling before this test was what they should have done is brought Will Young to bat at 5, or 4. Ravindra could have batted 5. Mitchell down to 6. And then Glenn Phillips or Tom Blundell at 7 or 8, if they chose to play Phillips. But he's hardly bowled in this match. Maybe he might need to bowl in the second innings, but they just always back their players, the New Zealand management. But Blundell, has not had a good match with the bat. His glove work also hasn't been that great. So I don't think Tom Latham would want to wicket keep. Devon Conway's definitely not good enough to wicket keep in Test cricket. So interesting times though for the New Zealand sleepers. Here's Wokes bowling to Phillips, just defending that one. And as you'd imagine, with so many wickets falling in quick succession, all the fielders are in around the bat. That is the end of a successful over from Chris Wokes. Phillips
that's the end of me for a while.
Yep, that's
I'll see you back in half an hour.
Andy's moving to summarising. I'm going to take over on ball by ball, and we're waiting for Jason, unless he's fallen asleep. He's down to be on the socials. But wow, that's in the space of 2 balls, Chris Wokes has upended this game. really. I was almost going to say that if actually New Zealand, once they get past this England total, that they can go and set potentially an impressive target for England. But now it's hard, and I think this is a great
amongst the pigeons
and a great move from Ben Stokes here. I think this is really good captaincy because he's taken Bashir out of the attack. Not that Bashir was bowling particularly poorly in those last couple of overs, but he's gone back to his main enforcer really, who's been Bryden Coss, who's he's been a revelation in Pakistan and here so far.
Yeah, he's got a big heart. He runs it all day.
Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Coss.
Well, even Bryden Coss can't get much life out of this wicket. He pitched that in short. Mitchell did get underneath it, but he had to go a long way down. He almost had burrow under the pitch to get out of the way of that one. There was such a lack of bounce.
He's wobbling free.
But wow, Wokesy. Now, will that?
Who'd have thought it away from home?
Well, will that lay to rest the ghost of Chris Wokes' overseas form? Cars in again. He's dispensed with slips, and he's gone back to that short ball attack, and it's defended by Mitchell, who's now absolutely crucial. This becomes a crucial partnership. Although Andy Nathan Smith, he's got a first class 100. He's got a few 50s as well, maybe 13 or so. I mean, you'll probably have seen a lot more than I have. In fact, I've seen very, very little of him. I'll come back to you with that query after this ball. Cast in short, and Mitchell gets underneath. Through it goes.
No, look, I haven't watched him because I don't live in New Zealand anymore. Haven't done so for a long period of time. But I'm in a New Zealand fans face group, and a lot of people like Nathan Smith because he's an all-rounder basically.
Yeah.
Any sort of it's kind of like Richard Hadley-esque. Average is about the same. I think he averages 26 in first-class cricket. So that's New Zealand's traditionally gone with players like that.
Another short ball from Cars, and the same result. A ducking Mitchell, and it goes through to Pope. Yeah, and I mean, I have to say, I wasn't really aware of his spell at Worcestershire this summer until I kind of did some research on him. But he had a pretty good time in Worcestershire, didn't he, before he got injured?
Who?
Nathan Smith.
Yes. He got a bucket load of wickets early on in the season.
But about his batting is, I suppose, he's the next man in, and I'm just wondering, what he might offer. This is short from round the wicket now. Cast defended almost with one hand by Mitchell outside his off stump.
Wow.
What's the logic here of not having any slips?
I mean, they're going to bowl it up to the pitch.
Well, just I think to pack out the leg side field, bowl short, and try and give them no shot that they can play really, apart from the pull or the hook. I think that's
which have the risk of going in the air.
And I think because the ball there is such little bounce that you're unlikely bowling the way that Cast does. As he's in again, short outside the off stump, bowling across the right hander. He leaves this one alone. And I think I can understand having slips. I mean, it seems counterintuitive because Bryden Cast is quicker than Chris Wokes. But Chris Wokes is one of those guys who kind of kisses the surface, isn't he? Whereas Cast really digs it into the surface. And I think, Wokes with that little bit of movement by bowling fuller might get a slip catch, and as we've seen, he's got a caught behind, whereas Cast is less likely to do that. He's an enforcer.
I don't follow that logic at all. I mean, if he's bowling a little bit shorter, then the ball's rising higher. I would have thought that, and if the batsman's looking to play away from his body, there's every chance he'd get an edge. It just seems strange. I mean, I know Mitchell's on 40 and he's pretty well set, but just seems a
He
bit.
may not have
bit
a
odd
slip,
to me.
but he probably has a fairly straight third man.
Wokes is in. He has got a slip. He's got two, in fact, well spread, covering probably the ground of four slips. This is driven by Phillips, yet to get off the mark, up towards mid-off. It's something that England go to. They've done it quite a lot now when they feel that there's not much life in the pitch. I don't really like it, I have to say, but
it's negative, isn't it? Because
it's negative. But it's not only England. I mean, Australia did it quite a bit in the last Ashes in England. Wokes goes wide on the crease and forces Phillips onto the back foot. Plays up to extra cover, and there is no run.
The other thing it does is it negates Mitchell's shots down the ground.
Well, there is that, but I mean, Mitchell's, big strikes down the ground. It's kind of reserved for the spin, isn't it? Really, I mean, okay, you might say he's a good straight driver as well, but he does like to take on the spinner if he gets the chance. Wokes 3 for 34. He's into an 11th over, and he's in wide of the off stump. Exaggerated leave from Phillips through to the keeper. 133 for 5. New Zealand still 18 behind. And when they were 18 behind and 133 for 3, you could see them pushing on, but now...
Yeah, a lead of 200 was possible then, or no, you could see in the cards.
Yeah.
I don't think you see it necessarily as possible now, unless both of these put on 100.
Indeed. Again, wide on the crease, pulled by Phillips. Is there anyone out there? Yes, there is. Deep square, it's Bethel. And they take the one. Phillips is off the mark. 134 for 5. As we see that Chris Wokes record. He's in fact got a best overseas of 4 for 36. So he's not too far off his best here, is he? 3 for 35.
Well, yes, that's 4 out of 41. So, no, for the other innings, he's
37 wickets. Here he is again. Bowls. Oh, now that seemed to just do a little bit. That said, Mitchell didn't really get very close to it. It's gone through to Pope, and there is no run.
Jeez, it was only 123 k's that ball.
Yeah, I don't know what Mitchell was thinking there, really, going after that a little bit, and then trying to drag the bat back inside the line of the ball.
I think that he thinks Chris Wokes is an easier proposition than Braden Cast to try and play. If he's trying to quite short.
Wokes again. That's good length delivery. Brings Mitchell forward. He hasn't had too many opportunities to get forward. Defends into the covers. And that's the end of the over. 134 for 5. Phillips 1, Mitchell 30. Jason.
Mayank says Phillips and Mitchell need 100 partnership to ease New Zealand minds. And Baby Shaker says, yep, England just won the game in 1 over with a soft ball.
Yeah.
George Thurston says the game could finish tomorrow as things stand. Well, if it finishes before the second session, I'll be very unhappy because I'm not on till the second session.
Yeah. I mean, we need to be on air as Guerrilla Cricket just to sort of spread the word. And I'm getting really fed up with these short test matches.
And then last one says from Lockie says New Zealand thrash India, India thrash Oz, England thrash New Zealand. Logic says Oz thrash England.
What about India against England in the summer? You've missed that one out, Lockie.
Yeah.
Cast to start his 9th over, coming into Phillips. Short ball. Phillips is quite a short man. He's able to get down underneath that one. He's got a little bit of a crouchy stance, hasn't he? Phillips as well. Good 50 from him though in the first innings. Important.
Yeah, he's a person who gives 100% all the time. He's very combative.
Oh God, he's I mean, he almost gets in for attitude alone, I think. You know you're going to get more than 100% almost, if that makes sense, which it doesn't. Cast bowls a fuller ball, finds a thick outside edge, flies to Atkinson at backward point, but pretty much all the way along the ground. And
Glenn Phillips has only come into the Test side just quite recently, actually, just in the last couple of seasons. He had one Test many moons ago against Australia and made 50 on debut.
Oh, right.
But then was out of the side for a really long time, and yeah, he's just sort of found his way back into the side recently.
Well,
I do feel though that he bats too low in the order, but it's just the way that the team's set up at the moment.
Pulls that very straight, a strapple, as we sometimes call it. The man at mid-on has to come straighter to actually field that, and they get through for 1. Phillips goes to 2. 135.
He's a very capable batsman, Glenn Phillips, and he bats at 4 in the T20 side, 6 in the ODI side, and I think there's definitely a case for him to bat ahead of Tom Blundell in the next Test.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I was hearing them talk. I don't know how true this is, as Carter's in. He's got a short leg now, short square leg. This is a bouncer again. Mitchell ducks. They were talking about. I'm trying to think who the commentator was in the India series. It might have been Ravi Shastri for all I know. Basically saying that Phillips is in the team as a bowler now, and I suppose in a sense he was. But
his bowler's improved quite a lot from when he first came onto the scene. I think. Yeah, he's a batting all-rounder. I think.
Yeah, I think so. All-rounder. Yeah, I would say definitely. But that was not the impression that the commentary was given. Joe Root, I think, has gone in there at short square leg. There's also a square leg and a deep square leg. As Cars comes in, bowls full, looking for the Yorker dug out by Mitchell. And Carson. Sorry, go on.
I think what Ravi Shastri was probably referring to there, or you maybe just need to look at it in the context of the series. Well,
yeah.
In India, he was there as a bowler. There is no doubt about that. He was there primarily as a bowler. He just happens to be a very good batsman. Whereas in this Test, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
He's there as a batsman who does a little bit of bowling as well. As I mentioned, Ravindra hasn't. I don't think he bowled at all yet.
No, Cars in again, back of a length, defended into the offside. Yeah, I think he's been. He strikes me as someone who's got talent with the ball as well as bat, and I'm surprised that he hasn't. I'm surprised that he didn't actually bowl that much in India. But then I guess they didn't really need him to. They had Ajaz as their left arm spinner, and Mitchell Santner as well, didn't they? So two left armers. Just looking at the figures, Wokes 3 for 35, Cast 2 for 20, Atkinson none for 36 so far, Bashir none for 34, Stokes just the 2 overs he's entrusted to himself, and he's gone for 9.
That's absolutely right. He just wasn't really required to bowl that much, Ravindra. He did bowl a little bit, but I just find it bizarre that you've got this left arm spinner, who takes the ball away from the right-handed batsman, of which England have plenty, and they don't bowl him. It's just weird.
It is a bit weird. This is Woke starting a new over. It's full on middle and leg, and just guided up with the full face of the bat by Phillips to mid-on. Wokes has just got a little bit of a spring in his step at the moment, having taken those 2 really crucial wickets for England. New Zealand still trailing by 16. Here he is again. He's into his 12th over. He's varying the way he moves around the crease, isn't he? Wokes, more than I've seen him do before. Again, he went wide on the crease there. He's just trying to create different angles, I think, because
ball stops moving.
Yeah,
in the air.
So he's
particular.
He's trying to do some different things. Just pose a few different questions, I think, to the batsman.
Well, the ball that he got Williamson out with was one where he was wide on the crease, and that created the angle plus a bit of movement.
Yeah. Here he is, very wide on the crease, but this is pulled quite wide off stump by Wokes, and Phillips lets it go through.
New Zealand's got a history, though, of making bowlers become non-bowlers. So Kane Williamson's a good bowler. Daryl Mitchell's a pretty decent bowler. And now I've just mentioned Ravindra. who's suddenly not becoming a bowler as well. It's just, I don't know why we do that, but it's just a bit strange.
Here is Wokes again, ring of 4 on the offside, and Phillips tries to force off the back foot this time, but doesn't time the shot, and it goes straight back to Wokes. I often feel like a lot of teams do that. They underutilise their part-time bowlers sometimes, and maybe if they did get a bit more bowling, they would be...
We need more Harry Brook.
Well, I don't think we need more Harry Brook, but I take your point about Daryl Mitchell. He's, very good length and line, really, bowler.
Very wicket to wicket.
Yeah, Wokes bowls, driven. Certainly get one as Duckett comes across from mid-off to field. 136 for 5. Phillips moves to 3.
Well, the perfect example is Joe Root, right? Like England, when they feel there's a good opportunity to use him, they use him.
Yep.
And he does it very effectively too. Someone like Michael Clarke was the same at times. He was very effective with the ball. There's countless other players I can think of, but New Zealand just doesn't.
Left alone. Final ball of the over. Wokes 3 for 36 from 12.
I just think that Ravindra is he's only 24.
Yeah.
And he's he is a genuine spin bowler. He's not just someone that does it for fun from time to time.
Yeah.
But it might be the case that because Glenn Phillips is so keen to be a bowler these days, he's made it very, very clear he doesn't want to be a wicket keeper anymore.
Right.
That might have counted against Ravindra, but to not bowl at all in the England innings, I don't think he bowled at all in the England innings. It's just ridiculous, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's weird, and you're making that point about the New Zealand team. I always think that a couple of players that I think didn't bowl enough were Graham Hick, who was a very capable off-break bowler and didn't really get much of a go for England. Could have been used a bit more. Talking of off-break bowlers, Shoaib is going to come back into the attack. So just a short spell from Bryden Cast. He's got a slip and a leg gully, and first ball is tossed up, driven very pleasantly by Phillips up to Wokes at mid-off.
You could possibly argue that Mark Ramprakash was in that same mould as a partnership breaker, auxiliary bowler.
Yeah, think of Michael Vaughan. He got Tendulkar, didn't he, with a beauty, I remember. Onto the back foot goes Phillips and pushes up the onside of the pitch. Shoaib retrieves the ball himself.
And of course, moving to more recent times, KP started off as an off-breaking all-rounder.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Before, ditching his native country.
Oh, that's horrible. It's short and it's slapped. But, as so often, Bashir's worst balls don't really seem to cost him much. And in fact, they bring wickets, and that's only going to be a single out to deep backward square.
I don't know whether Andy agrees, but I think Bashir's worst balls are well managed by Ben Stokes' field management.
Yeah, I think sometimes when Adil Rashid was playing Test cricket, this one is thrown up and fairly straight, defended on the front foot by Mitchell. Adil Rashid, I think sometimes he did have that bad ball in him, and he needed a cover rider. I think a man out on the cover boundary. In he comes again, Bashir, forcing Mitchell onto the back foot. I say forcing. Mitchell is choosing to go on the back foot. Could quite easily come forward. I guess he's a little bit worried that if it does just pop or turn a little bit, he could put it into the hands of the man at the leg gully position. Bashir in again, bowls, driven, spectacular dive, possibly unnecessary from Shoaib, and seems to have damaged a finger in doing so. It's the end of the over, just the single from it. New Zealand making very slow progress to making England bat again. They're 137 for 5. Jason.
Lockie asked us a question: is Bryden a new name, or just one I haven't heard under my rock? I think it's quite an old-fashioned name. It has that old-fashioned feel of it.
It's not one that I'm overly familiar with, I have to say.
No, Bryden.
Bryden. I mean, is it a South African thing? I don't know.
I don't think it is, but I think it was more Welsh than I thought.
Oh, okay.
But I know he does come from South Africa, so maybe it's from a population that went over there.
Could be. So New Zealand 14 runs behind. England made it from 319 to 499. Wokes in, and that's a half volley on leg stump. Phillips gratefully clips that away. We're still only going to get a single to deep square running in. Bethel is the man out there. You'd say he's had a quiet game, but then, he did face one of the most difficult periods of the New Zealand bowling yesterday, and I thought he handled himself pretty well. I liked the look of it.
He's been cursed by the Ravindra issue. He's a left-arm round bowler, taking the ball away from two right-handers. Why doesn't he get a spell?
Well, I mean, he did get an over, I think, in the first innings. This is pushed into the onside, and Mitchell will race through for the one.
Yeah, he bowled a couple of overs in the first innings. I was actually on when he was bowling. But I guess it's partly because the seamers were doing the damage, but he definitely bowled at least 2 overs in the first innings.
Yeah, I seem to remember him sort of maybe his first or second ball was down the leg side and was swept by Williamson for 4. I think he's got to learn to throw the ball up a little bit. He's quite flat, and that may come from the fact that he's played so much short form cricket. Really, he's firing it in rather than looking to extract turn necessarily. Wokes is into his 13th over. He's got 3 for 38, and he's bowling to Glenn Phillips on 5. Phillips is waiting. There's a wide slip, and he tucks this up to mid-on. Atkinson feels there is no run.
Wonder how Jimmy Anderson's feeling at the moment, seeing these conditions in New Zealand, given that it's pretty evident that he still wants to be playing. And obviously he's out there as a bowling mentor. I think that's his official title. Wonder how he might be feeling at the moment.
I think you'd be itching to get out there, wouldn't you? Wokes in short, pulled, and I think Bethel is out there. He is. So just
in the warm-up match in Queenstown, he actually had to field.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I read that.
So that must have been a pretty bizarre feeling for him to have to put the whites on.
Yeah,
and not be able to bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess
he would have been hating it.
And I guess he's going to be, I don't know why he put himself up for the IPL auction, to be honest. I mean, he was just asking to be rejected, wasn't he? And I think, Wokes is in. Oh, slower ball. Full, defended by Mitchell.
Well, I know why he put himself up.
Money.
So he doesn't have a salary anymore.
Yeah. Well, I presume he has some sort of salary from the ECB as bowling mentor. But yeah, I know what you're saying. But no one in their right mind thought in this era that Jimmy Anderson, unless there were just nostalgic reasons outside the off stump, left alone by Mitchell. And basically, I'm not sure that the IPL does nostalgic. Although, of course, they did kind of do it with Pujara for a little while, didn't they?
It's cold hard.
Yeah.
Stats really.
Oh, and Williamson in his last season.
Yeah. I mean, Williamson is a strange one for that form of the game, isn't he? I mean, he's a bit like Root. I mean, I think they could have a role to play, or they did have a role to play, and maybe they don't have a role to play now because of, the power
game's evolved
away
from their style of play to hold an innings together, even if it's only 20 overs.
I mean, it's not like these guys can't hit sixes. They can, but they're not going to they're not going to smash it in the way like a Kieran Pollard. They're not going to hit 5 sixes in a row, or they're not going to do an Andre Russell.
Or
Yeah,
Liam
I mean, it's
Livingston,
like-
for that matter.
Another example would be Baba Azam, right? Like he opens for Pakistan in T20s.
Yeah.
I
Hello? Nope, we've
Have we lost him?
We've lost Andy for the time being. I was going to make the point about Babar Azam, but yeah, I mean he can't get a game in the IPL anyway because of the ban on Pakistani players.
Williamson, all these sorts of players. I don't think there's much of a role for them anymore.
Bashir is in, bowls, back goes Phillips and cuts well.
Nice shot.
That is a good shot, and there is no one out there, and I think will that make it all the way to the boundary? It certainly will. And there's Bethel, I think, in pursuit, but had to give it up, and that breaks the shackles a little bit because New Zealand were just picking up singles, nothing more, since they lost those 2 quick wickets. So a very welcome one of these. And they trail just by 7 now. Desperate to get into positive territory. 324 runs today. We'll have to have a look at the GPL shortly. This is stroked to extra cover. Bashir is now round the wicket to the right-hander.
We're due for a change, and the Bears should be in fairly shortly.
He should. Well, we wait to see whether the bear will stir.
The Bear is awake.
Oh, he's awake. Okay. That's very good. Bashir again. Oh, he really throws that one up. And Phillips drives. Not in total control. It's all the way along the ground, but perhaps wasn't quite where he intended. But he's going to get 2 runs out beyond backward point. He moves to 12, and this might just bring Phillips that little bit of confidence that he requires, and New Zealand a little bit more belief. 146 for 5. They trail by 5 now. Bashir a little bit expensive, but he has been better. His first 4 overs went for 32, I think it was. This one brings Phillips forward in defence, and there is no run.
I think I said earlier that Mitchell's on 40. I've just realised he's on 31.
No, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I did notice that, and then I think we got away with it. Onto the back foot goes Phillips, and he threads that away through the covers, but not enough power to take it further than for a single. And
I must say, I'm using my phone for this because I've got a problem with my laptop.
Oh right, okay.
I think I need to make a trip to Specsavers. Actually, I'm really struggling to read. I've got it about, I don't know, well, not that far away from my face, and I'm just battling a little bit, I think.
Bashir bowls final ball of the over, defended out into the offside. There is no run. I find it very difficult to watch sport on a phone, I must admit. That's the end of the over. 147 for 5, 4 behind. That's the end of me for today.
Me too.
It's the end of Jason. It's the end of Andy. Bear will come in to take over on ball by ball.
Have your eyes checked for cataracts, Andy. You get new lenses in your eyes. It makes a huge difference.
And the next tweet is, the next comment is Pink Floyd messers.
Oh, right. Pink Floyd says, shouldn't the logic really be that England 1, New Zealand 2, India 3, Australia 4, and England should thrash Australia? And Lockie 6 says, not cricket logic. Oswood smashed New Zealand. Yeah, it always seems to happen, doesn't it? Anyhow, logic and cricket are not closely related in any form whatsoever.
Okay, well you can keep talking to Ditch. The Bear is going to move into the ball by ball position. And,
thanks, Ando.
Right, well, we're having a little drinks break here, I take it.
I don't think it should be a drinks break. They've only got half an hour to go.
Oh, they seem to bring. Perhaps someone got something they needed changing or something. They seem to be doing something with some equipment on the boundary.
Pillow. So we have 25 minutes in which to bowl 16 overs.
Well,
it ain't going to happen.
It ain't happening. They'll be lucky to get to 80. They'll be lucky to get 6 overs in.
Yes, I think that's right.
And
So we'll be 10 overs short and Gary will blow a gasket.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, the game should be over tomorrow. Well, actually, these two could still put on some monster partnership, couldn't they?
Yeah, maybe.
Can't they get...
What?
Right, I got tied up. I was all tangled up. Can't they get fined now in the Test Cricket Championship for slow over rate?
Yeah, that's what England have been...
Yeah. And England don't give a toss because they're not qualified.
Yeah, exactly. It's defended back up the track to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, that was it in the Ashes. There was a differential of about 30 or 35 points or something on a 2-all series, and mainly because Australia, because I think the fine only counts after 80 overs or something, doesn't it? And England kept batting less than 80 overs, and Australia would bat for 130, and England would get fined for their over rate, and Australia wouldn't because England batted so quickly. Something stupid like that.
They both lost a lot. I think Australia
Australia lost
lost
less though than England by a long shot. I mean, there was a lot. There was a differential in points. It was quite mad. That's clipped out to deep mid wicket.
It shouldn't apply match by match. It should just apply over the whole of the Test Championship, and then if you're
I mean, realistically, it should really only apply if the game is drawn, because otherwise it doesn't really matter. Because the game came to a conclusion. I mean, it's more for the fans and the people in the ground, isn't it?
I still haven't had anybody come back to me with a decent reason why they can't play 30 overs then have a break. It just makes sense.
Yeah, that's true.
Bowl them faster then.
Yeah, that's driven up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, the catering staff would hate that, though, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah.
The dinner would be cold. I mean, they wouldn't get their dinner till after 4 hours.
Well, actually, there is a good reason.
They manage with ODIs, they go for as long as it takes. They manage with T20s, they go for as long as it takes.
Yeah, that was a bit. That was a bit tongue-in-cheek.
That is true, but Cass falls over when he delivers. He gets it up into Mitchell's sort of rib cage area. It's a bit leg sidey though, and they don't get a run. The TV scheduling will be one of the reasons. Messi, they'll want a rigid.
Fuck that.
Well, yeah, but they pay the money and
T20s as well.
Yeah, but that's the nature of that game. But this game has always had this. They change the structure.
Why is the 140-minute break 120-minute break? Why not 2 half-hour breaks? Doesn't that make more sense?
Well, yeah, but lunch takes longer to eat.
Yeah, lunch takes longer to eat. You've got to remember when the game was invented.
You have to have a 3-course lunch.
That's through the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, Test cricket is the original form, right? That's why you can have these. You can have these differences in your ODIs and your T20s. Because they've been.
Are they required to doff their cap to the skipper as they come off? Still, I can't remember.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're the captain, you don't get paid. I think, isn't that right? Because you'll be a gentleman, not a player. You won't be being paid.
Yes. Oh dear God!
I don't think you could be. A player and captain in the day. The captain had to be a gentleman.
there was a huge thing about that in the 50s, 60s, I think.
Yeah. Bryden Cass is in, and it's defended by Glenn Phillips.
I'm not quite sure when the first professional captain England. I don't know who it was. But anyone
I think it might have been Brian Close.
Sure. Might well have been.
Pay in those days would have been appalling, wasn't it? I mean, you remember what footballers and shit got paid in the 70s even.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When I used to work in the bookies, we had Bobby Moore, the England World Cup winning captain. We used to pay him £50 to do an hour's interview on what was going to happen in the football the next weekend. I mean, can you imagine Gary Lineker doing an interview for an hour for £50?
Well, no, but I presume £50 was worth more. But I mean, what was it worth?
But it was still pittance, really.
Well, it was, but I mean, probably £500 or £600 or something, wasn't it? The equivalent of? I don't know. Inflation.
Well, what are we talking about? Yeah, probably about that now. But no, maybe not so much.
You can do an inflation calculator online. What was £50 in the 60s worth?
No, this was in the 80s.
Oh, in the 80s.
When it wasn't when he was playing. It was when I was doing broadcasting in the 80s.
Yeah. Bashir starts a new over. The first ball was just played out to move wicket. There's no run.
He was managing Southend at the time.
There's a really good description of the 1963 tour of Australia by England where...
That's
oh,
a
wait.
filthy delivery. Down the leg side. Is he going to get away with that one? He's not getting away with that one. Oh, he is getting away with that one. It's going to be 2, maybe 3. Did they just come back for 2? I think they just came back for 2. It was a nasty delivery. Dragged down leg side, and Phillips kind of mistimed it down to a fine leg. Didn't get enough on it to get for 4.
The English team flew to Aden, then got on a boat which went via Sri Lanka to Australia. And of course they were in total for probably close to 6 months. They got paid fuck all for it. And they had to do extra things to earn money on the tour.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, a few of them probably were making quite a lot of money out of their investments in London, but, you know.
Oh, sure, yes.
Yeah, that was just played up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, Ted Dexter and Peter May were no doubt doing very nicely at the time.
Brill Cream. That's pulled this time by Phillips, and he's not going to get 4, I don't think. Is that Crawley? It is Crawley.
I think he's done all right there. I mean, they'll probably
might have hauled it in.
They'll have a look at it, will
Maybe
they?
3. They will have a look at it. It was quite close. He crumpled into the sponge. He's shaking his head. Maybe he thinks it wasn't. Maybe.
It's very close.
It is very close. He lets go of it. He's not touching. Yeah, I think he's got away with that.
I think he's done that. Yeah.
Good bit of fielding. And Bashir will come in, tosses that one up. That's a decent delivery. It's defended by Mitchell. There's no run.
He's a bit. I think the Bashir's problem is he sometimes tries a bit too hard and tries too many different deliveries in an over.
Yeah, you got to learn to just sit on a spot being a spinner. But that comes with experience, really.
Yeah,
you know, because he's got talent, so you think you can get a delivery every ball with some masterpiece, but actually it doesn't happen that way. Last ball is defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. It's
bloody hell! The Wikipedia article I was referring to has been deleted, and it was a really good read. And I thought, well, it's always going to be there, and it isn't now. So I'll have to find other means of discovering that stuff. Okay, Mark Zip says for Bear, website feed sounds way better than the YouTube audio. YouTube consistently sounds overdriven, and yet website feed is well modulated and much easier to listen to. Same laptop used for both in the test. Thanks, Zippo. I don't know that's much we can do about that, though, is there, Bear?
No, not really.
No, that would be YouTube having crap equipment.
Yeah, well, it'll be YouTube compressing the shit out of it, no doubt.
Yeah.
That's into the offside, and there is no run. Well, I try.
They're in front now, by the way.
Are they?
Yep, 2 runs in front.
2 runs in front, but they're 2 for 5, effectively.
Yep.
Which England would be happy with. If that ever happened in the first innings, it'd be cock-a-hoop. Then Phillips is facing up.
Oh, that's gotta be!
It's been given. It has been given. It nibbled back in. It's a fucking good ball, actually. It's on a good length. It's come back into Phillips. He's not the tallest man. I mean, it has hit him on the top of the pads, but I think it sort of levelled out and looked like it was going to...
Yeah.
I think it'll be umpire's call, but I think it looked like it was going to hit the stumps.
I think so. I think similar to the Williamson one, where it didn't get up as high as we thought it might.
Yeah.
I think he's done.
I do indeed. Let's have one of these.
Better out than in. Better in.
Yeah, I think that's out.
Better out than in. Better in than out.
Yeah, I think clipping leg.
I don't think it's clipping. I think it's
hitting leg.
I think it's hitting leg.
Don't think it's going over. I mean, it has hit the top of the pad, but it died that ball.
I don't think you got an edge on it.
It's hardly going up as it hits that pad, is it?
No, exactly. It's going straight on. It didn't get an inside edge. It's definitely hitting line, this one. And it's going to be height is the thing. Is it? They said checking whether it hit the front pad first or the back pad.
It's clipped the edge of the front pad,
really
and then it's hit the back pad.
it doesn't really matter. Now we have a look. It's in line, and it is. Oh, umpire's call on leg stump. That's harsh. It did look like it was going on hit the stumps. It's literally taking the top of the bail. Oh, fuck me, that's lucky. That is lucky. He might feel a bit aggrieved there, Glenn Phillips, but at the end of the day, it was going to take the stumps. It did look like the trajectory was a little bit flatter, and it was going to be lower than that. But nonetheless, it is out, and we have to say goodbye. Oh man, I've just seen Tom P's done the calculation. In the late 80s, 50 quid was worth about 170 quid. That is a bit slack for a 1966 World Cup winner, isn't it? Yeah. Jesus, for an hour. Christ. Considering Gary Lineker gets about 1.4 million a year or whatever it is.
Yeah. And he was always. We used to send this girl called Judy down to do the interview with him. I think he probably only did the interview because she was quite good-looking, blonde,
We have Brian Barish with us. He says, not to cross streams here, but I imagine stumps will happen before the end of the Georgia Tech football game, which is about to go into the 8th overtime. That's nuts. 8th overtime? Don't they have a golden point or something? Wait, never mind. Georgia Tech won in the 8th overtime. Oh, what a disappointment. You were hoping it was going to go forever, weren't you, Brian? Baby Shaker says, my wife won't put a credit card on YouTube, Ray, my pledge yesterday. I asked her for the Muppet t-shirt for Christmas. It's a great t-shirt.
Well, I think maybe Cass's plaintive plea to the umpire actually got him the decision.
Yeah.
I mean, it did look like it was out initially when it hit him.
Yeah, the first look went live. I thought that's definitely out.
Well, England now have the 6th wicket down, and Nathan Smith is in, and his first ball is short. It's through the keeper, and there's no one. Cass again, he got 4 in the first innings, got 3 in the second. He's turning into a find for England, really. Well, I never thought he would really amount to much, really, at this level. But he certainly has proven he's got some skills. The man at the crease is this guy.
Batsmen quaking at the crease. They feel the moment of release. Nathan Smith is
defended up to mid-on. There's no run. I think Mog only did this to show us his guitar skills.
Fair enough.
He's noodling in the middle there.
Yeah. Quite a nice bit of drumming in there as well.
Yeah.
Cass is bowling around 140 k's, which isn't bad. But I noticed yesterday in South Africa, Coetzee was bowling up to 155 k's, which surprised me.
Yeah.
I can't stand the bloke, but he was bowling super quick.
Yeah. This is it. I do question the speed gun though.
Yeah.
That's into shorter of a length than Nathan Smith is. That's the back foot and punches it out to cover, and there's no run. I mean, was O'Rourke noticeably that much quicker than Cass? I don't know. He was bowling regularly at 144, 146 up there.
Yeah. You sort of had a quicker feel about it, but how can we tell from here, really? It's the batsman's reaction time that's the biggest teller, isn't it?
Indeed. Cass in. Nathan Smith lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. So now they're 2 for 6, essentially.
Yeah, 2 for 6. That's not too hot, is it?
No, it isn't. Bryden Cass is breathing heavily. Putting a lot of effort in. Mitchell's gone nowhere recently, has he? 31 off 88. He was on 30, I think, when Hendo took over the last ball-by-ball session.
Yeah, he's just tried to stay there, hasn't he? And
well, that's no good. You're losing wickets at the other end. You might. Oh, this is it. This is why Bazball works in a way. Yep. You just keep going. Fuck it. When you're in this situation, essentially 2 for 6, with Henry, Southey, and O'Rourke to come. You might as well try and plunder 100 runs.
Well, England have this brilliant 6, 7, 8 nowadays, don't they? That will just crash away.
That's not a bad look. Saudi can hit a fucking long ball at 10. You know, I mean, if Saudi got 20 and Henry managed to get 20, Mitchell could smash 60 for the same, and then whatever you get out of Rourke, it's another 110. Probably not going to win you the Test match. This pitch doesn't look like it's suddenly going to fall apart, and England are going to fall over for 100 runs. But
yeah, I mean, you'd have
it's either that or you're going to end up 40 ahead or something.
Yeah. Well, you have to say that it's looking unlikely England are going to have to chase much more than 100, if that.
Yeah, that does look likely. That's defended into the leg side and there's no run. It still could get a miracle. It's happened before.
Well, New Zealand made exactly 100 for the last 4 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah, so they'll be 102 ahead.
102. Well, you fancy England's not that off in about 20 overs max.
Yeah.
Probably less because they go ballistic at the beginning.
Well, especially if Duckett doesn't get out.
Yeah. And if the sun is out tomorrow, because I mean, England bowled for an hour yesterday morning on the second morning in cloudy conditions, and then New Zealand got cloudy conditions when they first, I think, England in yesterday, and they had good conditions for bowling this morning as well. But tomorrow looks like it'll be sunny at the start of the day, and the first day was sunny when they started as well, wasn't it? That's short and left through to the keeper, and there's no one. Atkinson's back into the attack.
Go.
We've got 9 minutes left.
Oh, we better check the GPL too. I've got no idea where I am on that.
How many runs did England score today?
It must be a couple of hundred, isn't it?
No, it was. Well, actually, it was. It's about 190 or something like that. They were 40. They were 40 something runs behind. They ended up 150 ahead.
319 they were at the start. So yeah, they made exactly 180.
8 and 5 is 13. So we're on 333. I imagine that's you right now.
It is. It is. Another 10 runs will slip me fine.
Well, I'm not sure they get another 10 runs. That's a straight ball by Atkinson. They might not get any more runs for the rest of the day. You never know. And you might therefore win. That's defended back to the bowler and there's no run.
So where are you, Messi? 3-3-3.
Actually, my lowest pick is 343.
Oh, 343.
Yeah.
So you need another 10 runs.
The next one is 335, which might be on Renuevo. I don't know.
Probably. It's you two against each other at the moment.
So there's nobody on 333 then at the moment.
No. Well, I can tell you. I can go look in the back end.
The Bears go.
It's defended, and there is no run.
I can't believe you're still using the same code I wrote all those years ago.
I know. No one bothered to update it. I'll have to refresh it. That'll tell me who's in there. There we go. 327 was
just
on.
Proof of how good your code was, Ditch.
Well, I do write a lot of things that last a long time. We've got a couple of systems that we still use at work that are 25 years old.
What did you write it in?
Those systems I'm talking about there, they're written in PHP.
Right.
This is PHP.
Yeah,
as well,
this is PHP as well.
Yeah, well, that's still a widely used system, isn't it? So that's just defended into the leg side and there's no run. No, G-Man Vancouver. G-Man Vancouver is 3. It's his only singular entry.
He's got a marginal chance.
Well, he's 2 runs and he's there, isn't he?
Yeah, 2 runs and he's there, and they're not going to.
Probably 2 more overs. Yeah. And the way they're going, they're not likely to score 2 unless they get a screechy 4, which is also possible, I suppose.
That won't help him, will it? A screechy 4.
That's defended by Darryl Mitchell up to mid-off. Well, actually, it's cover. Comes across to get it. And is no run.
Yeah, he's really slowed down. He's 31 off 94. It's just too slow in modern Test cricket.
Just want to check with Mark Zitt. When you did that audio test, did you adjust the audio quality on YouTube? There's a settings tab at the bottom of the bar which you can change the audio quality.
Oh,
Interested
dear.
to know.
Oh,
no ball.
A no ball.
Another no ball. Atkinson in again. And, well, that'll be the one. That's 1 run towards our man.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's got 1.
Probably could get 2 more wides in the last over though, couldn't we? And another no ball. Wouldn't surprise me. The way England have bowled. That's the end of the 47th over, 154 for 6. That would have been a maiden, but for the no ball. But no balls always seems to be on the last ball of the over as well.
It's really weird, isn't it? There's been about 4 of those today at least that were on the last ball.
Yeah. Frank Rockefeller says, well done England, staggering performance. Lockie 6 says, New Zealand need another 36 runs to be safe. And Dara says, even with England starting at none for 1, it's going to be tough for New Zealand. Is somebody being injured? You're just thinking Crawley's not
going to score. He's being cheeky.
Cast is in, and it's defended by Nathan Smith. Up towards mid-on, thinks about a run, but it's not there. They'd have to make this over extraordinarily slow. So how many overs are involved today? Are they going to actually make? They're not even going to make 80, are they?
I don't think so. It says minimum overs remaining 11.4.
They might just make 80. If they get another over in after this, they'd have bowled 80 overs.
Well, 78 because they would have taken 2 off for the the innings change.
I see TNT have given young David a comeback.
Yeah, he's been doing stuff for them for a while.
Yeah, but I mean, because Sky had dropped him, hadn't they?
Yeah. He's got a silky voice. I think I like
he's
him.
lovely.
Yeah,
he's very well liked. He's got a lovely demeanour too.
Yeah, he was at school with my brother. In fact, they've played in the same rugby team.
Cast coming in. Bowling to Smith. It's worked into leg side. Well, there's 1 run. Are they going to come back for 2? No. So, currently, I believe, G-Man Vancouver, you're in a box seat.
Yeah. Let's hope for...
Well, no, the house likes to win.
Well, I know.
Bear never hopes for anybody to win.
Eventually I have to give it away, because what eventually happens is the pot gets large enough that you get so many people in, it can't possibly not get one. Which, if you had every day...
Except the timing of this means that not many people are around to actually guess it at the time that we...
Well,
first session
well, we can't let them come in the last session, and,
No, I'm not suggesting a change.
No, he means because the whole match is in
there for a while.
Yeah.
Well, Daryl Mitchell's facing up. He's refused to try and score a run for donkeys. So there's a good chance that it won't get anywhere, and unless there is another over. Or there could be a wide or a no ball.
Yeah, it could
absolutely.
be. And he's looking more and more like Chris Tavray now. As he
he's trying to make this. He's genuinely trying to make this the last over, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely trying to. He's wandered down, checked the blades of grass have been cut to the right length. He's going to retake his guard.
Oh Jesus!
And
So
now he's going. Now he's going for a walk to the side. Yeah. Oh my gosh! That's about a minute he's taken to take his guard.
He has.
Even if they don't insist on 30 overs per session, they should still have the 15 overs in the last hour thing. So
short and over the keeper.
I was having a discussion though with Bear earlier, and I'm not sure about it applies to rules, but if you can get a win, you can take the extra half hour, so they could have another half hour. Because they would take 4 wickets. England could take 4 wickets in half an hour.
No, it has to be within 2 wickets.
Oh, is it? No, I think it's just no, it's in the umpire's opinion.
I think there's a reasonable chance of
but that's usually 2 wickets left if they want to finish the innings.
Yeah, but technically
they would never let them with 4 wickets left.
Takes a wicket now.
Cast in and defended by Daryl Mitchell.
I think your man's
back
in
to
with
the
a
bowler,
chance
and
here,
there's
isn't
no
he?
run.
So while we're coming to the end, I should mention that Hector, who's at the ground, will be doing another summary tonight with me. We'll be putting that up on YouTube within probably 2 hours of the close of play. And this time the sound will be better because Hector's got himself a new microphone. So keep an eye open for that on YouTube.
Excelente. And don't forget to like it when you watch it. And share it with your friends.
Smash the like button.
Yeah,
and subscribe.
Likey, sharey.
This could be the last ball of the game. but I don't think so because there's 30 seconds left. It's short. It's played into the offside. Thinks about a run. It's not there. And have they managed to get that through to the end of the game? No, I think they're going to have another over.
I think they probably would. My clock hasn't ticked over quite yet.
Yeah, they are going to have another over.
Oh, so he was waiting for the other umpire to get to the stumps.
No, I think he was telling them to get off the pitch as well, wasn't it? Because they were having a mid thing. Well, this
Tick
definitely
over
will
just
win.
now.
Yeah, exactly. So Gus Atkinson will bowl the last over of the day, and they will have bowled 78 overs, a total of 80 in the
There's
day.
a big chance of a no ball in this over, though. Probably on the 6th ball.
I just want a streaky edge that goes to the boundary, that'll be fine.
There's no one above that. What's the next one after 335?
Messi on 343, which will require
a lot of runs.
8 runs
Two
in an over.
snicks. Two nice snicks.
2 nice snicks will get you there, actually, it would.
Yeah.
Well,
He'll
Gus
bowl a
Atkinson's
wide.
going to come in. He bowls down the leg side. That was a good ball, actually. Testing Smith.
Mitchell's, until just now, he's done a pretty good job of protecting Smith, hasn't he? Smith's only faced 7 balls.
Well, Smith's not a bad batsman, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to come in towards the end of the day. They want to be there in the morning, which is fair enough.
That was a bit dawdly pace from Atkinson there, 126.7.
Yeah, England haven't bowled quick. And considering Atkinson's supposed to be quick, he's bowling at the same pace as Wokes. It's just like these so-called quick men that England have. Brian Cast, his notes would be quicker.
Dara Azizi says it's just as well we gave the Kiwis all those extras.
Yeah. Well, here comes Atkinson. It's short. And it's over the keeper.
So Mark has not got any audio settings on his version of the YouTube web player. They appear when I put my mouse across the screen, and there's a settings thing that comes on the bottom of the video.
I think it depends whether you're watching it on your laptop or the YouTube phone app is pretty useless compared to if you're doing it on the laptop. There's a lot more settings on the laptop from what I remember.
And he says he's cranked the video settings up to the maximum of 720p and there's no positive change in the audio. He says,
depending on the offside, there is no run. I mean, it's
He
not
says,
topping
"I'm not
out
sure
here. I mean, well, it gets up to the top when some people are on, but this is the problem. Everyone has different levels.
And he says, I'm not sure it is a compression issue. That shouldn't add to distortion unless it's compressed and then overdriven later in the process. Right? Bear does his best, we know. And he says that he is on a laptop. I'm on a laptop too, although I've got it on a big monitor. I'm just using a MacBook Air.
It hasn't beaten the man at short leg, as it's just played off the hip by Smith. Ooh, 2 balls away from what would the pot be, Mr. G-Man Mancu?
Where are we?
Yeah, that was nearly out.
118 quid.
Good save for him. You better send him a bit of money after that little stop there, because that was going to be
most of it was mine, to be fair.
Yeah.
So Joe Root saving the money.
It's my way of donating to guerrilla cricket, though, because half of everything goes to sustain us.
Well, that's played out to the offside. There is a fielder there. 1 more ball.
What's the betting on a no ball then?
Well,
what do you think?
No,
I think it won't be a no ball. It won't be a wicket. It'll just be nothing. It'll just be a little dot, and that'll be it.
And Bear will be sending off the money.
Yes. You have to start all again.
Oh dear.
So it's been a while since it's been won, isn't it?
I think Messi, you were the last person to win, weren't you? Or was it Ombre?
No, Ombre won it, I think. I'm not sure. It was a while ago.
Atkinson, last ball of the innings, comes off the thigh pad. There's a leg slip, there's a leg gully. There is no run. Don't think it's a no ball for a change. And we have a winner of the GPL. God damn it. We have to give the money away. G-Man Vancouver G-Man Vancouver.
Well, subject
sorry.
to verification, Bear, because we do better double check our maths, of course.
Well, of course, we ought to double check our maths. 155 plus.
Jane Francis isn't in Vancouver, is she?
Yes, she is. I do wonder whether it's her.
Oh, I do hope it is.
Well, indeed. What's going on here? Why is it doing that? There we go.
Okay, Jonathan Shawland says, thanks, Gorillas. Derek Beach says, we could have an England collapse, 20 all out, chasing 22. Yeah, not sure about that. I don't think I'll be on again this test match because I'm not due on before lunch tomorrow, and I have a very strong suspicion it will be over before then. So, thank you all. It's been a fantastic match to watch, anyhow. But don't forget to tune into YouTube for the Gorilla Roundup this evening with our friend Hector from the ground.
1980, yeah, 180 plus 155. That would be dead right, wouldn't it? Which is 335.
335,
which is correct.
It's been double checked.
It has been double checked.
It is official.
Even our wonky maths at 5:30 in the morning, it gives us a winner.
And we have an unusual thank you message from Baby Shaker. It says, gracias por el gran comentario. Espero con ansias mi camiseta de los Muppets. Nos vemos mañana. Which basically says, thanks a lot. I hope I can get my Muppets t-shirt and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Ah, great.
I think it says that. That's a guess entirely. And Ian Collinson says, thanks for another great day, straight night of commentary.
Aye. Well, our pleasure.
As always.
Well, England in the box seat, one has to say. We'll wrap this up quite quickly, but England rattled on to 499 today. Brooke ended up with 171 and Stokes got an 80. There was a quick fire 48 from Gus Atkinson. And Bryden Cast got a 20. And in the end, England had a big lead of 151. The Kiwis came out and there were a couple of quick early wickets. And there was a good stand between... Ratchin Vivinder hung around for a little bit with Kane Williamson again, got to 60. Ratchin was out pulling into the deep, and then Kane Williamson got a nice little nip backer from Wokes, which caught him LBW, and you kind of thought, ooh, and then the next ball he did the complete opposite. So one ball, they pitched about the same, that they showed it on the Hawkeye on the TV. They both basically pitched in the same place on the pitch. One nipped back into Kane Williamson, got him LW, and the other one nipped away and caught the faintest of edges of Blundell's bat. He was out for a golden duck. And then the final wicket to fall today was Glenn Phillips, and he was a bit unlucky, to be fair. I mean, it jagged back and caught him in front of the middle stump. It looked like it was going on to hit leg, and it looked for all the world it was going to hit the stumps, but it was just clipping the top of the bail on leg stump. Not even any part of the stump was going to be hit, but it was umpire's call and he had been given out, and so he had to go. He may feel a bit unlucky, but them's the rolls. And New Zealand find themselves in an awful state of being about 3 for 6 effectively, with only these two. Who have they got left? Southey, O'Rourke, and there's another one,
Henry.
as well, and Henry.
Yeah.
To come, so they could put on another 100 runs. They could even get another 200 runs if something miraculous happens. There is the scores in those guys to be able to do it, but kind of feel that this should be wrapped up at some point tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, you'd think it's most likely to be over by lunch, but you just don't.
No, I'm not sure it'll be over by lunch. I think it'll go into the afternoon.
Just go into the afternoon?
Yeah,
maybe?
I just think
Might
so.
be.
I might go near to tea even. I don't know. It depends.
It very much depends what happens in the first 5 overs, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. Right. That's it. We should call it a day.
Indeed. Off to bed.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you all very much for keeping us company during the night, the day, wherever it is where you are.
Indeed.
You're what we're here for, and it's a lot of fun.
And we'll be back on air at 10 to 10 tomorrow night.
Yeah, same time, same channel.
Same place. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
See ya.
let's patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sankara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. But first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy,